Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Issei lost everyone and become next Black Goku with harem? Before I start, please do support for more awesome content, and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the RageRevan for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story. Link in the description. Quote from Goku Black. I am justice given form, I am the world. Now venerate the most noble, most splendid, immortal, and supremely powerful god, Zamasu. A man was seen imprisoned and locked up in Tartarus. This was none other than Issei, who was now present in this location. He was in Tartarus due to the faction leaders wanting him there after using him as a toy. He was tortured, beaten up and bruised with some serious life-threatening injuries. He was once a hero, and now he was treated like dirt, like a criminal. He lost any and all love he had from the factions due to one event, and one person. The event was the final fight during the battle against Trihexa. Issei failed to defeat the entity, and how could he defeat the entity in any manner? Rias never properly pushed him to his limits this time. He had the power to reach the level of gods because of his Longinus boosted gear, or his former Longinus boosted gear due to no longer having it anymore. It was taken away with the dragon himself, known as Drake, desiring a stronger, less perverted partner. After failing to defeat Trihexa, many saw how worthless and weak he is. The girls that did love him once saw how weak he really was, and didn't bother twice in discarding him, deeming him to be too reckless and weak. Even Rias herself, someone who he saw as his salvation and his love interest, saw him as nothing but a weak dragon. They blamed Issei for being the sole reason for their demise and destruction, some even calling him a traitor. They wanted him dead. It didn't make it better that RageRevan managed to kill his parents before they could show how much they cared for him. However, salvation for the factions and shock came for Issei in the form of Kenji, his cousin. He then spoke without any remorse or guilt for his brother. Brother, let me have the boosted gear. You have done enough in this war. Pathetically enough, mind you. Let someone stronger have the gear, brother. I'll deal with the beast. The words ran through his mind, like daggers stabbed in his gut. Kenji never showed up, and neither did his parents. This was due to many isolating Gora's family after she married Mickey. Kenji was one of them. He was slightly older, standing at the age of instead of Issei's years old. Worse, Drake actually agreed to it. He was tired of having a weak host, and a host that smeared his name with the Issei dragon name. He secretly always despised his host ever since Issei dragon became well known to everyone in the supernatural world. Out of all the things that could have happened to him, after his parents' death, Drake's betrayal was the last thing to have happened to him. He revealed his hatred to him before Azazel used a more advanced device to siphon the boosted gear from him, not caring about his state. He still remembered the words Drake had spoken to him, the harsh and disgusting words. You are the worst host I have ever had. A disgrace and a stain to the Welsh dragon legacy. Not only are you weak, but also you insult my legacy with your perversion. That stupid Issei dragon ruined me completely, made a mockery of me. I would rather go to anyone, and I mean anyone, over you. Your cousin is the perfect fit for me. Good riddance and goodbye, Issei Hayada. Saying that, Drake abandoned him, with Azazel's help, who was his mentor and kind of a partner in perversion. He helped Drake get away from him and gave the boosted gear to Kenji. Memories of his betrayal also lingered in his mind, since both him and Rias's Siscon of a brother Surzex were the sole reason why Issei dragon even exists. He hated the hypocrisy that was in the group, with Surzex saying the following with anger and disdain. Drake is right. You are a walking perverted mockery and are no longer needed for the factions. Consider this your official firing and removal from being the pillar of the factions. He gritted his teeth even more in anger, wanting to make them suffer. But he was powerless. His powers of Ophis were stolen away from him by Azazel and Ajuka, who had extracted them while he was in captivity. Azazel mocked him while he was trapped in this prison, knowing that he can't do anything to him. Guess you finally got your comeuppance. You are nothing more than a worthless and useless pervert. He wanted to sock the perverted fallen angel right then and there. But he was powerless and continued to keep suffering from the power drain. Eventually they took his power of Ophis, leaving him only the power of Great Red. They wanted to make him suffer. The girls showed him on how much of a great time they had with Renji, and on how much of a competent and better lover he is, as opposed to Issei. They gloated on his demise, as shrieks and moans of them having penetrated his mind. He despised this, he despised that they actively showed it to them, even when Issei stopped caring for them. It was like they relished seeing him in despair, especially some like Akino did so. Eventually, he was left to rot, dying in this place, with no one to hear his cries or shrieks. They tortured him before that, eventually hoping that he'd succumb to his wounds. He cursed the situation he was in. However, to his surprise, a voice called out in his head, "If it isn't my reincarnation." "What's your name?" "Issei Hayadu, correct?" Issei widened his eyes in shock. He wondered where that voice came. He soon started to laugh immediately, due to the voice. He was starting to lose his sanity. Am I finally losing it? Have I gone insane enough to hear voices? What the hell is this? I hate this. I hate the supernatural for causing me this. Issei declared with fury. He despised what has happened to him, and he hated that he has nothing to live for. Nothing to fight for. Nothing worth to do anything about. You hate them, right? Don't you wish for revenge against the so-called friends of yours? The leaders that took away your life, leaving you to ruin. That red lizard that abandoned you for your perversion. Don't you want them to live with happiness, after what they did to you? The voice once again ran inside his head. As he soon started to feel dizzy, he wondered what was going to happen to him. He didn't have anything to lose, but he was worried on what is going to happen to him. He soon jolted up, waking up in what seems to be an endless white space. He was shocked at this, wondering on how he could access a mindscape, since he was unable to do so due to Drake betraying him and his gear being extracted due to Azazel. So we finally meet in person. My reincarnation. A figure was seen standing behind Issei. Issei turned to see a man with spiky black hairstyle, dark-colored eyes, and facial features. He has a slightly darker skin tone and more defined eyes, along with a somewhat leaner physique. His hair is also a noticeably dark shade of black with only 4 front spikes and 3 back ones. He is seen wearing a gray dogi, a long-sleeved black undershirt with a turtleneck, a red sash, black pants and pointy white boots. He is seen wearing a green earring on his left ear, which was a Patera earring. This man was none other than Goku Black. He had an evil and arrogant smirk on his face, when Issei turned to meet him. I am Goku Black. And your reincarnation. Goku Black spoke with an evil smile on his face. He looked at Issei, not with anger or disdain but with curiosity. He then spoke, so, what do you think? Issei looked at him, rapidly blinking his eyes in disbelief, not wanting to believe that Goku Black was the man that had reincarnated into him. He then spoke with a disbelieving tone, You're kidding, right? Who even are you? Like, this is the first time I have seen you. Issei noted this man looked awfully similar to Satoru from Dragso Ball, although Goku didn't seem to ring any bells inside of his head. He wondered what this man was going to do, only for him to start shaking his head in amusement. He was calm, looking at the one that he had been reborn into. Black or Goku Black didn't have much time left. He would be erased completely due to future Zen-O erasing him from existence. So he had to impart his powers and knowledge to him, as well as changing Issei into a combination of a Shinjin and Scion. Although he'll increase his Scion nature more than his Shinjin nature, Black decided to secretly start the transformation into a Scion Dragon Shinjin hybrid, with replacing most of his dragon body with a Scion and Shinjin one, while reducing his draconic side to a minor amount so that no matter what the supernatural does, there was nothing that can weaken his new reincarnation. Listen, I will be honest with you. I don't have much time left. I have waited my entire life to talk to you, but that stupid boosted gear was keeping me back from ever interacting with you, so I'll make it quick. Your body of being a dragon is going to undergo a final change. Black explained to Issei, making him wide-eyed. He wondered why would Drake stop Black from meeting Issei. He looked at him, and spoke. It wasn't that stupid moronic lizard. He was clueless of my existence and arrival, but I need you to continue on with my legacy. Legacy? Issei asked confused, to which Black gave a smile and spoke, I want you to initiate the Zero Mortal plans in this world. Or in your case, the Zero Supernatural Beings plan. Issei was surprised at this. This man was his reincarnation and he wants to initiate the Zero supernatural being's plan. He was wanting to say yes, but all of a sudden, he fell back. He felt something was holding him back. He didn't know what was holding him back. He felt his hand shaking. Sensing this hesitation, Black soon spoke while shaking his head. I can sense your hesitation. It is natural, given you are not raised for genocide, but I can also sense anger, frustration and despair, am I right? Issei didn't say anything, as his hand soon clenched into a fist, bawling with fury. His parents' death, to Kenji's sudden return. Him taking away the boosted gear, the girls abandoning him, the factions betraying him and discarding him away, seeing that his existence is not of value to them. Drake turning his back on him when he needed him the most, and his final incarceration. Then torturing him physically and mentally, them trying to show him on how happy they are with his brother Kenji. He hated on how they immediately went for, instead of being patient. He despised on how they treated him after everything they did for him. Sensing his resentment and outright hatred for those he once deemed as his friends and lovers, seeing his fury towards them, Black had a grin on his face, an evil grin, as he continued to press on. You have the anger and hatred for them, Issei. Show them what they have done, that they can't get away with treating you like a tool. Dragons, angels, fallen angels, devils, yokai gods, Buddhas, and other supernatural beings, they treated you like a tool, and even if there are a small handful that disagree with you. Show what happens when a tool finally decides to turn against them. Show them the wrath of a man that has nothing left to lose. Memories of his past were flashing inside of his head, as voices started to enter inside his head. Kenji is better than you, Issei. You seriously think I'll fall for a weakling like you? What a joke! Fuck off, pervert, because I castrate you. Seriously, I only reincarnated you for your power, otherwise you'd never be my pawn. I wish I never was ever friends with you. Kenji will give me better children than you, Naya. I wonder what possessed me to be your girlfriend, but never again. You are pathetic and disappointing. Kenji is a better rival than you. The world would be better had Rainer killed you. You have no honor, Issei, unlike me. Kenji-senpai is better than you. Issei Hayadu, you are sentenced to Tartarus. You will never see the light of day ever again. All factions are in agreement with this. I should have known that our daughters are not worthy of you. And I am glad Kenji made me realize this. Your girls will be mine, thank you, cousin. He was gritting his teeth even more. His hair was flickering between a shade of brown and golden. His eyes had lost its pupils, as his hair started to flicker even more. Black had a wider grin upon seeing this. He was even more happy that he is able to transform into a Super Scion minutes of gaining the Scion blood. He was even more happier that this man became his reincarnation, since he was expecting him to train for months before the transformation does happen. Amazing! You have got the most amazing potential amongst any Scion. Keep pushing, Issei. Remember how they treated you. Remember on how they resented you. Use those insults to fuel your anger. Black pushed Issei even further. He knew that Issei only needed one final push to reach his first form. He then spoke with a dark grin. Show me your motivation, Hayada Issei. Issei soon screamed, fueled by the anger and hatred caused the factions. He was blinded by it completely. He resented everyone, hated them to the point of wanting to destroy them. I will destroy all of you. Issei screamed with fury, as he soon started to explode with aura transforming into a Super Scion. His aura increased even further. His body covered in golden aura as his hair also turned blonde and eyes emerald green, but not long after his aura turned dark and sinister, making him scream more. Issei screamed in fury, the resentment increasing even more, the memories becoming worse and worse. Black was laughing even more. It is no time when he'll reach his level and become the very being that would bring about the end of the supernatural. Focus on it, Hayadu. Black knew it might backfire, knowing Evil Scion Ki was much more malevolent. Evil Scion Ki is an ominous, dark energy that amplifies the user's power to monstrous levels while corrupting their personality, driving them into a berserker-like state. It is tied to the darker aspects of Scion nature, rage, aggression, and destruction. Issei was starting to control it, as Black spoke seriously. Focus, don't let it gnaw at you. Don't lose yourself to vengeance. Use it as a motivation for getting stronger, don't lose yourself to it. Issei's body trembled as the dark energy coursed through him, threatening to tear him apart from within. His breathing was ragged, and his vision blurred as the malevolent force clawed at his mind, whispering promises of destruction and vengeance. Black knew he had to push Issei. Pathetic, Black remarked coldly, narrowing his eyes. Is this the extent of your resolve? To let yourself be consumed like an insect before the flames? Stand tall, Haidu, or be crushed under the weight of your failure. Issei gritted his teeth, the words cutting deep but igniting a spark of defiance within him. He clenched his fists, forcing himself to focus, to fight back against the overwhelming force threatening to engulf him. Seeing the flicker of resistance, Black's expression shifted slightly, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Good. Now harness that rage. Let it fuel you, but do not let it control you. Remember, vengeance is not the goal, it is the motivation to rise above weakness. Slowly, Issei began to steady his breathing, his chest rising and falling in controlled rhythms. The wild energy started to stabilize, though it still roared like a caged beast. Sweat dripped down his face as he concentrated, pushing back against the chaos. Accept this truth, Haidu, Black declared, his tone laced with both authority and malice. This power will either elevate you or destroy you. The choice is yours. But if you fail, he turned away, the smirk vanishing as his voice dipped into a chilling calm. Know that I have no patience for the weak. Issei stared at his hands, feeling the surging power within him, a power unlike anything he had ever experienced. His aura radiated with a mix of primal chaos and overwhelming might. Looking up at Goku Black, he asked, his voice tinged with awe and confusion, is this the power of a scion? Black's eyes narrowed, a malicious smirk playing on his lips. Yes, but yours is unique, an inclination toward evil science. You embody both the light and darkness, the balance of creation and destruction. The fate of the supernatural now rests in your hands, Haidu. You are their god now. It is your duty to declare judgment upon them. Purge the filth from this world and reshape it in your image. His tone was sharp, laced with malice and an almost divine authority. Issei nodded hesitantly, still grappling with the weight of Black's words. The gravity of his new role began to sink in, but before he could question further, Black glanced down at his own hand, watching as it began to fade away. His form shimmered, growing less distinct with each passing moment. Well then, Black said with a resigned sigh, this is where my role ends. My time in this world is over. His voice carried an edge of finality, but also a strange sense of acceptance. The process of your transformation is complete. Once I'm gone, you'll inherit my memories, knowledge of how to wield this power, what you must do to master it, and the path you need to walk to achieve your destiny. Black-san, wait! Issei called out, his voice laced with panic and confusion. What's happening to you? Why are you disappearing? Black's smirk softened into something resembling understanding, though his aura remained as dark and imposing as ever. I was never meant to exist here, he replied, his tone calm but unyielding. I defied fate for far too long, surviving past my end. This is the work of that meddlesome brat Zeno. But no matter. My time has come, and so has yours. He paused, his gaze locking onto Issei's. You will carry on my legacy, Haidu Issei. You will succeed where I could not. Goodbye, Haidu Issei, Black said, his voice fading like a distant echo. May your judgment be absolute. And with that, Goku Black was gone, erased from existence, leaving Issei standing alone, the weight of his newfound power and destiny pressing heavily upon him. Clenching his fists, he vowed to finish what Black started, except he will only purge the supernatural and all those that oppose his new world. He will bring the world back to its beauty, without the filth of the supernatural stenching it. Scene change. Timeskip brought to you by Issei, Black, meeting Draken and formulating plans of domination. Several months later, Tartarus PM. Issei was patiently waiting. He managed to break free from his restraints and was training. He was aware that they don't even remember his current state, due to what had happened. He managed to find a way to break them without destroying them. That way, he can escape anytime he wants. The reason he is waiting? He wants to give a message to the factions, that their destruction is inevitable. It is all about sending a message. he wanted the supernatural factions to remain in fear. He vowed to become far worse than Trihexa. He was expecting them to show up, since he knew that they haven't shown up for a while. He trained in his ki, making it stronger at every step. He focused on both his regular ki and God ki, which he gained from Black. He remembered everything, and knew he will have to locate the Super Dragon Balls if he needs to be truly immortal. He didn't know if they existed. Hence, he'll have two options. One is to find a guaranteed way to make himself truly immortal, where conventional means even soul destruction won't truly kill him. And second is to purge every last supernatural being that had wronged him before he succumbs to old age. He preferred the first route. Looking back, I think the Hindu faction had Amrita, right? Issei took note of the divine elixir of the Hindu gods, that he had read while knowing about the Hindu faction back when he was still the pillar. He remembered about the Samudra Manthan, which translates to sea churning. An event that happened millennia ago, which caused several treasures and other stuff to come out from the incident. It was a clash between the Devas, Hindu gods, and Asuras. The conflict was a stalemate, causing the war to still go on. Amrita would give the user immortality, making him live forever. But he knew this wasn't true immortality due to some beings able to destroy the soul of a person. One being his ex-partner Drake. Well, I got to work with that for now. Issei spoke with a disappointed tone. He had to work with the resources and things he has for the time being. He will hopefully find the Super Dragon Balls and wish for immortality. He remembers on how to summon them from Black's memories and knows the chant well. Soon enough, the doors of the prison opened, revealing two devil guards. As one of them spoke, "Hi to Issei, you have been summoned." "For what?" Issei asked, controlling his temper, as the second guard spoke in response. "It is the wedding of your cousin along with RageRevan. They have asked you to see the wedding? Even if you don't deserve it." Issei narrowed his gaze and closed his eyes. He knew why the two must have done it. He was aware that they must have done this to spite and annoy him even more. However, he knew this was a perfect chance as well, to send the message he needs. "I am afraid not." Issei speaks mockingly with a smirk, annoying the two guard, as one of them demands angrily, "Brat, be grateful. Despite what you have done and failed to defeat Trihexa, you still are given a chance to be at the wedding." Issei soon started to laugh in response, before giving a very evil grin. "Oh, I think I will have to decline the invitation." He soon starts increasing his ki, to the point of easily breaking through them like butter. The chains cracked completely, much to the shock of the two devil guards. "Take him down, now!" The devil guards unleashed their magic onto him. However, Issei was faster, easily dodging the attacks and reaching them. He grabbed them by the necks and threw them extremely fast, causing their body to crash onto a nearby wall. He soon unleashes a ki blast that vaporizes one completely. The guard screaming in pain due to being completely vaporized without hesitation. "Humph, how pathetic and weak." Issei speaks with complete apathy, having no care or contemplation for what he had done. "You bastard dash!" The guard tried to fight back, only for Issei to close the gap in mere moments and unleash, and had a grin on his face, only for him to clench the fist and start unleashing a powerful ki blast. Afraid of what happened to his partner, the guard pleaded for his life. "No, please, I have a wife and kids." Issei didn't care and fired the blast regardless, killing him as well. He then spoke with a dark grin. "I know, they are next. Filthy fucking bats." He soon looked outside, looking at the open doors. He walked outside to see alarms suddenly blaring. Issei knew that this was the Tartarus security system working its magic, letting everyone know about the prison break. Soon he was surrounded by hundreds of guards that had teleported in the room. One of them spoke, tone dripping with anger and arrogance. "Issei Hayadu, turn yourself in before we decide to kill you." Something the leaders should have done for failing to defeat Trihexa. Issei only looked at him for a moment, before vanishing from their sight. The devils were confused. As soon as a scream was heard. "Ayaha!" A devil had been stabbed in the heart by Issei's, whose hand had a hand ki blade, which was purple in color. He soon removed it, as the corpse fell to the ground. Issei had killed another devil without any mercy. "Take him down! Now!" the commander shouted, as Issei leaped in the air and flew up, much to their shock. They remembered RageRevan removing his pieces, so he was not a devil. Additionally, they cannot see any dragon wings coming from his back. "What's the matter, scared?" Good. Issei soon coated his hands with violet ki and unleashes a barrage of ki blasts at the devils who desperately tried to defend themselves, but it was overwhelming. They screamed in pain as many others were just vaporized into nothingness in just mere seconds of the fight. Filthy low-class bats. Issei spoke, dripping with contempt. He soon turned to two that tried to ambush him with their swords, only for him to grab them and break them in front of their eyes. Quickly generating 2 violet keyblades, he stabbed the 2 guards in their chests, killing them as well. Their corpses fell to the ground. Issei had a dark smirk on his face. He knew that these guards won't last longer against him. Pathetic. Issei prepared a powerful ki blast, concentrating it for a few moments before unleashing it onto them, wiping them all out without any mercy or care. They all screamed in agony before completely being wiped out. All except for the commander were killed in the attack. Issei looked at the handiwork of his fight, grinning with joy at the fact that he was ruthlessly massacring devils without any mercy or care of what would have happened. He then spoke with contempt and anger. Filthy bats, boasting about power and capabilities, looking down on other lower-level beings, and after you get beaten, you cry like a bunch of babies. He soon sensed the commander preparing a powerful attack aimed at him. He turned to him, as he started to lower himself to the ground and started to walk towards him. The commander fired the magical attack at him, as he shouted with fury and despair, "Eat this, murderer!" He soon fired the attack onto him, which Issei only moved his head to side, allowing him to dodge the attack. The guard tried to escape, but Issei was quicker. He grabbed his hand and with a quick kick, completely broke his arm, completely causing the commander to scream in pain. "You know, I could kill you like the others." The commander felt true fear seeing what Issei just did to his entire battalion. Sure, they were low-class or middle-class devils, but the fact that all of them were just killed with barely any effort by the former pillar of the factions. He then grinned and spoke, "But I got a better idea. Go to the wedding and report to your superiors, or anyone as a matter of fact. Give them the message. Issei Hayate has escaped from Tartarus, and is going to come for their lives. I can come for their lives any day. Either today, tomorrow, a week from today, a month from today, or even a year from today. I can come to them any time, any day." "All right," Issei spoke evilly with a dark grin on his face, making the commander grit his teeth in anger and fear, clearly afraid of the new threat that was in front of him. "Now go, run as fast as you can," Issei spoke, as he tapped his cheek. He soon left the area, and headed to a nearby control room. The 2 guards that were guarding the location were struck with precise ki blasts aimed at their hearts, as they were killed immediately. He soon walked towards it, and took the keycard from the guard and opened it. The reason why Issei was able to use ki in this manner was due to his ki mastery training that he did in the prison without letting the guards know about it. He looked at the control room, and noticed that several cameras were present. He noticed that his camera was not available due to him destroying his in secret, which they didn't notice. He was aware that the staff present is evacuated during the prison break. He soon tampered with the control, releasing the restraints on the prisoners, as he smirked in response, as he spoke mockingly, "Have fun with the prison break." Issei charged up his ki and unleashed a barrage of ki blasts, destroying the camera monitors and the controls that were present in the control room. He knew that the devils will have a lot of cleaning up to do after this situation. He smirked, knowing his job was done. He could destroy Tartarus, but he decided to save it for later, once he makes a proper name for himself. Now to get out of here. Issei thought of a few ways, but he decided to head out using a technique he remembered from Black's memories, which was instant transmission. He placed his 2 fingers on his forehead and sensed the key from a random bird. Once he sensed the key to be in a different location. A new batch of devils tried to reach to him, but it was too late. Issei activated the instant transmission. He soon teleported out of there, leaving behind nothing but angered and frustrated guards. The guards were soon ambushed by criminals that were trapped in Tartarus, much to their horror and despair. Scene change. Japan, Asia AM. Issei had suddenly appeared in Japan, much to his own shock. Soon the glare of sunlight entered his head, causing him to groan in pain, covering his eyes. Once his eyes adjusted to the location, he looked around, and knew that he was finally free. "I did it! I am now free!" Issei exclaimed with joy. He was free after more than a year of being imprisoned in Tartarus. He barely got any food to eat and knew he had to get something to eat. He remembered his money kept back at his home. He had to teleport the Haida residence, his former home, to get his money. He secretly snuck into his own home. It was fortunately empty, as he was aware that they had gone for the wedding with Rias Gremry. He knew that the girls all wanted their weddings to happen separately, remembering when he was in a relationship with them. Heading to his room, he walked in, only for it to stink of, making Issei cringe and groan due to the pungent smell. He then spoke with contempt and anger. Ugh! Disgusting beings. He headed to his drawer, which was a secret. Twisting it for a moment revealed several things. He saw these were essentials like his pocket money that he used to receive from his late parents, and extra money he gained from New Year. It was a total of yen. He took the money and other essentials. Some of them were gems from the boosted gear, which made him furious, remembering the memory of Drake's betrayal along with the medicine. He destroyed the medicine, and was tempted to destroy the gems, but remembered it could provide some use to him. Maybe I can use this for my plans. Issei spoke with a dark grin. He took the gems and headed out, but not before unleashing a barrage of ki blasts, destroying the entire room, completely ruining it. Was it petty? Yes. But it was certainly good for Issei to vent out his frustrations. He headed out of the house, and took a deep breath, experiencing the fresh air. He soon breathed through it and stretched his body. He was finally a free man, ready to start his plan. The plan of issuing the Zero Supernatural Plan, which he shortened from Zero Supernatural Beings Plan. Scene change. Lucifer's office, Underworld, PM. What? Surzex exclaimed with anger. He then continued, a prison break, caused by Issei Hayadu. The commander who was spared earlier by Issei was the one that was being questioned. Yes, Lord Lucifer, he was able to escape without a problem. He killed my entire battalion and spared me to give you a message. Surzex lost a bit of his anger, and asked with a confused tone, what? He wanted to tell me this. Issei Hayada has escaped from Tartarus, and is going to come for their lives. I can come for their lives any day, either today, tomorrow, a week from today, a month from today, or even a year from today. I can come to them any time, any day. The guard revealed his message to the Devil King, who widened his eyes in shock and horror, before becoming extremely furious. He hated Issei for failing his purpose of defeating Trihexa and sealing him, which was done by Kenji Hayadu, who sealed the beast away. He was clearly more compatible and better than Issei in using the gear. And due to his failure, he was imprisoned in Tartarus alongside the Supernatural's worst criminals. Surzex was beyond livid, but he controlled his temper. He knew getting angry at a day like today is not going to be worth the effort. He can hunt Issei down at a later date. Right now he had to go to a wedding, which was his sister's wedding. Anything else has happened? Surzex asked with a calmer tone, as the commander spoke. Yes, sir. He had destroyed the Tartarus prison block's control room. The prisoners in this room had escaped. Many more devils have been killed because of this. Surzex once again grew frustrated at this. He was furious that this prison break happened. He had to give the orders since he couldn't come today due to the wedding. He then barked his orders, contain the prisoners and seal them away till the control room of the block has been restored. And issue a manhunt for Issei Hayadu. Inform this to the other factions as well. Yes, Lord Lucifer. The commander explained with a bow as he left the room. Surzex took a deep breath to calm himself down. He had to hunt Issei down at all costs, since now he can take revenge anytime he wants. But he was confident in his power, believing that he can take him down, despite having Great Red's flesh. He was not strong enough. He left for the wedding fixing his mood due to what had happened earlier. He couldn't get angry for his Ryatan's wedding. Issei Hayadu was outside. He was in Japan, eating some ramen. It was mixed with soba and other vegetables. He was using his chopsticks to have some ramen. He looked at the ramen, wondering what is going to happen. The restaurant owner looked at this and asked with concern, Sir, is there something wrong with the ramen? No. Nothing is wrong. The owner gave a nod and went on with his business. He looked back at his ramen, being reminded of the chaos underneath the ramen once it is started to consume, noting it to be awfully familiar. His memories turned to Goku Black, the one that saved him and granted his power. Why did it feel like he has seen him before? Issei thought to himself, wondering why did Goku Black seem so familiar. However, before he could pinpoint on exactly what his memories showed him, he sensed someone in the location, a presence that made him grow a small frown on his face. Of course those bats have to intervene my meal, Issei muttered with a frustrated tone. He quickly had his meal and paid for it. He soon left the cart that served him the food and headed outside. He could see the devils questioning the restaurant owner, and sensed the usage of magic involved to probe information from his head. He shook his head. By the time they catch up to him, he'll have already been gone. He knew the wedding is going on, so that is why the focus isn't on him. He wanted to make it clear that he is not to be taken lightly or like a joke. He wants them to live in fear and decided to make his first plans. Using instant transmission, he waited for a while knowing that her aura was not present, and waited till he picked up on a signal that he was planning to go for. He wanted to meet a particular person that would help him in the fight against the factions. He wanted to gather some allies. Now Issei could fight alone, don't get it wrong. But it'd be fun if he gains some allies to fight alongside him. Some willing, and many unwilling. He wanted to lay waste and ruin to the supernatural world, driving them to extinction, and to do that, he needed to find like-minded individuals. Seeing the very same people that had once defended and were loyal to their factions turning against them and destroying everything would amuse him even more. Now I could meet her, Issei spoke, picking up on her signal. Despite being imprisoned, however, he wanted to gather more intel based on the location. He wanted to know what guards are being used to keep a watch on her, and what magic is present. But I think I'll wait, maybe check the wedding that is going on between the Gremry Bat and my cousin, Issei spoke mockingly, as he picked up on the signal where Rias Gremry was, and knew that it would be relatively easy to do so. Which it was, due to not being imprisoned or sealed, and Rias was bad when it came to stealth magic. I'll probably go and see what the wedding is going to be. Although I am going to need a new clothing set. Issei snapped his fingers, and his prison jumpsuit changed into that of a gray dogi, a long-sleeved black undershirt with a turtleneck, a red sash, black pants and pointy white boots, similar to his previous incarnation Goku Black, much better and comfortable. Issei spoke with a grin, as he soon used instant transmission to head to the wedding. Wedding hall, Underworld, PM. Guests had gathered for the wedding, as they had all been excited for the wedding that was stated to happen within a year. Everyone had been present for the wedding. From many pantheons, there was no tinge or speaking of Issei, as they all were gathered for the wedding. These included Issei's former friends and loved ones. Almost everyone had acted as if nothing was going wrong with the wedding. They had seemingly forgot about him. Like forgetting that he is the sole reason why peace was so successful. Issei watched them with contempt and anger, seeing his former friends. He was tempted to lunge at them, but he decided to wait patiently. He wanted to humiliate Rias Gremry in the public eye. But he decided to wait. He wanted to ruin the wedding. He was going to make this day remember, for Rias that is. However, he noticed that some guests are missing. Some of them are Gabriel, who never showed up to his judgment, not even to his torture session. Issei soon spoke, rubbing his chin. Interesting. The audience soon settled down, as Issei watched Kenji arrive in a wedding clothing. He was a man with black hair and crimson eyes. He had worn a wedding white blazer and white shirt. He also wore matching pants and shoes. Issei's expression darkened, his gaze locked on the altar where his brother stood beside Rias. Issei's expression darkened, his gaze locked on the altar where his brother stood beside Rias. The sight of Kenji, standing tall and proud, made Issei's blood boil. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails biting into his palms as he fought to contain his fury. It wasn't just the betrayal that stung. It was the smugness etched onto Kenji's face, the triumph of a man who had taken everything from him. His eyes shifted to Rias, adorned in a stunning white gown that shimmered under the soft glow of the chandeliers. The dress, intricately designed with delicate lace and flowing silk, bore a striking resemblance to the one she had worn during her engagement to Riser Phoenix. The symbolism wasn't lost on Issei. Her choice of attire was a cruel reminder of another time she'd chosen someone else over him. What made his stomach churn, though, was the look on her face, the faint blush on her cheeks, the radiant smile she directed at Kenji. Issei gritted his teeth. How could she stand there so boldly after everything she'd done? She had broken him, discarded him like he was nothing. And now, she was pledging her eternal love to another man as if Issei's pain didn't exist. He exhaled sharply, his anger simmering beneath the surface. She made her choice, he muttered to himself. She'll regret it soon enough. As the ceremony progressed, Issei's irritation grew. The priest's deep, deliberate voice carried through the grand hall, punctuated by the soft murmurs of the guests. The couple exchanged their vows, their words dripping with feigned love and hollow promises. Issei's patience wore thin. Ridiculous, he muttered, his voice laced with contempt. Just get on with it already. This farce is unbearable. Hovering above the grand hall, cloaked in the shadows of a concealment spell, Issei summoned his key. A glowing sphere of crimson energy formed in his palm, its surface crackling with ominous power. He calibrated it carefully, ensuring it wouldn't kill Rias but would leave her humiliated and broken. His crimson eyes narrowed, his focus unwavering. Below, the priest, Vasco Strata, continued the ritual with unwavering solemnity. He turned to Kenji, his voice resonating with authority. Kenji Hayato, do you take Rias Gremory as your lawfully wedded wife? Kenji's face lit up with a blush as he smiled brightly. I do. A faint smirk played on Issei's lips. That smile wouldn't last much longer. The priest then turned to Rias, his tones steady and deliberate. Rias Gremory, do you take Kenji Hayato as your lawfully wedded husband? Rias's eyes sparkled with joy as she answered, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. I do. More than anything else. The hall erupted in applause, the crowd's cheers echoing off the ornate walls. Aquino, Asia, and the other members of the Occult Research Club watched with bittersweet smiles, while members of the Gremory and Phoenix families exchanged nods of approval. The air was thick with celebration. Then came the fateful words. If anyone has any objections to this union, speak now or forever hold your peace. For a moment, silence reigned. The crowd held its breath, waiting for the ceremony to proceed. But then, a voice rang out, sharp, commanding, and unmistakable. I object. The crowd froze, their joyous expressions twisting into ones of confusion and shock. Heads turned in every direction, searching for the source of the interruption. That voice, Aquino whispered, her brow furrowing. Why does it sound so familiar? Asia clutched her hands to her chest, her voice trembling. It feels like Issei-san. Rias managed to gain a glance at Issei, and widened her eyes in horror seeing him. Before anyone else could react further, a powerful ki blast tore through the air, slamming into Rias with unrelenting force. Her scream echoed through the hall as her elegant wedding gown was obliterated, leaving her exposed and humiliated, completely in response to the attack. The impact sent her sprawling to the ground, her body charred and trembling. Rias! Multiple voices cried out in horror, primarily belonging to her family and loved ones. The attack didn't stop there. The ki blast triggered a more devastating explosion engulfed Kenji, Vasco, and the nearby guests. The shockwave shattered the ornate glass windows, reducing the once beautiful venue to ruins. When the dust settled, the devastation became clear. Rias lay in a heap, her body battered and her pride shattered. Her gown was gone, leaving her exposed to the mortified crowd. Vasco and Kenji were gravely injured, their bodies barely holding together as healers scrambled to their aid. Several guests lay motionless, casualties of the blast. Who dares dash? Serzex roared, his voice trembling with fury and desperation. His sister lay on the brink of death, her life hanging by a thread. He turned his gaze skyward and locked eyes with Issei. Hovering above the chaos, Issei revealed himself, his figure cloaked in a crimson aura. His eyes gleamed with cold malice as he surveyed the destruction he had wrought. Issei Hayato the Mao growled, his voice seething with rage. You will pay for this, Issei smirked, unbothered by the threats. Good luck with that. Let this be a lesson. Betrayal comes with consequences. The crowd, still reeling from the shock, could only watch helplessly as Issei raised 2 fingers to his forehead. In an instant he vanished, his form dissolving into the air with the signature sound of instant transmission. The hall fell silent, the echoes of his actions lingering in the ruins of what was supposed to be a joyous day. Surzex clenched his fists, his fury boiling over. Issei was now an even bigger fugitive, and the hunt for him would begin. Chaos and panic soon spread throughout. Their former pillar had returned for vengeance, and many were afraid of what may happen. He had not only escaped from the prison but also had destroyed one of their most auspicious weddings that would have changed everything for the factions, bringing a new era of peace for the supernatural factions. To their desires, it did change, but only for the worst. Scene change. Wales, UK, Europe, PM. Issei was now in France, walking across the cathedral. He stretched his whole body, knowing that he can pat his back at a job well done. This was just the beginning. He knew Rias managed to take a glance, and seeing the horror and fear on her face, that was enough for him for the day. The chaos should be enough to distract them for a while. Issei mused, meaning he can start with the next motion of his plan. He had already pinpointed the location. All he needs to do is use instant transmission to immediately teleport to the location. He remembered that Drake spoke about his treasures once. He knew Wales was the location he had kept it. He also had an idea on where he would have lost his treasures, courtesy of his foolish and stupid fight against the lizard Albion. The treasures belonged to Tiamat, the Chaos Karma Dragon. If he could return them, he can either have a potential ally to the termination of the supernatural, or he can end her life, since a dragon is also a filth that is not welcome in his new world. Either way, he needs to get to the treasures, since dragons have a tendency of collecting treasures and gaining them would make him a trillionaire. He remembered Drake having heaps of gold and other treasures just hidden from the rest of the world. The Welsh dragon boasting about it. Now if I remember, that lazy lizard told me several things. He told me that I will have to find a way to enter the barrier, which only the current host of Drake can do so. Issei spoke in a low tone. He was aware that he is going to need to head to the location. He remembered the cave's location from Drake boasting about it. Now you see, Drake, I will take everything that belongs to you, including the treasure that you cherish so much. Issei started to fly off, not caring for what humanity thinks of them, and who saw him fly away. Many were confused on how the man flew off, but they couldn't record due to how fast Issei flew from the ground. Issei was traveling in the sky. He then spoke with excitement. This is so much more fun than simply using wings. Thank you, Goku Black-san, for teaching me this. Issei knew his previous life as a Kai named Zamasu, who served the universe under the Supreme Kai Gawasu. He had eventually grew sick and tired of mortal kind and decided to exterminate them, much to the chagrin of his Supreme Kai Gawasu. He eventually resolved to kill him and locate the Super Dragon Balls and swap bodies with Goku, whom he had a sparring match with, growing amazed with his power of these mortals. He wanted to control the power. Thus this gave birth to Goku Black. He did this due to frustrations towards the Supreme Kai Gawasu not believing his ideals of naive and ineffectual. Taking matters into his own hands, he killed his master, took the time rings, and finally did the swapping of a Goku from a different timeline. He soon mercilessly killed his family before heading to the recovering future Trunks timeline that was starting to heal from several attacks. He laid waste to that timeline, causing events to result in the complete erasure of the future Trunks timeline alongside him. But he was able to travel to the DxD world using his immortality, and reincarnate as Issei. Unlike Goku Black, Issei didn't want to wipe out humanity, seeing them as somewhat tolerable as opposed to the world he originated from, as well as amusing. He did want to destroy the supernatural, however, purging their stench and stain from this world. He didn't want their blood to pollute this beautiful world. Things like low-level gods, reincarnated devils, and brave saints, they needed to be cleansed from this world. Picking up the pace and speed, he started to increase the speed of his flying even more. He soon reached the cave, landing with a small thud. The location was deep inside a forest which was far hidden from human and supernatural alike, due to which only a few people know of this. He then spoke with a dark smile. This is it. Entering the cave, he found it to be empty. He knew why this was the case. Drake was aware that there would be looters that would want to claim his treasure. Hence the dragon had placed illusion magic to discourage looters that there is no treasure here. The illusion was powerful enough to turn would-be treasure hunters and other dragons that wanted to claim the treasures for himself. This was made to be discourage and infuriate them, however, not for Issei. He walked inside, and took a deep breath. He soon screamed at the top of his lungs, releasing his ki everywhere. This was made to disrupt the illusion magic that was coating the location. Issei's screams were loud enough to alert the birds and other animals to flee from the location. The massive key was shaking the whole cave rapidly, causing rocks to fall into the surrounding locations. Issei could see the illusion magic wearing out, showing the treasure. Soon it completely dissipated, revealing the treasure room to the rest of the world. It was a cave that had several thousand chests, all filled to the brim with gold and other gems. He also saw potteries and other vases that were centuries old and unbroken. Additionally, the cave also revealed a secret hidden exit route. Now, a way to take this with me. Issei looked at the treasures, wondering if he can find anything to store all this treasure inside. He was careful to not ruin any vases since they are invaluable. He levitated using his key and headed outside in the hole that was present outside the location. He was surprised to see a giant door that was seemingly guarding something. He tried to push the door but was suddenly repulsed by a force field. I see, guess I have to brute force my way through this as well. Issei soon started to generate ki in his hands, bringing it together into a singular point, concentrating it. The user cups their hands together and brings them to their side, near their hip. The energy starts to gather, but in a lower amount. The ki surrounding Issei's body increases substantially. Issei felt the energy surging through his body, the raw power of his ki growing steadily as he prepared to unleash the technique. The ancient structure around him trembled slightly from the intensity of his energy. He continued, focusing all his concentration on the task at hand. The glowing sphere of energy in his cupped hands grew brighter, illuminating the dark surroundings with a brilliant blue hue. The air crackled with static energy, and the force of his power caused loose debris to rise around him. The door in front of him remained unyielding, its force field shimmering faintly as if mocking his efforts. Issei smirked, undeterred. How the energy sphere pulsed, growing denser, more potent. Issei's muscles tensed as he poured more of his ki into the attack, his aura flaring wildly around him. The sheer force of his power now created small shockwaves, pushing the debris away in bursts. His voice grew louder, more determined, echoing through the chamber. The energy in his hands felt almost alive, surging with his intent to break through whatever lay in his path. Ha! Issei thrust his hands forward, the concentrated beam of energy exploding from his palms in a brilliant, roaring wave. The Kamehameha shot forward, colliding with the force field. The impact caused an ear-splitting crack, the sheer power of the beam pressing relentlessly against the barrier. For a moment, it seemed as if the force field would hold. But then, with a deafening shatter, the barrier gave way, disintegrating into countless shards of light that faded into nothingness. The Kamehameha continued its path, striking the massive door with tremendous force. The ancient metal groaned before it burst open, the sheer energy reducing parts of the door to molten slag. As the dust settled, Issei lowered his hands, panting slightly from the effort. The door now stood open, revealing what lay beyond. Inside was a vast, dimly lit chamber, its walls lined with intricate carvings that glowed faintly with a mysterious light. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, and atop it rested a peculiar artifact, a small, ornate chest encrusted with gemstones and radiating a faint, golden aura. Issei floated into the chamber cautiously, his senses on high alert. The chest seemed to hum with energy, and he could tell it wasn't an ordinary treasure box. Well, this looks promising, he muttered, approaching the pedestal. He reached out to touch the chest but stopped short, noticing faint inscriptions on the pedestal. He touched the chest and opened it with his force. Issei saw several text structures, and other treasures. Using ki, he found out these treasures belonged to different pantheons. He picked up one, whose inscription read, Golden Tiger Claws. This thing can create portals that can take me anywhere. This thing can create portals that can take me anywhere. Taking a glance at the treasure he had found, he then spoke with a sigh, just what has that lizard been collecting? He rummaged through the different collection piece, as he found a ring which read, Celestial Ring Storage. Reading through its information, he knew that this was perfect to store all the treasure he needs. As he spoke with a smirk, just what I need. Issei soon rummaged even more, taking all the necessary artifacts and separating them from the useless, dangerous or the ones that can counter the ones taken by him. He collected all of them, not intending to let it fall under Drake's hands or anyone else's hands. He was tempted to destroy them but chose not to. Looking at the ones he had collected, he soon called the incantation that he had read behind the ring. Celestial ring, envelop. The items were soon siphoned into the ring which he had collected. The golden tiger claws being one of them. If instant transmission fails, then he can use this as an alternate. He headed down from to the cave and once again did the same thing for the gold and gems of the treasure. Celestial ring, envelop. Once again the ring enveloped the stuff needed. He soon brought out the quantum cube generator, which was a different treasure that the Welsh dragon had collected. He generated several cubes from it by tapping the switch and released several cubes that consumed the invaluables and purple cubes, as he used the ring to keep them inside. He generated several cubes from it by tapping the switch and released several cubes that consumed the invaluables and purple cubes, as he used the ring to keep them inside. By once again chanting, Celestial ring, envelop, he enveloped everything again. The reason he used the quantum cube was to protect the invaluables so that they don't get accidentally broken or ruined by what had happened. Looking at the cave, it was completely empty. Issei had cleaned off the treasures that had been present inside the cave. He walked outside, levitating in the air before flying off into the evening sky. His next location was back in Tokyo, where he would be resting for the night before heading to a jeweler's shop in US that would sell the gems and gold he gained. Scene change. Serafal Memorial Hospital, Underworld PM. The sterile white walls of the Serafal Memorial Hospital radiated a cold, clinical light that illuminated the rows of hospital beds in one of the private wings reserved for high-profile patients. The beeping of monitors and the soft hum of medical equipment filled the room, a haunting melody of life struggling to hold on. Rias Gremry, the proud king of the Gremry peerage who had been present during the wedding, was now confined to a bed, her body battered and broken. Bandages wrapped around her torso, limbs, and head, hiding the deep cuts and bruises beneath. 4 drips and enchanted recovery tubes fed her potions and nutrients, but the process of healing was slow. Kenji was watching his fiancée being placed in an induced coma due to what had happened. The day of happiness was turned into the day of ruin. He was helpless and powerless, as not only did Issei manage to escape from prison and infiltrate the wedding without much effort, but he also had the courage to bring Rias to such a state. He placed his hand onto the hospital room before balling it into a fist. He despised his cousin for being the sole reason for causing this state to begin with. The day he had been looking forward to, for the previous few months, had been ruined by Issei Hayato. He cursed the state he was in, feeling fury on what would have happened. Partner, there is no point in getting angry. A voice snapped out of his anger, which was revealed to be Drake's voice. He was not only horrified and shocked at the fact that Issei managed to escape, but also was the root cause of Rias's state. His power was unwitnessed and unparalleled, something he never saw it coming. He felt angry at this, angry at the fact that Issei was much more powerful than he had anticipated. He was furious at what he had done to Kenji. I can't help it, Drake. That bastard of a cousin managed to get past every single security force in the prison, slaughtering them without any mercy, and then coming to our wedding and doing this to Rias. Kenji spoke sadly and with controlled anger as tears fell from his eyes. He was helpless and powerless in doing anything about Rias. Not only was her body exposed to everyone present, humiliating the little sister of Lucifer even more, but she was in such a brutal condition, almost bringing her to death really made the bad situation of Issei's escape even worse. Drake sighed, his voice filled with both anger and determination as he continued, "We'll find a way to defeat Issei, but to do so, you must grow stronger, stronger than you've ever imagined. Right now your anger blinds you. Channel it into purpose, Kenji. Use it to protect those you care about, to ensure this never happens again. Channel it to destroy Issei." Kenji clenched his fists tighter, his knuckles turning white. He gazed at Rias's unconscious form, her body wrapped in a cocoon of healing magic and bandages. The sight of her fragile state tore at his heart, fueling the fire of his resolve. "I swear to you, Rias," he whispered, his voice trembling, "I'll make sure he pays for everything he's done. I won't let him get away with this." "Not again." Drake's voice softened slightly, though the resolve was still evident. He was livid at the action Issei displayed. "Good. But remember, vengeance alone won't be enough. Issei has tapped into a power far beyond what even I could predict. You must prepare for the day you face him, physically, mentally, and emotionally. Kenji nodded, wiping away his tears. He turned to face Drake, determination burning in his eyes. Then help me. Train me, even more. I don't care what it takes or how much pain I have to endure. I won't rest until I've surpassed him. Drake was about to respond, as he soon sensed something off. He sensed someone managed to infiltrate the treasure he had kept safely from the rest of the world. No. This is bad. Why? What happened? Drake was about to respond to Kenji's question, who was even more worried, as if the situation was not bad enough. In just one day, Issei managed to start complete chaos against the factions. He also had taken Drake's treasure, since the Welsh dragon informed Issei once about his treasure. But he was surprised and horrified by the fact that he managed to enter the hidden location without a proper key which only Drake had access to. He was paled by the fact that Issei managed to get in to gain the artifacts that he had sealed away in his treasure. Anger brewed from his entire body, wanting to make his former partner pay for what he had done, and his involvement in the theft of treasure he had painstakingly collected in the past years. He will make sure to destroy his soul completely. However, before anything could happen, knocks were heard garnering their attention. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Kenji turned to see Akino and Asia entering the room. Both women looked exhausted, their faces pale and filled with worry. Kenji, Akino began softly, we need to talk. Surzek-sama has called an emergency meeting. Everyone is demanding answers about Issei's escape and the attack. And she hesitated, glancing at Ryasa's unconscious form. They want to know what we're going to do about him. Kenji nodded, his expression grim. I'll be there. But first he turned back to Ryas, gently brushing a strand of hair from her face. Rest, Ryas. I'll make things right. I promise. As he left the room with Akino and Asia, his mind raced with thoughts of what lay ahead. He knew the road to defeating Issei would be long and fraught with challenges, but he was ready. For Ryas, for his family, and for himself, he would rise above. Drake was now starting to be a little afraid of his former partner. Afraid of what some of the items are capable of. Some can even contend with the Longinus, and can bring about the end of the world if needed. Kenji wondered what had happened that caused Drake to be afraid. However, his thoughts drifted towards scene change. Meeting room, Underworld, Lilith, PM. Kenji had arrived alongside Akino and Asia. All three of whom were clearly visibly shaken by the events that have happened due to Issei's attack on them. They saw the leaders, or most of them, having a grim expression on their faces. I am glad you all could make it. Surzek spoke with a grim tone. He was livid at what Issei had done. He then continued, we need to speak about Issei Hayadu. Yes, not only does that brat manage to escape one of the most secure prisons in all of the underworld, but he also managed to infiltrate the wedding. Odin commented while stroking his beard. He was also stunned by how Issei managed to infiltrate and evade the guards, killing anyone that stood in his way, and triggered a prison break that caused the death of many innocent devils. How? Is what we must know. Seraphal spoke angrily, her bubbly and cheerful demeanor gone with Issei's escape. She was furious at what he must have done to escape, and the message he sent from the guard commander he spared came true, and Ryas's fate was an example of it. We don't know, no guard detected his presence, even we failed to do so. That brat was 2 steps ahead of us. Zeus exclaimed with anger. He started to hate Issei at this point for not listening to their gods and superiors, but also for defying the gods. He should have stayed in prison, or should have accepted the invitation that was gracefully given to him by Kenji. My guess, he must have sealed his presence. I mean, it is not impossible to do so, correct? Azazel spoke calmly. He was aware of stealth magic. He then continued with calmed anger. But how is what we need to know? He managed to get in, unleash a powerful attack capable of killing people, and then escaped without leaving behind a trace. We all were there, Azazel. We all saw that. Surzek angrily responded to the fallen angel's former leader, as he nodded. Everyone wanted to know, how did he get in? And if so, how did he keep himself hidden? And what else was he capable of? Drake was silent. He didn't know whether he should tell the leaders or not about what happened to his treasury. Unless asked about it, he decides to keep it a secret. But he felt like telling about it to everyone. He didn't trust the leaders completely, since the artifacts can be useful to their own personal goals. But the Welsh dragon knows on how dangerous they can be, and on how devastating to the world it can be if it falls into the wrong hands. Maybe he can discuss with Kenji at a later time, since right now, their priority is to locate Issei, and if that is a success then he can also retrieve his treasure back from him. What should we do then? Michael asked with a calm tone, as Azazel spoke with a frustrated tone. The attack from Rias tells us one thing. Issei wants revenge, so we along with the Gremry Peerage and Team DXD will be his targets. He'll attack different locations, but I firmly believe that he will come after Grigori. Shemhazai looked surprised at this, before realizing why Issei would come after them. Is it because of, yes, he would want Ophis's powers that we had stolen from him back. That is why he'll come after us next. The other leaders and those from Team DXD saw this to be a possibility that will happen in the future. Surzex then spoke for everyone. Then it's settled, we will set up protection against him. If he wants our destruction, then we won't go down without a fight, and I'll see to it that he is destroyed, for good. The others nodded in agreement, however to everyone's surprise someone spoke up and it was revealed to be Kenji. Surzex, who had been seething with fury at the events of the day, gave a reluctant nod. Go on, Kenji. Speak your mind. Kenji took a deep breath, collecting his thoughts before continuing. His gaze briefly flickered to the others in the room, Akino, Asia, and the leaders, all of whom were still reeling from the attack. Their expressions were a mix of anger, sorrow, and disbelief, mirroring his own feelings. He knew that everyone wanted Issei's destruction, but Kenji's mind was focused on a different path. We might need my cousin alive, Kenji began, his voice steady despite the turmoil inside him. He knows something that we don't. He escaped from the most secure prison in the underworld, and he did it without even having the boosted gear. He used techniques we've never seen before, things that are beyond anything we've encountered. His eyes hardened, and his words took on a more urgent tone. If we want to defeat him, we need to understand what he's become. We need to know how he thinks, how he fights, and what powers he now possesses. A shocked silence filled the room. The leaders exchanged glances, their faces a mixture of disbelief and uncertainty. The idea of keeping Issei alive, even temporarily, was anathema to everything they had fought for. But Kenji's words had struck a chord, particularly in light of the strange and powerful attack that Issei had used on Rias. Azazel, ever the pragmatist, leaned forward in his seat, his gaze sharp. Kenji's right. We've seen the footage, and I can tell you this much. That attack wasn't magic. It wasn't any form of energy manipulation I've ever encountered. It was something else entirely, something I can't even begin to explain. If we're going to have any chance of surviving this, we need to know exactly what we're up against. Surzex clenched his fists, his face darkening with a mixture of rage and worry. And you think we'll just let him walk away? After everything he's done? After what he did to Rias? His voice was low, dangerous. He's a threat. A massive one. Why should we risk letting him live? We must hunt him down. Kenji's expression remained calm, though his mind was racing. I understand your anger, Lord Surzex, Kenji said, his voice still steady, but with a hint of pleading. Believe me, I want to destroy him too. But we have to be smart about this. If we don't understand what he's become, all of us, including Rias, Aquino, and everyone else, could be in even greater danger. We need to capture him, study him, and learn about his powers. Only then can we truly defeat him. Shemhazai, who had been listening intently, let out a deep sigh, looking at Kenji with a mixture of sympathy and caution. You're asking us to take a huge risk, Kenji? We all know what Issei is capable of, and we've seen firsthand the devastation he can cause. Kenji nodded, fully aware of the risks involved. I know it's a gamble, but sometimes it's the only option we have. We're not just fighting a man anymore, we're fighting a force that we don't fully understand. If we rush into this without knowing what we're dealing with, we might all pay the price. There was a long pause as the leaders considered Kenji's words. He could see the conflicting emotions in their eyes, anger, fear, and hesitation. They had all seen the destruction that Issei was capable of, and they had all lost something in the wake of his actions. But Kenji knew that the only way forward, the only way to stand a chance against Issei's newfound power, was to take this risk to find a way to counter Issei's powers. Finally, Surzek spoke again, his tone heavy with the weight of the decision before them. Fine. We will work on capturing him. But make no mistake, Kenji, once we find his weaknesses and strengthens, we will eliminate him permanently. Kenji took a glance at the other leaders who agreed to this without hesitation. I understand. Kenji spoke seriously, as the leaders nodded. They all knew that studying Issei and capturing him is a must. If they need to get rid of him, permanently, we focus on first securing Grigori, Gremry family and other locations. Issei will come for them first. He'll want vengeance against all of them with the desire of wiping them out to make an example. Ajuka spoke, after remaining silent in the meeting, as he continued, we will add security even more, using security system magic, and other magic that will detect his very presence. He may not have the boosted gear, but it is still draconic. We must use that to their advantage. The leaders nodded in agreement to Ajuka's words, as they started to plan on how secure they can make their locations that Issei will target in their presumptions. They know that Issei wants revenge, and they must prevent that. Little did they know, they made one crucial mistake. Issei doesn't plan on going after Grigori, at least not now. He has other plans before ensuring that his Zero supernatural plan is a success. Scene change. Niflheim, Yggdrasil, PM. Issei had teleported to the location using instant transmission. He knew where he was, and what exactly he needed to do. He was aware on why he is here. This is the place. Issei muttered with determination. He knew what he had to do, if he needed to guarantee that his Zero supernatural plan works without any problems. He'll need to gather like-minded individuals that can serve his goals and ally with him. He then continued looking at what seems to be a prison. As he spoke, Niflheim Bastile, one of the most secure and powerful Nordic prison, meant to house some of the more dangerous criminals in all of Norse mythology. Located underneath the base of Yggdrasil, the giant tree that connects all of the realms in Norse mythology. This is where I'll find her, she'll be useful to my goals. Issei looked at the prison ready for another prison break, however this time. He only is going to spare one person, the person of his interest. The rest all will be purged by him, not being needed in this new world of his. Issei scanned the location he was in. The prison was located in the desolate realm of Niflheim, one of the 9 realms. Known as the land of primordial cold and mist, Niflheim's harsh and inhospitable environment serves as a natural deterrent for escape. The prison is hidden deep within an ever-shifting glacier, surrounded by treacherous ice fields and frozen waters. The prison is a colossal fortress carved from unmelting ice and enchanted rock, with towering walls that shimmer with a blue, otherworldly glow. Frost runes are etched into the surfaces, creating a magical barrier that nullifies most powers. The central tower, where the most dangerous prisoners are held, reaches into the stormy skies of Niflheim, visible for miles. Issei scanned the location. That was where he is supposed to find his target and person of interest. He remembered some things that have happened, due to talks that have happened between prisoner guards. He heard early on that Loki was executed for his actions at the Peace Summit, and continuing to harm the faction's peace. The reason being? He had been secretly colluding with the guards in the Norse mythology to attack again. The guards, who were spies of the Cow's Brigade, had agreed to work with the Norse god of mischief. However, this was his undoing, as Kenji convinced the Norse Pantheon to execute him due to him being a problem, since he'll keep attacking them over and over again. This was an example. But he was not Issei's target. He was never his target of interest, since he knows Loki wouldn't even want to work with him due to his attitude and pride of being a Norse god. Remembering the god of mischief annoyed him to no bounds. His main target? That was his daughter Hel. He knew that Hel would have some anger or animosity towards the factions for being the sole reason why her father/creator is dead. Hel was the only one that did care for him, to the point of actively going against Odin and the rest of Asgard. He knew that she did attack the summit, and was defeated by Issei a long while back. Interesting, let's make some chaos. Issei started to use instant transmission to detect her precise signal so that he can enter in without a problem. He knew that he will cause the whole prison to fall apart, wiping out anyone that would be a filth to his new world. Hel's prison room, Niflheim Bastile, Niflheim, AM. A woman can be seen sipping a glass of wine in her prison room. This was a room that was made for her. The woman is none other than Hel or Hela in some writings. She was described to be a beautiful woman with a tall figure with long hair of mixed colors of red and blue, dressed in a robe with blue color. She had dark blue eyes and an hourglass figure. She had worn 2 earrings on her face. Hel had a small smile on her face. She took a sip of her wine, contemplating the events that have happened. Her father is dead. And she has nothing left due to many of her siblings and other relatives either siding with the factions or dead. She was all alone, in the 4 walls of her prison. The wine glass was kept down. She couldn't even cry or get angry at this point. It has been months since Loki's execution took a toll on her. She was powerless, and she had accepted her fate. If the Norse want her dead, she'll gladly join the gallows in that case. After all, she had nothing left to lose, honestly. Someone spoke, garnering the goddess's attention. As he continued, I was expecting you to be a bit angry given your father's demise. But this wasn't what I was expecting. Hel turned around to see Issei. However, instead of getting angry like she would have normally been, sensing the man that imprisoned her, and was the reason why her father had perished, but now, she wasn't angry. She was more or less confused on his arrival. Issei can be seen leaning on what seems to the balcony of the prison. He was surprised that gods and goddesses managed to get a better prison that is more or less akin to a hotel. He fired a key blast that destroyed the camera watching over them. However, Hel wasn't affected by what had happened, nor did she care about it. What do you want, Security? Hel looked at the bottle of wine and poured another glass. What do you want, Security? Hel looked at the bottle of wine and poured another glass. She was already drunk from drinking too much wine. Issei then spoke. Drinking wine? Never expected you to have a luxury, especially in a prison like this. Hel only chuckled, however it was more or less of a despair one. She then took a sip and spoke. Good behavior grants you luxuries, Hayadu. My good behavior granted me access to wine and books and a better room. Honestly, it matters not. Why are you even here, Security? Ex-Security, actually. Issei corrected her, which did surprise her, as he continued. Haven't been one since a year, more than a year actually. Huh? Hel asked with confusion before turning back to her wine and having a sip of it. She then spoke with a sarcastic tone. And dragons are supposed to be loyal and stubborn towards their hosts. Abandoning one is not heard of, Hayadu. Believe it if you want, goddess. But it is true, Kenji was the one that has the boosted gear. Hel stopped drinking momentarily. She got furious upon hearing the name. It was like a sort of a trigger for the goddess of Niflheim. She was beyond livid by how that man was the sole reason why her father is dead, his soul destroyed by the same people that were once his family and friends. You dare mention that name in front of me? Hel exclaimed with fury, her tone dripping with venom at this. Despite being imprisoned, she was livid at the thought of this. However, to her surprise, Issei didn't show fear or anger. Instead, the man grinned. I guess you have some flame left in you. Flames of anger and hatred towards the new Security. Issei spoke happily with a dark grin. Hel looked at him before turning down in sadness. She then spoke while laughing sadly. But what do? I can't do anything about it. I am sealed, weak and just a shadow of myself. A prideful goddess, a ruler like me, being imprisoned in this very realm she was meant to rule over. There is nothing I can do, Hel spoke sadly, her voice having despair underneath it. Issei only looked at her with a neutral tone, before speaking with a sigh, losing his grin after hearing her giving up on herself. He had to motivate her for revenge just like Goku Black did for him. And here I thought you would want some revenge against those that had been the reason for your situation. I guess I was wrong. Hel turned to him. As Issei was about to leave, he placed his hand preparing for an instant transmission. Hel had a look of horror. He was leaving her in this state, as she expected him to help her, like the old Issei would, but she doesn't know that the old Issei was gone. Wait! Hel exclaimed with slight desperation, as she asked, Are you going to leave me here like this? Yes. Issei bluntly spoke, as he continued, Why would I save someone that has no hope of ever getting back at those that want revenge against the ones that ruined your life? The Queen of Niflheim, turn into this pathetic being. I expected you to have some level of vengeance against the ones that caused you misery. Issei spoke with a disappointed and slight mockery, causing Hel to start getting angry. She was gritting her teeth in anger, as he continued, "Guess it can't be helped. You did get beat up badly to the point by the man in front of you. Never thought you'd lose the will to fight back." Hel was glaring angrily at him. She looked at Issei with anger and contempt. She felt furious at the mockery that Issei displayed against her, and on how he called her out to be pathetic. She was not pathetic, she didn't want to be pathetic. But she was aware of her powerlessness in the situation. She felt fury at this, and how she was unable to do anything to protect those that she cared for. Upon sensing the change in her attitude, Issei took a glance at her. He knew she can't do anything in this state. He walks to her, and speaks with a grin. "I sense your anger, your hatred. Use that as a motivation, Hel. Show me the Hel that I met during the pavilion exhibit. The same Hel that opposed Odin's decision of pavilion exhibition in Asgard. You were even willing to confront Odin. Yet here's a woman that is just the shadow of her old self." Hel, despite getting angrier, was starting to see what Issei meant by this. Hel was starting to direct her anger towards herself. Her broken state due to what had happened to her family. They were broken by the factions, with many either dead or betraying them. "Good, let that fuel you!" Issei exclaimed with a dark tone. "Let your anger fuel your desire of vengeance. Give me the woman that was strong-willed to even oppose the All-Father." Hel looked at him. The Queen of Niflheim knew what he was referring to. He wanted to bring out the same woman that had opposed the factions. She exclaimed, "Fine, if that is the woman you want to see, you have got yourself a deal, Hayadu. Excellent. All I need is your resolve and willpower, Hel. I will give you the opportunity needed to take your revenge against the family that has wronged you. Become my ally, and you'll gain everything that you desire." Issei spoke with a smile, as he placed his hand forward in a helping manner. He then continued, "We don't need to be friends, just allies we do. We both hate the factions and want them to suffer. The question is, do you have the will to fight alongside me? Or are you going to remain a broken woman, shadow of the goddess Hel that even opposed the All-Father?" Hel took a moment to contemplate. Issei was saying his words to bring her to her side. She was tempted to join him. Her enemy that she once resented with all of her heart, due to sealing Loki away, was now offering her a chance to work with him. She wanted to get back at those that were the sole reason on why her family is in shambles, but didn't have the power or motivation to do so. "Very well, I am in. But Odin and Thor are my kills, not yours." Hel stated her condition, placing her hand gently onto Issei's own, as he nodded in response, and spoke seriously, "Fine, but the rest of Asgard. I will burn it to the ground." "You don't care, do you?" Hel shook her head, and spoke without hesitation and with a cold tone, "I don't. I will join you, but how do we get out of there?" "That." Issei spoke with a dark smirk on his face. He then continued, "You can leave it to me, Hel." Scene change. Outside the prison, Niflheim, AM. The Niflheim Bastile, an eternal monument to cold justice and unyielding imprisonment, was constantly patrolled by frost giants, their massive forms blending seamlessly with the icy landscape, and Valkyries, whose frost-forged wings shimmered under the pale light of the frozen skies. For centuries, no force had dared challenge its impenetrable walls, no prisoner had escaped its frost-bound chains. But in a single moment, that legacy was reduced to ruin. A massive explosion erupted from the heart of the Bastile, shaking the icy plains of Niflheim to their core. The blast ripped through enchanted ice and stone as though they were mere snowdrifts, and an unholy light consumed the fortress. Frost giants were hurled like ragdolls across the tundra, their roars of shock lost amidst the deafening cacophony. Valkyries, caught mid-flight, spiraled out of control, their armor scorched and wings battered by the shockwave. When the blinding light finally subsided, all that remained of the Bastile was rubble and frost-laden smoke. The enchanted spires, once unyielding, now lay shattered, their power undone. The air grew eerily still, broken only by the groans of the injured and the haunting crackle of ice reforming unnaturally across the ruins. At the epicenter of the devastation, where the heart of the Bastile once pulsed with ancient magic, a dark portal flickered and churned. Its energy radiated cold so intense that even the frost giants shivered involuntarily. From the portal's depths, a figure emerged. They moved with a predatory grace, their form wreathed in a shroud of shadow and frost fire. Their eyes, glowing in icy blue, pierced the haze as they surveyed the destruction with calm indifference. The figure's presence was oppressive, their very essence exuding an ancient and primal cold that seemed to sap the life from the surrounding land. The Valkyries, though staggered, quickly rallied. Scotty, the Winter Blade and commander of the Bastile's defenders, raised her sword high, its frost-forged edge blazing with runic energy. "Hold your ground," she commanded, her voice carrying over the din. "This is no ordinary breach, this is an assault on Niflheim itself." The frost giants, bruised and battered, formed an icy phalanx, their massive weapons glinting under the pale skies. They tried to look through the dust on who was responsible for this, revealing the main perpetrator to be Issei and the goddess of Niflheim, and the Bastile's former prisoner Hel herself. "You know, when you said you got a plan of dealing with my escape. I never expected you to destroy the prison, completely. That is why you wanted some of my seals, correct? So that you can manipulate it to do so?" Hel spoke with a tone of disbelief and surprise, as she was really not expecting to bring down the prison itself that housed several criminals, many even more dangerous than the goddess Hel herself. Issei only spoke with a smirk, remembering using his key to make the seals far more dangerous and deadly, ensuring that all prisoners along with any guards are long dead. "Well, I did say I want to cleanse the supernatural filth from this world, correct? The Norse should be happy I am cleaning up their mess." Hel could only nod, remembering how much Issei resented the factions that he had once served unconditionally. She didn't blame him for having this level of resentment towards them. Soon enough, the Valkyries recognized the man, with Scotty, being the angriest, declaring with fury, "Issei, you have some nerve of releasing Hel from her prison. We will make you regret it." Issei only looked at her for a moment, and spoke while releasing his key. "Scotty, I presume? You are also a filth that needs to be cleansed from this world. And I will gladly finish it." His aura flared, a mixture of crimson and jet-black energy swirling around him like a storm of pure malice. The frosted air of Niflheim rippled and cracked under the sheer force of his key, and even the hardened Valkyries instinctively stepped back, their weapons trembling in their hands. Scotty held her ground, her frost-forged blade gleaming as she pointed it directly at him. "You dare desecrate this sacred realm with your madness? You will pay for your arrogance." Issei chuckled, his voice carrying a mocking tone layered with malice. "Arrogance? No, Scotty. What you see before you is justice, divine retribution for the filth that your kind has allowed to fester in this world. You imprison Hel for a crime of speaking out against her superiors, yet Odin and the others make acts of injustice. Hypocrisy at its finest." His eyes gleamed with a mix of contempt and glee, the twisted ideals of Goku Black merging seamlessly with the deep resentment Issei harbored toward the factions he once served. Hel, standing beside him, watched the exchange with a mix of amusement and unease. She hadn't anticipated this level of destruction, nor the chaotic force that Issei had become. While she relished her freedom, the sheer unpredictability of her unlikely ally left her wary, but she knew that she was better off listening to him rather than make an enemy of the very man that had released her from her prison. Scotty's fury was a tempest unto itself. She lunged, her blade trailing frost fire as she aimed for Issei's heart. "Enough talk, traitor. Your sins end here." Hel looked concerned. Issei didn't show any signs of movement, once Scotty reached as close as possible. She was about to shout when Issei grabbed her blade with his hand, much to Scotty and Hel's shock. "Predictable." Issei spoke with a tone dripping with disappointment. He forcefully pulled the blade from her hand and unleashed a divine ki blast towards it, shattering it completely. Scotty was pale by what she was witnessing. That blade was created by the dwarfs. Scotty spoke with horror. The blade that was passed down from generations was destroyed like it was nothing. She glared towards Issei with anger and hatred. As she shouted, "You will pay for this." Scotty started to attack him with punches, and other attacks. He soon followed it up with a brutal gut punch aimed at her stomach, making her gag in response. Hel noticed the other Valkyries charging their attack at them. However, instead of being concerned, she smirked, knowing that she had been returned to her full power once she was released outside the prison room that was filled with runes to suppress and seal her power. The Valkyries were charging their Nordic elemental magic at Issei in an attempt to take him down, but Hel was faster. Floating up in the air, she immediately brought out some explosive seals and threw them onto the Valkyries. The Valkyries were shocked by this, But before they could do anything, Hel commanded, "Explode." The command was enough to make the seals brightly glow and trigger massive amounts of explosions, causing many of the Valkyries to scream in pain. The explosion was enough to kill them. As soon she unleashed a magic circle, and released a green mist onto the corpses of the Valkyries. Scotty, who had just recovered from the brutal gut punch from Issei, looked on in horror, as she exclaimed with fear for her comrades, knowing what exactly Hel intends to do. "No!" Scotty screamed with fear. But Issei was quick. Seeing the opportunity, he created a violet key blade from his divine key and stabbed the Frost Guardian with the blade. Scotty coughed up blood, looking at Issei with contempt, but that changed to fear when she saw his smirk. Soon enough, a burst of purple key exploded from the blade, making the winter blade screech in pain. Issei waited for the key to dissolve, revealing a charred Scotty, who was barely looking at Issei in the eye. She was completely beaten due to the immense pain she was suffering. The Giantess Valkyrie hybrid was completely and brutally defeated by Issei Hayato. "It's time for your cleansing, all of you will fall," Issei declared, as soon someone surprising spoke up. "Wait." He turned to the voice to see Hel speak up. She had eliminated the Valkyries, and they had turned into zombies meant to serve her, as they were seen fighting against the Frost Giants. She had a smile on her face, speaking, "Hand her to me. Having a Jotun or a Giantess to serve our goals would be interesting and useful to our..." Issei took a look at the Frost Giants falling one by one. He smirked and spoke, "Fine, but I'll kill her." Hel nodded, as Issei unleashed a blade aimed at her heart, causing her to cough up. He then spoke with an evil smile, "Your cleansing will soon be complete, and you shall assist me in this, no matter your thoughts or opinions." Scotty, looking at her killer with contempt, snarled her final words. "You speak of cleansing, but all I see is destruction. You're no savior, you're a monster." Issei's expression darkened, his smile fading into a cold, venomous glare. "A monster? Perhaps. But I never said I was a savior. After all, I am the monster this world needs to purge itself of its sins." Scotty widened her eyes upon hearing this. As soon started to lose her consciousness, her vision became blurry. Tears started to fall from her eyes. She was going to serve her killers just like her brethren are doing right now. Issei removed his blade as Scotty plummeted to the ground, but not before speaking with contempt. "And you, Scotty, are just another stain to be wiped clean." Hel looked at Issei for a moment, seeing the vast difference between the two Isseis, the first being the savior of the factions, the one that had died a year back due to the factions betraying and abandoning him, and the second being the one in front of her, the man that destroyed Niflheim Bastile, and is the sole reason why there are no survivors in the place. She didn't know why, but she felt anger, relating to the suffering she also had to endure due to the Norse faction. She understood Issei's anger and didn't condemn it. If anything, she approved of it. Scotty had passed away, her presence fading from the realm. Hel had one thing left to do, once again releasing the green mist. It consumed the fallen warrior and reanimated her into a walking corpse. Hel then commanded, "Scotty, wipe out every frost giant that is still guarding this location." Scotty nodded to her new master's orders, as she lunged alongside her fellow undead brethren. Amidst the chaos, Hel couldn't help but smirk. "I hate to admit it, but you might actually be more dangerous than I am." Issei laughed, speaking with an amused tone. "Flattery will get you nowhere, Hel. But stick around, I'll show you what real divine judgment looks like." Hel nodded, happy at what had happened. They had taken their first major step in the destruction of the Norse Pantheon, and soon the end of Odin himself. Hel didn't mind working with Issei as an ally. The frost giants had fallen one by one and Hel reanimated them as well, using the same method. She then spoke with a serious, yet her tone had happiness in it. "You were once known as the Winter Blade, the guardian of the Niflheim Bastile. Henceforth, I renamed your battalion as the Frostbound Legion. You'll serve only me and those I ask you to serve." The Legion nodded, as Hel snapped her fingers, making them disappear. Turning to Issei, her savior, she spoke with a smile, "What now? We leave from this place. Odin would get a nice message upon hearing the fall of his most prominent prison. Plus your escape would give the all-fucker a headache." Hel couldn't help but giggle upon hearing the name that Issei gave Odin, as well as remembering Odin's state in the aftermath. She was looking forward to his demise at her hands once the Norse Pantheon falls. Give your hand? Issei brings out his hand, as Hel was surprised, wondering what was going to happen. She gently placed her hand on his, as Issei placed 2 fingers with his free hand on his head. She then asked with a confused tone, "What are you going to do?" "Instant transmission." Issei spoke, sensing a location where the two wouldn't be bothered, as he soon transported, with Hel momentarily being confused by the sudden disappearance. Scene change. Australia AM. Both Hel and Issei managed to teleport to an unknown location in Australia. He knew the supernatural won't be bothering with them in this location. Hel then spoke with confusion. "What? Where are we? And how?" "Australia. The supernatural won't be bothering us. The technique I used was instant transmission. It allows me to teleport to any location, as long as I pinpoint the aura of the location where I want to. I pinpointed the aura of an Australian, and here I teleported to you. And since only I can use this technique, that is why I asked you to hold my hand." Issei responded with a normal tone. As Hel nodded, she had removed her hand from Issei's as she then spoke in response. "So why Australia? And what now?" "Now we lay low, the factions won't find us here. For incidents have happened in one day would get the factions on their knees. So we'll sit back and watch the chaos. I mean, take a break if that is cool with you." Hel shook her head, and spoke with a tone that dripped with slight annoyance. "I am fine with that, was expecting you to go after Odin immediately after that." "Patience, Hel, there is no fun in hunting them down immediately. They broke our lives and made us suffer. They should also experience something same. Plus, it is kind of late, and I could catch up on some sleep." Issei responded while yawning, as Hel nodded. She herself was exhausted by what had happened, and the drinking had taken a toll on her. She constantly kept drinking wine after her father's passing, and she started to get affected by the alcohol. "Well, I will find us a lodging. You don't mind sharing a room for one day, right?" Hel looked at him for a moment, before shaking her head and speaking with a normal tone. "I am fine with that. So shall we head out?" Issei nodded, as the two flew into the air, one using ki and the other using magic to do so, finding a small motel to spend their night in, before they find a way to settle down permanently in a house. "So Issei, mind telling me what caused you to become genocidal?" Hel asked with a bit of a pause, noting the stark contrast between the two Isseis. The one that had been the sole reason why both her father and she herself had been sealed away, and the one that was the reason for releasing her. "Long story short, factions betrayed me, failing to seal and defeat Trihexa, when I wasn't even in the top strongest being. My cousin comes out of nowhere after being AWOL for years on end. Drake believes him to be a suitable host and agrees for a host change, which was done by the crow Azazel, and then the said cousin seals the beast. I get imprisoned in a prison meant for terrorists." Hel gave a nod, remaining silent from what had happened. She knew that Issei had gone through a lot, given that he really despised the factions to the point of committing outright genocide on the supernatural. He sees them as nothing more than a plague that needs to be exterminated. "Speaking of which, do you think the Norse will find out that it is us?" Hel asked with a confused tone, to which Issei spoke with a smile. "They would. I intentionally left the security viewing ruins intentionally intact. I want them to find out that it was me that committed the prison destruction. The most prized location of the Norse Pantheon has completely fallen." Hel grew pale at this. She was afraid they'd find where they are, but Issei spoke up. "Worry not, they won't. When I used instant transmission, I knew that they wouldn't be able to locate us, due to the fact that I can be anywhere in the human world, and the factions won't be able to detect my ki energy even if they wanted to. So we are safe for now." "Alright, if you say so." Hel spoke with a distrustful tone. She wasn't sure if the factions would have found out about them, but she knew that they won't be finding them anytime soon. She knew one thing was certain. Her release was because Issei needed allies, something she knew and understood. She wondered what is going to happen to her. But she was aware of one thing. The fall of the supernatural had begun. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi Issei playing video games in his motel room. The next day, remnants of the Bastile, Niflheim, AM. The Norse Pantheon stood in the heart of Asgard's Great Hall, its grandeur now overshadowed by the chilling weight of devastation. The air was thick with tension, a mix of grief, horror, and simmering rage that even the All-Father himself could not mask. The shimmering rune projection had faded, but its haunting images lingered in the minds of all who had borne witness. No, how can this be? Odin spoke with shock and terror. He was aware on the things that have happened in one day. First was Issei's prison break, then was the wedding incident, and now is the state of Bastile. Father, look! Baldur spoke, bringing out footage from the rune. He then spoke. No one survived the Bastile's fall. Prisoners, guards, Valkyries, and even Jotun, no survivors were left behind. What? Odin exclaimed with desperation, hoping that someone would have survived. The Norse were even more afraid at who was the one responsible for not only breaching through the prison, which was highly secured with anti-teleportation spell, its walls imbued with ancient runes of containment and frost magic. Towering spires pierced the perpetual mist, and its gates, forged from enchanted ice. Powers that even high-class god-level beings struggled to break, or is impossible to break through. Not only that, the cells of the Bastile were enchanted with suppressing runes that can easily siphon away the powers of its inmates. Each cell is uniquely tailored to counteract the specific abilities of its prisoner, from magical nullification fields to barriers of divine energy. And to top it all off, the prison itself was guarded by frost giants and Valkyries. Baldur, Odin commanded, as he continued, explain what happened? What happened here? Why don't you see for yourself, father? Baldur spoke with a tone mixed with fear and terror. The Norse Pantheon, upon sensing the god's fearful tone, made them even more afraid of the situation. The recording began to play, and the Pantheon watched in silence, their expressions darkening with every passing moment. They saw the mighty Bastile crumble in an explosion of frost and energy, its towering spires reduced to rubble. They saw frost giants and Valkyries fall like shattered statues, their lifeless forms entombed in ice. The walls, reinforced with ancient magic, were obliterated as though they were nothing but brittle glass in an explosion. And then, the figures emerged. A man who they recognized to be Issei stood amidst the devastation, his presence commanding and terrifying. His ki radiated dark, divine energy, a blend of malice and power that made even the gods shudder. His eyes burned with cold determination, and his smirk spoke of disdain for everything the Bastile represented. Beside him stood Hel, the goddess of death. Her chains were broken, her suppressed power unleashed in full, and her wrath fell upon the defenders of the Bastile with merciless precision. Together they moved through the chaos like harbingers of death, sparing none in their path. The recording concluded with a final, chilling image, the Bastile reduced to a frozen wasteland, its ruins standing as a graveyard for the countless souls lost that day. As the recording ended, the room fell into a heavy silence. No one dared to speak. Baldur's hands shook as he deactivated the rune, his knuckles white against the edges of the device. Odin's face was ashen, his eyes wide with disbelief and mounting fear at the genocide that had happened. Frigg, the Allmother, finally broke the silence, her voice trembling. It is as if death itself walked among the men, none were spared. Thor clenched his fists, his usual bravado replaced by grim determination. This cannot stand. We must act, father. The factions cannot endure this madness. That brat, he growled, his voice low and venomous. Issei, he has gone too far. Killing innocent Valkyries and frost giants, slaughtering all in his path, and Scotty. His voice cracked as he spoke the name of one of his most loyal and powerful warriors, now among the fallen. Father, what do we do? Sif asked, her voice a mixture of grief and simmering anger. The calm and reasoned wife of Thor now struggled to contain her fury. That wretched boy not only destroyed our prison but defied us, calling us a stain upon this world. Odin straightened, his fury barely contained. We recover. We rebuild. And we inform the other factions of what has transpired. They must know of the threat this boy poses, not just to us but to all. Odin spoke with a commanding tone, his voice rife with fury and anger at the fall of the Bastile, coupled with the death of so many beings. Furthermore, Hel, one of its most dangerous prisoners, had managed to escape, and despite having good behavior, she was stated to still be imprisoned under high security, and to be monitored at all times. Yet, someone had destroyed the recordings of the room, whom they knew for certain was Issei's doing, since Hel's powers were weakened and sealed away when she was in prison. And the 9 realms, Allfather? Heimdall spoke with a tone of concern, As Odin spoke with a sigh, we will inform them, we need to recover what we have lost. It is still surprising on how he got away with so much damage. Very well, Allfather. Heimdall spoke with a bow, as the Norse Pantheon nodded, returning back to Asgard to discuss on what needs to be done next. The gods soon dispersed, their minds burdened with the enormity of the loss, and the threat Issei now represented. The fall of the Bastile was not just a blow to the Norse, it was a declaration of war. And as the Pantheon prepared their response, a chilling realization settled over them all. This was only the beginning. A few days later, Sydney, Australia AM, a mansion could be seen in the beaches near the Sydney city. It was a massive villa with full white exteriors with cyan blue glasses, and a pool, and right in front of it has lake view. This was Issei's mansion, that he had purchased from selling some of the treasure that Drake had collected over the years. He sold the ones that he wouldn't need anymore, each gold coin amounting to at least USD. And gems reaching up to USD? This allowed him to become a trillionaire, making him one of the richest men in the world due to how much treasure he had owned. Issei was grateful that he knew this information from Drake. That lazy lizard did something useful for him after betraying him, which was leaving this treasure behind for him to collect along with the more powerful and deadly treasures he had left behind, which had powerful magical properties. The waves were crashing against the rocks, eroding on it, as the scene moves closer to a master bedroom, which was a luxury bedroom with a king-sized bed, all meant for the current master of this house and property, Issei Hayato. The man himself was sleeping soundly in his new bedroom. The house was all his, and someone else's. Aside from that, no one will intervene or disturb him, and he can even train at this location without someone else disturbing him. Soon his eyes opened, and he groggily yawned. Waking up, he looked at the bed of his new home. Something he earned from his treasure hunting for Drake's treasures. He soon looked at the time at the alarm clock surrounding him. Well, I should probably wake up. Issei removed his quilt, revealing his chiseled muscular body. He had only worn shorts due to how heated Australia's climate can get. He started to sleep without a shirt. He hadn't installed the AC yet, and trained almost every day to improve himself, and as a result, he started to remain shirtless during his training, even sleeping without it. I wonder what Hela is doing. Issei remembered the goddess settling down in her new home. She didn't mind staying in this new place. She enjoyed the luxuries that she hasn't experienced since a very long time, which was a good staying mansion for the both of them. It had several rooms for current and future residents. Soon he got up and wore his shirt, as he prepared to start his work. He had to make plans on which location he is going to aim next. Issei was seated in the dining table and decided to check for some cereals in his box. He wanted to eat some cereals, which for him is the entire box in one day. But he soon noticed it was not present. I remember buying multiple boxes yesterday. Where did it go? Issei commented with confusion. He remembered buying them. So he wondered, where did it go? Hel is not someone to eat it, since she prefers not to eat cereal. Soon enough, Hel came inside with multiple plates in her hands, with some of the reanimated corpses also carrying multiple plates. As she spoke with a smile, food is ready. Issei looked at her, and asked with confusion, did you do something with the cereal? It's kept inside the drawer. Since I am cooking, why keep it out? Might as well store it. Issei was surprised by this, as the reanimated corpses belonging to the frost-bound legion placed the plates on the ground gently. He then asked with intrigue and incredulousness, I never knew you could cook. Given your nature. Hel only giggled and responded with slight pride, I was the cook of my family, since half of my family were actual animals. I was the only one capable of cooking. Father was too busy with mischief or plotting to kill Odin. Hel spoke with a sigh, remembering how her father was. She shook the thoughts on this, not wanting to remember the past, since she knew that Issei may not like this given his change in nature. He may be resentful towards her. Anyways, I wonder if a scion would like my cooking. Hel mused, looking at Issei. Depending on an answer which he speaks, I might as well try it. Hel nodded, her thoughts lingering on Issei's nature. He was the reincarnation of Goku Black, a being of unparalleled ruthlessness who had once sought to purge all mortals in his Zero Mortals plan. Hel had heard tales of the Scion warrior with the soul of a Kai, a fusion of two entities bound by their shared disdain for mortal kind. It was a legacy that inspired both fear and awe within her, but as she observed Issei now, Hel couldn't help but note the differences. This new incarnation carried a different purpose. The influence of Issei's own personality had tempered the unyielding hatred of Goku Black. His focus had shifted, not on the extermination of all mortals, but on the cleansing of the supernatural world. To Hel, this change seemed less like a softening and more like a refinement, a channeling of destructive ambition into something that, in its own twisted way, could be called justice. She knew that Issei's nature was still deeply cynical and ruthless. He had spared her only because she accepted his offer, and she had no illusions about the consequences had she refused. The memory of Scotty and her battalion's annihilation was fresh in her mind, a stark reminder of the price of standing in Issei's way. And yet, Hel found herself wondering. She didn't mind serving as an ally to Issei. His power was undeniable, his vision intoxicating. But as she watched him, she couldn't shake the thought, could she be more than just an ally to him? Could she find a place at his side not only as a partner in reshaping the world but as something deeper? For now, she pushed those thoughts aside. There was work to be done. But deep within, Hel knew that her future was bound to Issei's in ways she was only beginning to understand. Turning to her servants, she turned to them and spoke, "Good work, you can leave." The servants nodded, and dissipated, as Hel settled down to eat her food as well, graciously akin to the goddess that she is. Turning to Issei, she was surprised to see him eat like a beast. She wondered if all scions eat like this, like hungered beasts. "You know, your food isn't going anywhere." "Eat slowly," Hel said with a sigh, her pale fingers drumming lightly against the edge of the table. Across from her, Issei looked up mid-bite, slightly surprised by the comment. Then, as if in defiance of her words, he resumed devouring his meal with the gusto of a starving beast. Hel rolled her eyes, shaking her head as she watched him. "Take it easy, Eay." Before she could finish, Issei started choking on a particularly large piece of meat. His face turned red as he clutched at his throat, panic flashing in his eyes. Hel's calm demeanor evaporated in an instant. Acting quickly, she grabbed a glass of water and rushed to his side, patting his back firmly. "Drink this. Fast," she said, her voice tinged with urgency. Issei nodded weakly, taking the glass from her and gulping the water down in one go. When his breathing finally steadied, he leaned back in his chair, wiping his mouth with his sleeve. Hel, however, wasn't finished. She placed the empty glass on the table with a decisive clink and crossed her arms, her expression stern. "Now stop eating like a savage. Unless you enjoy choking, in which case, by all means, continue." Issei frowned, his pride stung. "Who are you to tell me what to do?" "My mom." Hel raised an eyebrow, her tone cutting and serious. "As long as I'm at this table, I expect some basic manners. Even Black didn't eat like this, and he's half the reason you are the way you are now. Eat like a normal person, got it?" Issei opened his mouth to argue but quickly shut it again. He had just narrowly avoided choking to death in front of her, and even he wasn't stubborn enough to ignore the logic in her words. Grumbling under his breath, he picked up his utensils and began eating more slowly, each bite measured and deliberate. "Good," Hel said with a satisfied nod, leaning back in her chair. "I'm glad my food is appreciated, but I'd rather not have my first guest in centuries keel over at the table." Issei said nothing, focusing on his plate. He was annoyed, sure, but he also couldn't deny that Hel's cooking was incredible. The flavors were rich and complex, far beyond anything he'd had in years. It almost made him forget his scion blood screaming at him to consume everything in sight as quickly as possible. Satisfied that he had calmed down, Hel rested her chin on one hand, watching him eat with a faint smile. After a moment, she broke the silence. "So, what's the plan for today?" Issei mumbled thoughtfully, pausing to swallow a bite. "Normally, I'd spend the day training. My Super Scion and Evil Scion forms are almost mastered, but I still want to push them further. Scion instincts, you know." He smirked. "Besides, I've got some new techniques I want to try out in live combat." Hel tilted her head, intrigued. "And who or what are you planning to test them on this time?" Issei's grin widened, a spark of dangerous determination lighting up his eyes. "My next targets," he said simply. After what happened at Niflheim Bastile, I've no doubt word has spread. The factions will be on high alert, and I know they'll come for me sooner or later. Hel's expression darkened slightly, though her voice remained calm. And you're ready for that? Always, Issei replied, his tone unwavering. He leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. Let them come. Or we can attack one of their main bases right now, demoralize and weaken any resistance they put up against us. They'll only give me more opportunities to grow stronger. Besides, Issei added with a smirk, I still have to show them the true meaning of power. Hel studied him for a moment, her icy blue eyes searching his face. Despite his arrogance, there was something undeniably captivating about his resolve. She wasn't sure if it was inspiring or terrifying, or perhaps a bit of both. Just don't bite off more than you can chew, she said finally, her tone laced with a mixture of warning and dry humor. I'd rather not have to save you from choking twice in one day. Issei chuckled, a rare, genuine laugh escaping him. Don't worry, Mom. I've got this. For now, she chose to believe him. After all, the storm he had unleashed on the supernatural world was only just beginning. Once they are done, Issei got up and spoke, well, we should probably get started. Our next goal will be to gain the power of Ophis, regain it from that crow's laboratory. Wait, why there? Security would be even higher there, correct? It would be like walking in a hornet's nest. Issei took her word, and settled down. He was aware that security would be stronger, but he had to attack Grigori for many reasons, knowing there'll be a problem in the future. You're not wrong, but we have to take the bait, Issei admitted, a shadow of a smirk tugging at his lips. Their security will be stronger, and that's exactly why we're going. Grigori is one of the first places that will start developing countermeasures against us. They're desperate, scrambling to create devices and weapons that they think can subdue us. And he leaned forward, his grin widening, I want to see those devices for myself. I want to test them. I want to see if they're worthy of being considered a challenge. His voice carried a dangerous edge, his scion instincts roaring for battle. The idea of facing off against new technology, of fighting foes armed with tools meant specifically to stop him, sent a thrill coursing through his veins. He felt like a predator, eager to play with his prey and savor the hunt. Hel watched this, and could only sigh while rubbing her temples with her hand. Scions are a race of beings that did crave fighting, something she was well briefed upon. She knew that Issei will want to see what they are capable of. His scion nature was something she was growing accustomed to, but it never ceased to amaze and frustrate her. She had read enough about the scion race to understand their insatiable craving for combat, their drive to seek out stronger opponents, and push the limits of their power. She finally responded with an resigned but firm tone, placing her hand down. If you say so, Issei. Hel had no illusions about changing his mind. This was who he was, a being driven by strength, determination, and the thrill of battle. Still, she couldn't help but worry about the risks involved. The Grigori were cunning, and they'd likely have something dangerous waiting for him. Worry not, I have a plan if they do get the upper hand against me. I never used my full power against them, they weren't worth the effort. Hel looked at him, and knew about his scion forms. She did remember him not using them in his earlier fight against Scotty and her legion. She did feel a bit relieved from this, however the unease in her body never left. She knew that there is a possibility that this all can end badly, for both of them. Issei, on the other hand, wondered if Senkai boosts would work for him, and for that someone had to push him to his limits. They decided to leave after a short while, and ambush them when they least expect it. Scene change. Meeting room, City of Lilith, Underworld AM. A meeting had been gathered in the light of Issei's recent actions against the Niflheim Bastile. The leaders had finally gathered, including the newer ones like the Egyptian Pantheon god Ra and Hindu god Shiva. They were briefed on Issei's actions and both agreed to stop Issei at all costs. Additionally, Shiva saw a vision where Issei managed to win against everyone, and even he was slaughtered. Out of fear for the safety of the supernatural, he knew that Issei had to be stopped and killed before he becomes an even bigger threat. Even Ra saw something similar and agreed to work with them. We heard of the news, Lord Odin. Surzek spoke with a serious tone, as he continued, to think he would purge so many in a matter of some minutes is truly frightening. And to add it off, he didn't spare anyone excluding Loki's daughter Hel. Odin commented with a frustrated sigh. These few months have been difficult for the Norse Pantheon. Issei's actions coupled with Hel's escape have left a stain onto their Pantheon. They are ashamed and angered at how Issei humiliated them and killed Scotty. After which he dared them to do something about it. We understand that Lord Odin, he has become even more unpredictable in his attacks. Michael commented, unable to find a lead to his attacks, him releasing Hel, and then destroying the prison leaving no survivors alive excluding Hel was truly frightening and confusing. But what do we do? We have secured the areas of interest that he may attack, but with this attack, it is expanding even further. Bastile was one of the targets we had least expected of his attack. Odin spoke with an exhausted and despair-ridden tone. He was furious at what had happened and how powerless he was. The aftermath was even more exhausting since many Asgardians demanded justice against Issei, causing Odin to be working all night long to try and locate Issei. This was true for all the major gods of the Pantheon along with the Valkyries were looking for him, but to no avail. Lord Odin, we will find a way, despairing won't do us any good. Michael responded with a calming tone, but Odin could only keep his head down in anger. He was furious at how Issei made a mockery of him. Michael's correct. Zeus spoke up in response. He, like Odin, was furious at what Issei did, and while he wasn't completely against him killing the criminals, he did find it annoying that this mortal opposed the gods. As he continued, despairing won't lead us anywhere. This would be our time to fight back against him. You have the recording from the ruins, correct? Odin nodded and spoke. I do, Zeus. Someone analyze the recording, find his strengths and weaknesses. He is not invincible, powerful yes, but not invincible. He can be beaten. Zeus responded. They knew that taking Kenji's advice would be the most beneficial. He then continued, that brat Kenji, he was a way better choice than that criminal. I agree. Serzex mused in response, remembering that it was Issei that had put Rias to coma, and made her suffer. She had woken up but was too afraid to leave the hospital in fear of Issei coming for her, hence why she remained there to continue with her treatment. In that case, I shall analyze the recording. Find anything I can get against her. Azazel spoke with a serious tone, as Ajuka added, I shall do the same as well. I will have Athena also join in. See if we can find weaknesses of that criminal. Zeus spoke with seriousness and anger in his voice. The newcomers Eay and Shiva were quiet, analyzing the situation. Eay muttered to Shiva, do you think they can find a way to defeat the former pillar? Yes, studying how someone fights is one way to do so. But there is something missing. Shiva addressed with a blunt tone towards Eay, who nodded. The two gods knew that Issei was a strong adversary, but studying an opponent, while a good strategy wasn't enough since Issei may defeat them before they can find anything else about him. I would like to speak something. Shiva spoke, to which the others turned their attention to the god of destruction of this planet. He then continued, while looking for clues is not a bad idea, we need to think of something else along with that as well. Well, Lord Shiva, what do you propose? Serzex asked calmly, to which Shiva responded, we find a pattern of attacks. His first attack was the wedding and then the attack was against Niflheim Bastile, with no survivors excluding Hel. Odin looked away when this was pointed out, as Shiva responded, locating a pattern is necessary. If we find the pattern, we can predict where he is going to strike, and deal with him accordingly. The factions took note of this, with even Odin doing the same as well. They understood that to eliminate Issei, they had to find a pattern of his attacks and take him down. Indeed, finding a pattern is the best way to take that criminal and monster down. Seraphal spoke with a serious tone, vowing to destroy. They soon started to plan accordingly on how they need to deal with Issei, before he becomes a threat that they are unable to comprehend. Scene change. Hayate Residence, Ko, Japan PM. Kenji had returned back home from his visit to Rias. While it was tiring to the future lover of the Gremry household, he didn't mind, for the sake of Rias. He loved her with all his heart, along with the rest of Issei's former harem, and he'll do anything for their sake. Once he entered his home, he saw Asia approach him with a gentle smile on her face. Welcome back, Kenji-san. Yeah, I am back. Asia gave a more gentler smile to him, as she asked, what happened to Rias when Isama? She is too afraid of leaving the room. She saw Issei attacking her, and there was nothing she could do. The explosion was too fast, and she almost perished. It was like he almost wanted her to die from the attack, but didn't kill her. Kenji spoke with a frustrated tone. Asia could also sense that afraid of Issei at this point. He was able to deal so much damage to her, and show no mercy to anyone. Kenji looked at her and spoke with a tone of assurance. Worry not, Asia. I am training every single day alongside Drake. I will defeat him. Asia could only nod in response. She was uneased by this, but she put her hopes onto Kenji, hoping that he would beat and defeat Issei. Where are the others? Kenji asked, noticing only Asia around, as she spoke. Kaneko, Zenobia and Irina are training themselves hard. The power of Issei is making them even train harder. Coupled with the fall of the Bastile, they are pushing themselves to their limits against him. I see. Kenji spoke, as he knew this to be true. Almost everyone is training hard at this point. They had to do so, else Issei would once again wipe them out. Outside, the clash of blades and the crackle of energy filled the air. Kiba and Zenobia were locked in an intense sparring session, their movements precise and calculated. Irina had joined them, turning the duel into a chaotic three-way battle. Each of them pushed themselves harder with every strike, sweat dripping from their brows as they tried to match the image of strength Issei had left in their minds. Kenji watched for a moment, his eyes narrowing. They weren't just training, they were fighting against their own fear, their own helplessness. The resolve in their movements mirrored his own, a shared determination to rise above the overwhelming odds stacked against them. Good, he muttered to himself. We'll need every ounce of strength we can muster. Turning back to Asia, he added, keep an eye on them. Don't let them overdo it. We can't afford any injuries right now. I will, she promised, her voice steady despite the storm of emotion swirling within her. Kenji walked toward his room, his mind racing with thoughts of Issei and the battles to come. As much as he wanted to focus on training, he couldn't ignore the lingering fear in Rias's eyes or the desperation in Asia's voice. These were the people he had sworn to protect, and he wouldn't let them down. Closing the door behind him, he clenched his fists, his resolve hardening. He then responded, Issei, I promise you. I will beat you. You shamed the memory of your parents with your actions. Drake mused in response to it. Indeed, he shames the memories of his parents by committing such heinous actions. Yet Kenji mused. He never met Goru and Miki before due to his parents never informing him about, but he knew that they didn't want to meet him for an unknown reason. He then continued, oh yeah, Drake, you said about something being bad a few days ago. What of it? Drake felt silent by this. He knew what Kenji was implying. He then spoke, partner, just recently. Drake trailed off, unsure whether he should tell Kenji about this or not, as Kenji asked with worry and desperation, Drake? Please tell what happened. Just recently, someone managed to infiltrate my treasure cave. He even entered into the secret door that only I can access for the time being. The person was none other than Issei Hayato. He was the one that stole everything from me. My treasure was taken by him, and it was my fault that he even knows about my treasure. Kenji was confused at this, however it only took him a minute to find out about what must have happened. Dragons love hoarding treasures. Losing a dragon's treasure, no matter how small, would result in them relentlessly pursuing whoever lost them, as shown when Kenji remembered Drake mentioning about Tiamat hunting him and his possessors down for centuries, to make them pay for losing her treasures. That means she. Drake hummed in response, and exclaimed with anger, that criminal stole my treasures and took it away from me. I want you to make him pay for that as well. However, that is not my concern. It is what Issei took from the secret vault that makes me worried. You see, I had collected artifacts, dangerous artifacts during my travels, some capable of being as powerful as sacred gears. No way. Kenji had dread in his eyes, at the prospect of using the treasures against the factions. Drake, sensing the dread in his eyes and tone, knew what was going to happen. Issei has the power to end the world. Using the treasures, he is unstoppable for now. They had to take away the treasures. That is why, Kenji, take the treasures back from him. I want you to train yourself to your limits so that you can take back my treasures from him. For the sake of everyone, you need to take it back from him. Kenji nodded in understanding, sensing the tone of Drake being urgent and serious. He knew that he had to inform this to the factions as well. He then spoke to Drake. We should also inform this to the factions. Drake immediately responded, You won't, Kenji. But why? If he can end the world, shouldn't we inform this to the factions? We need to get everyone aware of this. Kenji retorted with reason, believing it to be the best option when it comes to dealing with Issei at this point. Drake also saw this to be true, understanding his partner's plight, but he responded, No, Kenji. You won't. I understand that you want help. But I don't trust the factions. They'll want to use the treasures for their own personal goals. That is why you can't tell this to anyone. For my sake, please keep this a secret. Kenji remained silent at this declaration. He understood why Drake didn't want the rest of the world to know, and could relate to him. But the cousin of Issei was torn on whether he should keep this a secret or reveal it to the factions. He then spoke in response. Fine, I will keep this a secret. And if needed, it is better off to destroy the treasure than let him use it. Drake was about to retort, but he decided to stay silent. He could understand why Kenji said that to him. After all, it was better if to keep some of them off the hands of people that will use it for destruction. Scene change. Grigori, Underworld PM. Issei and Hel stood at the edge of a cliff overlooking the Grigori's territory, their gazes hard and filled with contempt. Below, the sprawling settlement of the fallen angels bustled with activity, their patrols a constant presence on the streets. The air was thick with an oppressive aura, one that grated against Issei's very existence. The sight of the fallen angels, the so-called crows, stirred a deep rage within him. He remembered their deeds all too well, their crimes against humanity and the supernatural alike. They had eliminated countless sacred gear hosts under the guise of preemptive action, slaughtering those who posed no active threat. Innocent lives snuffed out without trial, without cause. A few lucky ones had managed to find refuge within the Grigori, but how many others had perished in silence? The memory of a hero faction member recounting these atrocities resurfaced in his mind. It was a bitter reminder of the hypocrisy and corruption he had once turned a blind eye to. Hel broke the silence, her voice calm yet laced with curiosity. So, Issei, when do we begin? A smirk crossed Issei's face, his scion instincts flaring with anticipation. Soon, Hel. Very soon. It's time to place judgment on these crows for polluting this world with their stench and filth. Their sins are innumerable, their existence a stain on this planet. It's time to cleanse their race, completely. Hel glanced at him, her expression unreadable. His words carried a cold conviction, the kind that sent shivers down the spine of even the most hardened warriors. Yet she didn't flinch. Instead, she met his gaze with her own steely resolve. They've harmed innocent humans, clueless to the world they were born into, Issei continued, his voice dark with anger. All for their selfish purposes, committing sins against their own gods and against existence itself. They've lived long enough without consequence. It's time for justice, my justice to be enforced on these filth. Hel nodded, her agreement evident in the sharpness of her tone. Father always loathed the biblical factions for their arrogance and deceit. Now I have even more reason to despise them. Their actions are unforgivable. Issei turned to her, his smirk widening into something far more menacing. Good. Then you'll do your part. Kill as many of them as you can. Once they fall, raise them as your undead soldiers. Let their broken bodies serve as a reminder of their failure. Hel's lips curved into a small, satisfied smile. The thought of turning their enemies against themselves was poetic in its cruelty and satisfactory in her eyes. Understood. It will be my pleasure to have more soldiers in my army. They will soon join the dead like Scotty and her battalion. Issei looked at this and spoke, but remember, don't charge in recklessly. These crows are cunning, masters of trickery and deceit. They'll use every tool at their disposal, every ounce of their wretched cunning to fight back. And Azazel, Issei paused, his tone turning colder remembering the betrayal the crow performed against him. Even as their ex-leader, he'll have anticipated something like this. He's no fool. I am pretty sure he is planning to use a device against us, a device to seal your power and even mine. Hel crossed her arms, her sharp gaze fixed on the settlement below. Let him plan. Let him prepare. It won't change the outcome. But you're right, Issei, we won't act recklessly. Their defenses are formidable, and they'll expect an assault sooner or later for what they did. We'll exploit that expectation. Give them the assault that they are preparing against. Issei's aura glowed with controlled fury. And their sins will be repaid tenfold. Hel nodded in response. Looking at Grigori in contempt, the two beings decided to lay their plan in motion. They will destroy Grigori, spare no one, perhaps a messenger or a survivor to send their message, and then the messenger will soon be dealt with. None shall survive the purge of Grigori. In the laboratory, Azazel was working on some devices and suits of armor. He had to do so since Issei can attack them at any given period of time. Penemu walked in, with a small bottle of whiskey, and some sandwich. You know. Penemu spoke with a worried tone, as she asked, "Did you get any sleep?" "Sleep?" Azazel exclaimed in surprise, to which he retorted, "Sleep can wait. If we need to have a chance against Issei, we must find a way." But Penemu wanted to retort, but seeing him in such a determined tone working for their survival caused her to remain silent. She knew he was working his butt off making sure that he and the others including her are pushing themselves for survival. Despite this, they are getting sleep unlike Azazel. "Do you think we have a chance against him? With all this tech?" Azazel stopped working and looked at her, turning his attention to the tech he was building. It was several container spells and even suit of armors along with many other things. Honesty. Azazel spoke with a bated breath, as he continued, "I don't know, but we got to try. That power. Generating blasts with his hands, arm blades with his hands and what not. We don't even know what is his maximum limit now. The armor is made to counter dragons due to him having the body of Great Red inside of him. We can only hope that we win." Penemu nodded, still wary of the upcoming war they will have to perform against someone who wants vengeance for their prior treatment. She remembered the Ophis power well guarded under several traps and other things that can weaken dragons. However, before they could do so, the ground suddenly started to shake, as the machines and other sensing devices started to go haywire. The duo paled at this, as Azazel spoke with fear and slight anger. He is here." Back outside, Issei was facing off against several fallen angels, who were all vaporized in an instant with a mere ki blast. He had a bored look on his face. While he did enjoy seeing them dead, he was bored for it not being a challenge. Hel was having her own fun clashing with two cadre-level fallen angels like Tamil and Amaros. She used her Frostbound Legion to fight back. The Undead Valkyries and Frost Giants alongside Scotty were making quick work of the armies led by the two. They were relentlessly slaughtering the fallen angels as they desperately tried to counterattack. Tamil shouted with anger, "Take this murderer!" Tamil hated Hel and Issei, as Amaros also joined in, with him using multiple light blades and charging at them towards Hel. She only smirked as she dodged the attacks with relative ease. A god-level being could easily overpower ultimate-class beings. Hel was no joke. Despite being weaker than Loki, she is still a goddess regardless. She is powerful. Hel easily dodged the spears and before Amaros could react placed some explosion seals on him. She soon turned her attention to Tamil, creating a Norse magic circle of elemental magic and fired a barrage at Tamil who used his wings to fly off. "Fell for my trap," Hel muttered, bringing out her explosion seals and reached Tamil and planted on his back. She landed on the ground and saw Amaros removing the seals. Now, no removing my seals." Hel lunged up in the air and unleashed a kick stomp onto Amaros, making him cough up in response. As she placed her seal again, she soon decided to eliminate them by saying the commands, "Explode." The seals soon exploded, causing the two fallen angels to scream in pain and agony from the explosion. Hel knew the seals were strong enough to kill any ultimate or Satan beings without any hesitation and seriously injure a low god class being. It was an improvement from the original. The two fallen angels soon fell to the ground, as they exploded into a bunch of feathers. Hel smirked looking at the damage, as she knew that her legion of undead would soon comprise of fallen angels too. Two tragic fallen angels meeting their maker. Quite ironic for your kin. Hel spoke while walking towards the pile of feathers left behind in the wake of the two fallen angels. She picked one up, and with her power, the feathers started to fade away. This was another power that the goddess of death had, which was accelerated rotting. She looked at Issei, who was slaughtering any fallen angels that had unfortunately come to face him. Ironically, some of the ones that came to kill him were females who were close associates of Rainier and her group, who wanted vengeance for their demises. Despite being exiled, they still hated Rias and her group, especially Issei, for killing them. So Crow? How does it feel to face judgment? Issei asked one of them with contempt in his tone. She looked at Issei with hatred in her eyes, and exclaimed, "Screw you." She fired multiple spears only for Issei to dodge the attack and teleport in front of her. She then fired a spear with her left hand, as he grabbed it with his, and spoke, My, what colorful language. You really display yourself as a filth, don't you, Jessica? She tried to use her other hand only for Issei to grab the other two, as he followed it up with a kick, making her cough up, as he spoke, You fallen angels have bodies that men would do anything to kill. Makes me wonder if the biblical fool intended to make fallen angels and devils also look attractive along with angels, desiring the perfection he always wanted. Before Jessica could respond or attack, Issei rapidly started to kick her, releasing her hands. He proceeded to perform rapid kicks onto her chest, with each kick destroying her chest, making her cough up blood at every step. Jessica was on the ground, looking at Issei, but before she could make an expression, Issei fired a ki blast, obliterating her. She screamed in pain from being obliterated. Issei stood on the ground with an apathetic expression on his face. My. Hel started to walk towards him, wrapping her arms around him and speaking with a gleeful tone. You have done quite the wonders. Did you do what you were asked for, Hel? Hel only smiled, and moved away, pointing to her undead legion now having fallen angels as well, including the deceased Tamil and Amaros with her. Issei only smirked, and responded, Excellent, they will serve a greater purpose. Serve in cleaning the filth of this world. Indeed they shall. Hel spoke with a smile, but before anything could happen a magic blast struck them, as Issei responded with a ki blast, destroying the attack. He was soon surrounded by Azazel, Barakiel, Penemu and Shemhazai, all clad in powerful armors that increased their magic than before. However, instead of getting angry, Issei smirked. He spoke callously and with some mockery, Late to the party. Quite the welcoming party you offered to us. The four saw the undead corpses of the fallen angels and the undead frost-bound legion fighting against the fallen angels. You! Azazel growled, as he exclaimed, You'll regret attacking us, and killing so many. That's rich, Crow? Issei spat with disdain, but still had a sickening smile on his face. Your kin has slaughtered so many humans with sacred gears, causing many to live in fear, or trying to seal their gear away. Look at Tobio's case, for example. His own grandmother had to do this in fear or being killed by your kin. That is why I shall clear the filth that is the fallen angels from this world. You bastard! Barakiel exclaimed with fury, as Penemu shouted with anger, You have some nerve of calling us a filth! You damned dragon! 'Cause that is what you all are! Nothing but filthy crows that are plaguing this world and ruining human lives on a daily basis. Peace? That is but a lie for you, crows, when in secret many are out there harming innocent lives. Hel responded with a mocking tone, but she also could see why Issei hated them so much. She could see this coming from a god or goddess, but some fallen angels have no chance against many sacred gear wielders. The four fallen angels were even more angrier, as they started to engage with the two combatants. Azazel and Shemhazai fight against Issei while Hel and her undead fallen legion were combating Barakiel and Penemu. Issei looked at the two, as they charged with their light spears aimed at their hands. Shemhazai used a spear and slashed at the above, as Issei kept dodging it. He kept on jabbing him, but Issei was faster, rapidly dodging the attacks with barely any effort. Shemhazai charged at Issei, his spear slashing down with tremendous force. Issei weaved effortlessly through the strikes, his movements a blur. Stop dodging! Shemhazai shouted in frustration, his attacks becoming more erratic. Issei stopped abruptly, standing still as if taunting him. Seizing the opportunity, Shemhazai aimed a decisive blow. But Issei caught the spear with his bare hand, his grip unyielding. Too slow, Issei said mockingly, his grip tightening as he wrenched the weapon from Shemhazai's grasp. Azazel lunged at him from behind, but Issei countered with a spinning kick, sending the fallen angel sprawling. His smirk widened, his scion instincts reveling in the fight. This is all you've got? Pathetic. You're not even worth the effort. The two fallen angels managed to get up. They looked at each other and gave a nod to each other. They had to use their secret plan. Shemhazai kept unleashing a barrage of spears, trying to keep Issei occupied. He dodged them by flying in the air, as the spears fell flying behind him, destroying some of the walls. Issei unleashed multiple ki blasts in rapid-fire manner, with Shemhazai using his wings to fly off to safety. Issei kept doing so, however he failed to notice Azazel being ready with the sealing spell. Take this. You will never harm anyone. Azazel fired the sealing spell, causing several chains to bind Issei. He soon fell to the ground bound. The two started to walk towards him with a smirk on their faces, knowing their plan had worked. Now they will study him to see on how they can kill him, and if possible harness his power for themselves and their factions. Hel looked at this, and exclaimed with worry due to his cockiness, Issei! She surged forward, only to be intercepted by Penemu and Barakil. The latter unleashed a thundering spear crackling with electricity, forcing her to dodge and retaliate with a counterspell. Hel's eyes burned with determination as she summoned her legion to assist, knowing she couldn't reach Issei without dealing with the two formidable opponents first. Penemu and Barakil unleashed a relentless assault of light and thunder spears, their intent clear: stall her at all costs. Hel conjured a shimmering barrier of magic to shield herself, but even as she fought fiercely, her gaze flicked toward Issei, and that's when she saw it, a smirk tugging at his lips. Despite the chains binding him, his expression wasn't one of defeat but of calculated confidence. He was waiting for something. Issei flexed his arms, testing the chains as the fallen angels drew closer. Honestly, you believe you crows have won? Azazel frowned, pausing mid-step. What are you grinning at? With a low chuckle, Issei's eyes glowed faintly, a surge of energy rippling through him. The chains shuddered, cracks forming along their glowing surface. Azazel's eyes widened as he realized too late the flaw in their plan. Issei was holding back the whole time, even in the recordings. You underestimated me, filth. I am a divine being, far superior to the likes of you, Issei said, his voice dropping to a dangerous growl. With a deafening roar, he unleashed a burst of energy that shattered the chains and sent a shockwave rippling outward. Azazel and Shemhazai were thrown backward, struggling to regain their footing. Hel's lips curled into a small smile, her faith in Issei reaffirmed. She parried another attack from Penemu and sent a beam of icy magic hurtling toward Barakil, forcing the two to retreat slightly. Issei stood, his aura blazing around him like a golden inferno, his hair changing to that of a bright yellowish gold in color. Issei was now in his Super Saiyan form. Now it's my turn. He blitzed forward in speeds faster than they could notice and unleashed a tackle with his arms extended, pushing the two back. It shattered their metal endoskeletons and made the two cough up. Issei soon decided to claim his first victim. He attacked Shemhazai first. His punch connected with Shemhazai, sending him careening through the battlefield. Pivoting, he fired a massive ki blast at Azazel, who barely had time to react. The attack engulfed the fallen angel in a searing explosion, his screams echoing as his armor cracked and disintegrated. The end result was a battered and brutally beaten Azazel who lost his armor and was on the ground. His wings were vaporized by the ki blast. He was groaning in pain. He looked towards Shemhazai, who was recovering from the blows. He decided to end his life first. Blitzing towards him, he closed the gap in front of Shemhazai. He tried to use many spears onto him, point blank, but Issei only dodged them, as he quickly acted and grabbed his two hands and ripped them from his body. His superior strength easily overpowering the armored cadre, and ripping the like paper. "Eh!" Shemhazai shouted with pain, as Issei threw off his torn-off arms away. He then fired ki blasts, obliterating it into nothing. He looked at Shemhazai, and spoke with a cold and apathetic tone. "Goodbye, Crow." Issei grinned, as he fired a powerful ki blast, obliterating him completely, with Shemhazai only screaming in fear and pain due to being completely wiped out from existence. The scion looked at his handiwork with a cold look on his face, as only dust remains of the leader of the fallen angels. The world is officially rid of your filth. Hel looked at the battle with a smile, as Penemu and Barakil looked in horror, as Penemu shouted, "No!" Seeing this opportunity, Hel immediately placed 3 explosive seals onto her, as she leaped away and exclaimed, "Explode, Aya!" Penemu shouted with agony and fear upon being blown up, As soon the dust settled, revealing Penemu, who was barely alive. She had her clothes and armor tattered, revealing her body and to everyone. However, to Hel's chagrin and surprise, she was still standing. She soon shook her head, and had a smile. My, I was not expecting you to survive that. Your armor must have really made you stronger, huh? Penemu was gritting her teeth with fury, as Hel took a look at her, and spoke with a condescending tone. I mean, that is really something. You should be happy that the armor the crows made for you managed to improve your durability. It is no wonder you are able to contend with the likes of a goddess like me. Screw you. Betrayal could only watch Penemu fall to the ground, defeated. Soon she exploded into a massive flurry of feathers, killing her as well. The fallen angel had a look of fear seeing his comrade die in front of them. Hel walked towards her, seeing his destruction. She then spoke with a tone that feigning sadness. I guess I was wrong, you aren't strong enough. Betrayal's hands were shaking with fury at what the goddess stated, as Hel turned to him and started walking toward his with a small smile on her face. Soon that smile changed into a sickly grin seeing his anger. She raised her hand, releasing green mist secretly. Why this anger? You never showed this anger when Issei was being betrayed and thrown into a prison meant for actual terrorists. Yet here you are showing anger towards your comrade's death. I wonder if this is real anger, or just facade one. Given you don't show any anger towards the one that actually resolved your relationship with your daughter, Hel pointed out with a mocking tone, as Betrayal was gritting his teeth with downright fury and hatred, as he shouted with anger, I will kill you! Betrayal lunged at her with outright fury, intending to end her life, only for Hel to swiftly leap in the air, placing 4 seals on Betrayal, landing on the other side, speaking the words, Explode! Soon another explosion followed, which engulfed the fallen angel, making him scream in pain. The explosion was strong enough to even destroying the surrounding buildings. Once the dust settled, it revealed a charred and broken Betrayal who was completely destroyed. His armor was gone, disintegrated. He was, however, still standing. He had to, for the sake of his daughter who had no one in her family left. Shuri was long dead, and now he is the only one left. However, before anything could be done, he was fatally stabbed in the back by an unknown figure. He coughed up blood, turning to the source to see Penemu behind her, much to his shock. She is supposed to be dead. He turned to her eyes and widened his in shock. This gave him an idea on how Penemu was behind him. Turning to Hel in anger, he growled with fury, You? Yes, Betrayal, I brought her back as my personal undead. Hel explained, referring to the earlier green mist she released to bring her targets as her undead. The fallen Cadres soon started to lose his consciousness, coupled with his wounds. He fell limp from the attack, knowing there is nothing he can do. Akino, Kenji, I am sorry. Shuri, wait for me. Betrayal thought with sadness upon remembering his family, knowing that he can't do the ones that are alive, and remembering the grief and despair his daughter would experience. He soon explodes into a flurry of feathers. Hel walked to the pile of feathers and inspected it. Even the fallen cadre had gone. She released the green mist and revived him as a reanimated corpse. She then commanded, Your name, the Fallen Angel Legion, will be known as the Bleak Legion. Your first command, purge every last fallen angel that surrounds this place. Don't let anyone escape. The fallen angels, now undead corpses, nodded, as they flew off with their wings that were a mixture of regular and skeletal ones. They headed out, led by the reanimated Betrayal and Penemu. Azazel could only watch this with terror. His entire faction was wiped out by Issei and Hel in just some hours. He looked at them with anger, but fear was present in this expression. He could see Issei walking to him, as he spoke with a cold tone, yet it was dripping with mockery. You know, Sensei. You brought this on yourself. Azazel gritted his teeth, and Issei continued, Now tell me, where have you kept Ophis's powers? That doesn't belong to you and will be returned to its rightful owner. If you do tell me, I will grant you a painless death. Azazel gritted his teeth and responded with fury. He shouted with anger, Never! You won't get anything from me, murderer! You may have beaten me, but the other factions will destroy you. Issei got angered by this, as he fired a concentrated ki blast aimed at his gut, making him cough up blood. He kept unleashing a barrage of ki blasts in the form of lasers and kept attacking him, gutting him in several locations of his body. Azazel screamed in pain throughout this, as Issei continued, Tell me, Crow. Where have you hidden the powers that rightfully belong to her? Azazel only glared at him, and decided to spit on Issei. He only fired a ki blast in response, as he angrily exclaimed, "You dare spit on a god, you filthy crow!" Issei decided to fire his ki blast, aimed straight between his legs, making Azazel have a blood-curdling screech due to the immense pain he was in. Issei kept firing at different locations while constantly making him suffer in response. The precise ki blasts went into his body and covered different locations. Azazel was a broken mess, crying from the immense pain he was in. Issei grew frustrated from this. He didn't get what he wanted. However, before he could do anything, someone kept her hands gently on him. Turning around, he saw Hel having a smile on her face as she spoke with a neutral tone. "I have already informed my Frostbound Legion to locate it. They'll do so, even if traps try and kill them. They'll retrieve it, no matter the costs." Azazel widened his eyes, upon this, as Issei spoke with contempt. "Then we have no use for him. It is time we wipe this stain from the planet." Hel looked at him and asked, "Then what about the messenger? We can use another crow, and keeping this one alive will only cause us problems." Issei generated a ki blast aimed at his heart. It was much more concentrated than before as he fires at his heart, making him widen his eyes in horror, as he coughs up blood. Azazel coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. Issei soon fired another ki blast, completely wiping him out from existence, resulting in only dust remaining from the aftermath. The Cadres screamed in pain before being completely wiped out from the face of this planet. "I wanted to revive him as a zombie," Hel muttered with slight annoyance, wanting to increase the strength of her armies. As Issei, who heard this, spoke angrily, "I don't want to see this filth's face ever again. That is why I did it." "I see, what a shame." Hel spoke with a sigh, as she could understand Issei's anger towards him, but Hel saw Azazel to be a valuable asset. Regardless, he is not too important for the time being either. The duo waited for a while, until Scotty had arrived with a small container which had a black substance inside of it. It seemed like a snake-like appearance. "Is it this one?" Hel asked to Scotty, which the reanimated corpse nodded. Issei took the vial and spoke, "It is. Let's head back. We are done here." Hel turned to her Undead Legion, seeing them short on numbers. This implied that several had been perished during the assault on Grigori. Hel sighed. She may have to recoup her numbers in a day's time. A major drawback of her reanimation is that these beings may end up in Valhalla instead of Helheim, if she doesn't revive them within that time frame. Seeing her troubled expression, Issei asked, "Is something wrong?" "Nothing much. I just have to find a way to fix the numbers on the army without heading to Niflheim. You needn't worry too much about it. It won't cause your plans any problems, or hindrance." Hel spoke with a neutral tone, yet there was some level of frustration in it. Issei could only nod and spoke, "Well, as long as it doesn't cause a hindrance, you can do as you please." Hel could only look annoyed at Issei's response. She wondered if he would ever develop a heart in the future, but it was going to take a lot of time, even if signs were to show. At least, he is tolerating someone like her. "So what now?" Hel responded, changing the topic. As Issei spoke, "We destroy this place. Has everyone cleared the fallen population except for one?" "Let me check." Hel contacted the undead fallen to return back to her, as they arrived in mere moments, with her asking, "So? Is it done?" Pantheon nodded in response, not speaking her word. The former cadre of Grigori was now an undead servant that was hunting her own kind to oblivion, along with the others that serve Hel. The goddess of the dead would only get stronger with more undead servants she gets, increasing her power and capabilities at every step. "It's done, Issei. We should destroy this place." Issei nodded, as Hel commanded her undead servants to go away, which they did so, disappearing into thin air. She soon grabbed his shoulder, giving a nod to Issei, as he used instant transmission to get them out. Another fallen angel was seen coming out, as Hel secretly placed a timed explosion seal inside the fallen angel's clothing. As he responded, "I need to inform the factions." He flew off, unaware that he is a pawn for the Scion and the goddess of the dead, the two having smirks on their face. Issei then made the final declaration. "Grigori, the place that defied the natural beauty of this world with their filthy presence, shall be purged from this world. No longer will a fallen angel once belonging to Grigori roam this planet ever again. This is my decree." Issei prepared for a Kamehama blast, as he growled, "Ka!" The energy starts to gather, but in a lower amount. The ki surrounding Issei's body increases substantially. Issei felt the energy surging through his body, the raw power of his ki growing steadily as he prepared to unleash the technique. Hel backed away, noticing the raw power of ki she was witnessing. Issei continued, focusing all his concentration on the task at hand. The glowing sphere of energy in his cupped hands grew brighter. The air crackled with static energy, and the force of his power caused loose debris to rise around him. The goddess of death instinctively covered her face with her hands due to the sheer power. How the energy sphere pulsed, growing denser, more potent. Issei's muscles tensed as he poured more of his ki into the attack, his aura flaring wildly around him. His voice grew louder, more determined. The energy in his hands felt almost alive, surging with his intent to break through whatever lay in his path. Ha! Issei screamed as he thrust his hands forward, the concentrated beam of energy exploding from his palms in a brilliant, roaring wave. The Kamehameha shot forward, destroying the entire building into nothingness. The structure that was built centuries ago lay in nothing but rubble. The walls of the building was being disintegrated into nothing but an atomic level, due to the immense power of the Scion. Issei had done the unthinkable. He had purged an entire faction, leaving no survivors behind, except for one who would die once the message was sent. The Scion returned to his normal form. Hel placed her hands back down, as she spoke, so this is the power of the Kamehameha wave, indeed. The two looked to see nothing but rubble and ruins left behind of the building of Grigori. Hel then responded, "We should probably go. I could use recovering the forces and rest." Issei nodded, as she gave her hand, having a smile on her face. Issei rolled his eyes at this behavior of hers, as he used instant transmission to get out of there to head back to Australia. However, even Issei was happy due to one thing. Grigori had fallen with no chance of recovery. He has made sure of it. Surzex's office, Lilith, Underworld PM. Surzex was finishing the last of his work. His work had increased due to what Issei had done with the prison break in Tartarus. He growled in fury at the actions of his former brother-in-law, and what he had not only done to Rias but also the Tartarus victims whom he had killed without any mercy. "I will see to it that you are dealt with, Issei." Surzex spoke with an angered tone. However, before he could do so, 2 soldiers came inside with a fallen angel, much to his surprise. It was the same surviving fallen angel from Grigori's assault. "My lord, I have some terrible news." The soldier spoke with a shaky tone. There was fear in his voice, remembering what the fallen angel soldier had informed him to be. The Grigori had fallen, and all of the fallen angels except for one survivor had been slain. Surzex could only look at the fallen angel and fear for the worst, as he asked with a tone of dread, "Don't tell Meth Grigori gone. Issei and Hel managed to slaughter every last of my kin. Hel revived them as her servants. I failed to do anything, they are monsters." The fallen angel spoke with a shaky tone, as tears fell from his eyes. It was traumatizing and dreadful, which was that he was the sole survivor of his race. The devils were now starting to get afraid of Issei at this point, given he purged an entire race. Surzex was seething in rage. Azazel and all of the fallen angels were slaughtered with no mercy. However, before he could say anything, the fallen angel started to bloat up in response, as the devil soldiers were shocked in response. Surzex widened his eyes in response. He immediately recognized that the fallen angel was about to explode in front of them, as he shouted, "Get out of here, dash!" He was unable to complete, but the fallen angel exploded, consuming the entire building, as Surzex used a magic circle to defend himself along with some of the devils present in the building. But not everyone was lucky, as they were consumed by the explosion, killing them instantly. The explosion consumed an entire building, destroying windows and smoke coming out of it. The guards and other beings stationed outside were screaming in fear and terror at what was happening. There was widespread panic throughout the entire city, with many fearing for what must have happened in the government. The next day, Issei's home, Sydney, Australia AM. Issei sat on his bed, watching a technician install the air conditioner in his room. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. He knew Hel must have been the one pushing for air conditioning in every room of the mansion. The goddess had her ways of making her opinions known, and getting what she wanted. He had even been jolted awake earlier that morning because of her insistence. Well, at least it won't be sweaty in here anymore, Issei muttered. He understood her logic, even if her delivery left much to be desired. He could already hear her teasing remarks about his post-training odor. Hel had a way of pointing out things with cutting precision, and this time was no exception. He still remembered her words, her tone brooking no argument as she crossed her arms with her signature mix of authority and exasperation. If I, as the goddess of the dead, am going to share a space with a constantly training scion like you, the least you can do is make sure you don't stink. Every time I see you, you either reek of sweat from your endless training or suffer from this awful climate. So, do me a favor and handle it, or I will. Issei groaned at the memory. Hel didn't just push, she bulldozed. Yet, somehow, he didn't find it as irritating as he might have expected. It was strangely tolerable, maybe even a little amusing in hindsight. If he were still Zamasu, he would have found her persistence infuriating, but now? It was manageable. Sir, the air conditioner has been installed, the technician announced, snapping Issei out of his thoughts. Issei gave a curt nod, signing the paperwork the man handed him. Thanks, Issei said as the technician packed up his tools and left the mansion. Once the door closed, Issei switched on the air conditioner, leaning back on his bed as the cool air began to fill the room. He smirked, closing his eyes and enjoying the sensation. Not bad, he muttered, not bad at all. I told you, you'd like it, came a familiar voice. Issei opened one eye to see Hel stepping into the room. She wore a navy blue shirt and black shorts, looking casual but still carrying her usual air of authority. She smirked as she plopped down beside him on the bed. The climate here is unbearable. It's about time you sorted it out. Oh, and I made sure to put one in my room, too. She leaned back, letting the cool breeze from the air conditioner wash over her. A content sigh escaped her lips. Ah, this is perfect. So much better. Issei chuckled and smirked. Maybe releasing you wasn't the worst idea after all. Hel turned her head to look at him, a mischievous glint in her eyes. More like your best idea, she retorted mockingly. I'm handling your undead army, making all the strategic decisions, and clearly, improving the quality of life around here. The least you could do is show a little more gratitude. Issei met her gaze, his smirk deepening. Don't push it, goddess. Hel chuckled, leaning back further and closing her eyes. You say that now, but I know you'd be lost without me. Issei didn't respond, but the small smirk on his face lingered as the two sat in silence, enjoying the cool air that now filled the room. He leaned back further, propping himself on his elbows as he glanced at Hel, who seemed utterly relaxed in the cool ambience of the room. She looked far too comfortable, almost as if she owned the place, which, given her domineering personality, wasn't surprising. You really think you're indispensable, don't you? Issei teased, his tone laced with sarcasm. Hel cracked one eye open, her smirk growing. Think? No, I know I am. Let's face it, without me, you'd still be training in that sweatbox of a room, stinking up the entire mansion. Admit it, Issei, I'm the best thing to happen to this place since you decided to take it over. Issei chuckled, shaking his head. You've got some nerve, Hel. I could have left you in that prison to rot, remember? Let's not forget who's in charge here. Hel sat up, meeting his gaze directly. Oh, I haven't forgotten, she said, her voice dropping to a softer, more serious tone. But let's be honest, if you hadn't released me, you wouldn't have half the army you have now. My contributions speak for themselves. Her tone shifted back to playful as she leaned closer, her smirk returning. Besides, you like having me around. Admit it. Issei raised an eyebrow, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. You're delusional, goddess. Am I? Hel leaned back, crossing her legs and folding her arms behind her head. You haven't kicked me out yet. And don't think I haven't noticed how much you enjoy my little arrangements. Issei didn't answer immediately, letting the silence hang in the air. He wasn't sure if it was her confidence, her wit, or the sheer audacity of her statements, but there was something about Hel that managed to keep things interesting. She was right, she was useful, and not just for her undead legions. She challenged him, pushed him in ways few others dared, and he begrudgingly respected that. You talk too much. Issei finally muttered, turning his gaze to the ceiling. Hel laughed, a melodic sound that filled the room. And yet you keep listening. The two sat in comfortable silence for a moment, the air conditioner humming softly in the background. Finally, Hel broke the quiet. So, what's the plan now? More training? Another raid? Or are you finally going to take a day off and stop acting like the universe's grumpiest scion? Issei smirked, tilting his head to glance at her. Grumpiest scion? That's rich, coming from the Queen of the Dead. Given your history of bombing a convention due to the allfucker. Hey, Hel retorted, raising a finger, I'm not grumpy. I'm focused. There's a difference. Plus Odin is an asshole. Sure, whatever, Issei replied with mock seriousness. And I'm not a battle-obsessed warrior. I'm just motivated. Hel rolled her eyes but couldn't hide her smile. Fine, don't tell me. But if you're planning something big, I want in. I didn't get dragged out of that prison just to sit around and play house. Don't worry, Issei said, his voice dropping to a more serious tone. You'll get your action soon enough. Plus, I would rather let the chaos reek in, and enjoy from the sidelines before we get on with some action. Hel's smile widened, her eyes gleaming with excitement. I am fine with that. Just make sure you save me a piece of the action, Issei chuckled darkly. You'll get your share, goddess. Just be ready when the time comes. For now we should. The room fell silent once more, the tension between them palpable yet oddly comfortable. They were partners in chaos, bound by their mutual goals and an unspoken understanding of one another. Hel soon remembered that they are having a break, as she spoke with an excited tone. Issei, since we are taking a break anyway, why don't we stay at home and watch some movies to while away some time? Maybe we can get some ideas from this? Hel suggested to Issei, to which he responded while looking at her for a moment. She then spoke with a pleading look. Come on, it'll be fun to watch some movies. You can train for the day and then we can watch movies together. Issei looked at her for a moment, and sighed, before responding, Fine goddess, we will watch the movies. She beamed at this, as she exclaimed, Yay! I will prepare some food and popcorn. She rushed to get some food and drinks for their movie night. Issei took one look at her and sighed. It was going to be a drag, even for him. Good grief, what am I going to do with this woman? Issei continued to lie down, as he checked the news of what has happened in the supernatural from his phone, which could still access news sites and blogs related to the supernatural. He smirked, seeing that his reputation and infamy has grown and improved even further. Scene change. Faction meeting room, Underworld, Lilith, PM. The factions had gathered to discuss the collapse of the Grigori, coupled with the race of fallen angels being wiped out completely with no survivors left. The news spread like wildfire, causing many to be terrified of Issei, who had just slaughtered an entire race and purged them without any care or mercy. Even Yasaka, Amaterasu and Gabriel had also joined in after hearing the news, and they were shocked to hear that such a thing had happened. They couldn't believe that Issei would outright commit genocide despite what he had to go through. Serzex, who was slightly bandaged and injured after the explosion that had happened, spoke with sadness and anger. Hello, it has been a rough day to be contacting you like this. I believe that Azazel is. Serzex was cut off when Michael spoke sadly. Yes, we are aware Azazel and the fallen angels, they were all slaughtered in one night. Issei actually managed to purge everyone. There was silence in the room, as Gabriel was sniffling and crying from the sadness of their deaths. Many were devastated by the fact that Issei managed to purge every last fallen angel that were in this world. None survived the onslaught and genocide that the two people managed to perform. But even then, Zeus angrily growled as he continued, how can one man destroy an entire faction? It is annoying to know that a mere mortal can do that, because we underestimated him, and that was the price we paid. Shiva spoke with a grim tone, as he continued, we took him for granted. He has slain an entire faction. Now we pay the price. But we got to do something, we can't just let them slaughter us. Serafal spoke with a desperate tone. The death of her friend Penemy really hurt her a lot. They had been close friends ever since Issei's imprisonment, and her death really hurt many people amongst the devils. We find him, traces of him to be anywhere. Capturing him is secondary if he does start going aggressive, Shiva suggested, as he continued. We must eliminate him. We don't know what other powers he has been harboring, and we have to kill him before we find out. In case he gets even more aggressive. Some of the leaders wanted to retort, but Shiva cuts him off, speaking, "Although make no mistake, we will execute him for his crimes. That is something I can give all of you a guarantee of." The leaders excluding Amaterasu and Yasaka agreed with this. They were in the dark of what has happened. They didn't even know that Issei was in Tartarus until now. Even if we do get to him, how can we find him? Let alone punish him? Michael asked, to which Shiva responded, "We have several ways. We need to track him. We can do so by a few methods. One is by using the bank accounts and SIM cards that these humans have developed. Now identifying what Haya uses is going to be the hardest part of our task." "I see." Serzex spoke, clenching his fists in anger. The exploding fallen angel soldier was all part to give them a message on Grigori's collapse, and he vowed to make an example of him since Azazel was a good friend of his, and even the first generation of Satans for a long time. "It would be best if we split up and locate this then. We will find a way to eliminate Black and all those that ally with him." Serzex continued with slight anger in his tone, as the leaders all agreed to this. They knew that Issei would be anywhere, but he can still be detected and located before being eliminated. The leaders continued to make plans against Issei, while Amaterasu and Yasaka pondered on what will happen. They only know him as a criminal for a while, but when they asked about him, they always pretend to not know him before he was declared as a criminal. They looked at each other, wondering what would have happened if the leaders got to him. Yasaka still owed him for rescuing her from the hero faction, and she needed answers. Scene change. Issei's house, Sydney, Australia, PM. Issei was seemingly waiting for someone. He looked at his watch and responded. Hel went out to get some stuff while Issei was waiting for someone to arrive. Someone particular. Now I wonder where Ophis is. It's been almost years since I last saw her. Issei mused, remembering the time he was locked up coupled with what has happened so far. He still hoped Ophis was not one of the few that had betrayed him. Same went for Great Red. After a few moments, a woman came in front of him. She is a beautiful girl in her mid-S with considerably large S, a round rear and slender legs, all donned in a revealing Gothic Lolita dress. She was much taller, almost in height. "Who are you?" Issei spoke on guard, as he sensed her key and was surprised to see the woman who was in front of him. "So you recognize me, don't you, Issei?" The woman spoke with an emotionless tone, but Issei could sense that there was happiness in him. She had a smile on her face. Issei could only respond with one word. "Ophis?" The now identified Ophis didn't say anything and tackled Issei in speeds that not even a god-class being would see, and embraced him with a tight hug. She was able to get to him due to sensing the power Issei had held on to her by releasing some of the capsule, allowing her to finally track him and get to him. She then exclaimed in a tone that Issei would be completely surprised, since Ophis always spoke in an emotionless tone. "I miss you." Issei was surprised by the tone she was in, as she hugged him tightly. Issei could only look at her and sigh. She hasn't changed in terms of clinging to him, but she has certainly different in terms of her voice and attitude. The hug, despite being bone-crushing, was not a problem for the Scion-Shinjin hybrid to handle. Issei was tempted to return the hug, but even his hand was shaking due to his nature of being known as Zamasu. Such an act was beneath him when he was Zamasu, even being repulsed at the thought of embracing someone, since he was self-indulgent and callous in nature. However, he was now Issei, not Zamasu. That man was long gone. That was his previous incarnation. He shook his head and returned the hug towards the dragon goddess, as Issei responded with a gentle smile. "I did miss you too, Ophis." The duo stayed like this, as Ophis missed him a lot. They held each other in an embrace. Despite his new reincarnation, he still retained some qualities as Issei, and this was one of them. They soon split up, as Issei asked with a slightly concerned tone, "Why did you not come for me?" "I was in Tartarus for 1 year." Ophis remained silent for a few moments, before responding, "It wasn't easy. The factions always told me that they are looking for you. Apparently you had gone missing for the past few months. It didn't make it better when Drake claimed Kenji to be better along with the Gremry girls. In their eyes you became forgotten. And I didn't know what to do but accept that they are looking for you." Issei understood what must have happened. He was aware that Ophis was incredibly naive, and despite being intelligent enough to formulate and supposedly lead the former Cow's brigade. She was a pure and honest dragon. She still retained her reason to beat Great Red but was more grounded and friendlier to Issei. He was aware that she would have only gone to the ones that knew anything about him. Which was the factions. Going to the other people was not an option. She looked at Issei wondering what he would say. She just hoped that he didn't hate her since she didn't have that much of a bond with his cousin Kenji as opposed to Issei. Ophis, what they said was a lie. Ophis widened her eyes in surprise, however sensing the grim tone of Issei, she knew something horrible must have happened. What? Ophis spoke with a shaky tone. Yes, they lied to you. I will make it short for your sake. I was imprisoned for more than a year in Tartarus, a prison meant for the top criminals. That was my punishment for failing to defeat Trihexa like they wanted. They expected me to be trained enough for that sake, when I couldn't even beat Surzex in a one-on-one. Issei explained to her, making Ophis shocked at this. Tears started to fall from her eyes when she heard of this. The people she saw as friends, as family did this to him. She then spoke with a saddened and shaky tone. I never knew, why? Issei pulled her in for a side hug, making her rest on her shoulder. As he responded, it is because they saw me as nothing but a pawn. Even Drake was no different. He replaced me with my cousin Kenji. That crow Azazel then took away my boosted gear to provide it to Kenji. Then he managed to defeat and seal the beast, which was something the factions wanted. Now he is the pillar, and he was nothing to them. Ophis sniffled in response. The dragon goddess of infinity, in her eons of living, didn't experience this level of betrayal. She started to detest the people she once saw as a family. Issei then continued, worse, they mocked me and harassed me, using recordings of them doing the deed, showing it to me. The factions stripped me of everything, every achievement, every work, and even my power. Your power, Ophis, which Azazel stripped me off. Ophis looked at Issei in shock. She never sensed her power anywhere in the faction's territory. She now knew on how Issei was able to bring her here. He managed to regain this power back. She gritted her teeth in anger, and clenched her fists in fury. She now realized she was deceived and tricked by these supernatural beings, those biblical factions. Ophis spoke with a growl. She was releasing her aura across the entire house, causing it to shake in response. She then continued with the same furious tone, they haven't changed even after all these years. I should have destroyed them a long time back before they can fester into this world. And these gods, they have nothing noteworthy about them, just some beings who think that they can rule and conquer others, forcing them to worship the divine for their own selfish reasonings. Drake is a complete disgrace to the title of Heavenly Dragon, and so is Albion. Even the other dragons are no better that side with the current alliance. Ophis declared with anger in her tone, as she vowed to defeat the dragons that side with the factions and had been involvement in the betrayal. Issei calmed her down, by gently stroking her back. She looked at him for a moment, before stopping, releasing her aura. She took a deep breath, and asked, so what now? Are you going to help them even after what they did to you? Issei shakes his head, and explains what had happened in the prison he was in. She took note of this, being visibly afraid of Zamasu or Goku Black. These beings can effortlessly kill her and Great Red, along with Trihexa. She was glad that they aren't here. She could see Issei being his current incarnation, and wondered what his thoughts are. Sensing this fear, Issei spoke up, worry not, Ophis, I would never hurt you no matter what happens. You are someone that I care for, and I owe you a lot. So worry not, I won't hurt you or even the humans of this world, as long as they don't ally themselves with the factions. Ophis looked for him for a moment, as she climbed on him, which did surprise him, as she nuzzled to his chest. She could feel the heat, aura and muscles on her chest, making the goddess of infinity slightly flustered upon experiencing this up close. Her instincts were flaring up on her. Ophis, what happened? Issei asked with a tone of confusion, as she didn't say anything and looked at him with her cheeks reddened. Issei was surprised by her expression, wondering what happened to her, since she never behaved with him in this manner. See, can we stay like this? Ophis spoke with a shaky tone, as she wondered what was wrong with her. Issei could only look at her with an amused tone and spoke, fine, but only for a few minutes. Ophis nodded, and kept nuzzling at him. Issei looked at her with a smile, wondering what was wrong with her, but was amused seeing her behave like this. It took them a few minutes before Ophis stopped nuzzling, but she still sat on his shoulder and spoke with a normal tone. So do you want anything for me to do? Ophis, I am not forcing you since I want to purge the factions on my own. Along with Hel, who is an ally of mine. Ophis cuts him off and speaks. Hel. The goddess of dead from Norse? Yes, her. Issei bluntly spoke, as he continued. Plus, I wanted you to return back your powers. Ophis grew wide-eyed in shock and surprise as he revealed the open capsule, which was concentrated powers of Ophis that was extracted from him by Azazel in order to experiment on it. But this belongs to you. I gave my power to you for a reason, and I know that your body is changed to a scion, but this belongs to you. Ophis tried to reason with him. She was wondering why he was rejecting her powers given that she willingly gave a portion of to him. Issei only looked at her and spoke, because I want them to fight in my Scion Shinjin's strength. They have been experimenting on your power to try and control it, and possibly they will do anything to do so. They may even make powers to harm my dragon side, which is inclusive of your powers. That is why I retrieved this power and destroyed Grigori that tried to do so. Filth like them deserve to perish for their actions. Take this back, Ophis, it was always yours. Ophis looked at him for a moment, before speaking with a resigned tone. Fine, but on two conditions I will take it back. What? Issei asked, to which Ophis responded. 1. I want you to take back the powers even that bad Vala Lucifer has. He no longer deserves my power that was granted to him. And 2. I want to spar against you. If I win, you will accept my power without any complaints. Is that alright? Because I want to see and experience for myself on your capabilities, and see if you are fine with it. Issei only chuckled and responded with a grin. Very well, I accept these conditions. Cause a scion like me always craves a good fight. Ophis only looked at him and smiled in response, before wrapping her arms around him and nuzzling to his body due to being attracted to it. Issei shows no resistance to her actions, knowing Ophis is not someone that would harm him. However, even he knew and was surprised by how much Ophis was enjoying this. Scene change. Graveyard, outskirts, Japan, PM. The funeral for Azazel and the other fallen angels took place under a sky heavy with dark clouds, as if the heavens themselves bore witness to the grief and fear that gripped Ko. The graveyard stretched wide, rows of headstones marking the lives lost to Issei Hayate's merciless crusade. There were no bodies to bury, only names etched into cold stone. The air was thick with sorrow, but a deeper, more insidious emotion permeated the crowd, fear. Leaders from across the supernatural world were present, their expressions grim. Normally, such a gathering would have been a symbol of unity, but today it was a testament to shared vulnerability. No one spoke loudly. The only sounds were the occasional sobs of mourners and the whispering wind. The atmosphere was suffocating, a reflection of the enormity of their loss and the looming dread of what might come next. Surzek's Lucifer stood at the forefront, his crimson eyes fixed on Azazel's memorial stone. His usual aura of confidence was dimmed, replaced by the weight of uncertainty. His hands were clasped behind his back, but his knuckles were white, betraying the tension he felt. He had faced countless threats before, but this was different. Issei wasn't just an enemy. He was a force of nature, relentless and unyielding. Seraphal Leviathan, typically so cheerful and energetic, was subdued, standing silently beside Surzek's. Her bright eyes were shadowed by worry, her hands gripping the hem of her dress. She glanced at the mourners, her lips pressed into a thin line. Even Graphia Lucifuge, known for her unshakable demeanor, seemed shaken. The usually composed maid stood silently, her gaze focused on the horizon, as if expecting an attack to come at any moment. Sona Citri and her peerage were huddled together, their faces pale. Sona's sharp mind was working overtime, analyzing every detail of Issei's recent actions, but no strategy seemed sufficient to counter his overwhelming power. Her peerage mirrored her unease, their usual confidence eroded by the sheer scope of the threat Issei posed. Among the mourners, Asia Argento stood apart, clutching a small rosary in her trembling hands. Her face was pale, her lips moving in silent prayer. Tears streaked her cheeks as she begged for guidance, for strength, for some way to stop the man who had once been her closest friend. Kiba Yuto stood near Azazel's memorial stone, his jaw clenched and his hands balled into fists. His usual calm was replaced by barely contained anger and frustration. Zenobia and Irina stood beside him, their weapons sheathed but their expressions hard. They had been training relentlessly even before the attack, but even their unwavering faith in their abilities couldn't erase the fear in their eyes. Revel Phoenix stood among the crowd, her delicate features marred by a deep frown. She clutched her arms tightly, her body trembling as she tried to process the magnitude of Issei's transformation. She whispered to herself, "How did it come to this?" When Serzex finally stepped forward to address the crowd, the silence was deafening. His voice was steady, but every word carried the weight of the truth they all feared. "We are gathered here to honor those who have fallen, brave souls who stood against a force none of us could have foreseen. Issei Haidu, a man we once called the former hero of factions, has chosen a path of destruction and terror, became a S-rank supernatural criminal. His actions are not mere acts of violence, they are declarations of war. We will see to it that he pays for this genocide." His words hung in the air, a heavy reminder of the reality they faced. The crowd listened in silence, their fear palpable. Many couldn't meet Serzek's gaze, their own thoughts consumed by doubts about their ability to stand against Issei's power. Kenji approached Serzex with measured steps, his expression heavy with grief and determination. As he reached the Crimson Lucifer, his voice carried the weight of his sorrow and the cold edge of reality. Around them, the atmosphere buzzed with tension, the air thick with fear and unease. "I agree with Lord Lucifer," Kenji began, his tone solemn yet firm. "Issei Haidu, my former cousin, has been solely responsible for the demise of so many fallen angels and the complete collapse of an entire faction. His actions of genocide far eclipse even that of Trihexa during its rampage through Grigori. Many lives have been lost, countless futures destroyed, all because of the machinations and desires of a madman." His words cut through the heavy silence like a blade, sending a ripple of unease through the mourners. The already tense atmosphere thickened further, as even the bravest among them could not ignore the fear that Issei's name now commanded. Serzex turned to Kenji, his crimson eyes meeting the younger man's somber gaze. "Kenji," he said, his voice steady despite the turmoil within him, "we have to stop him. He has killed countless lives at this point." Kenji nodded, his eyes briefly closing as if to steady himself. "It's not just the loss that weighs on me," he admitted. "It's the aftermath of a crucial mistake, the knowledge that we all had a hand in creating the monster he has become, throwing him into Tartarus, a prison reserved for criminals, monsters like RageRevan. He was abandoned by those he trusted most, and now he's using that fury and hatred to fuel his rampage. But this isn't just about avenging the fallen. This is about stopping him from erasing everything that remains." The crowd murmured softly, fear lacing their whispers, especially from the Gremry peerage excluding Aquino, who all had a hand in betraying him. They never expected Issei to be strong enough to wipe Grigori out with Hell's help, let alone have the personality to do this. Fear was creeping in their minds even more. The thought of Issei, a man they had once fought alongside, now wielding his power against them, was a chilling reality. Kenji's voice rose slightly, cutting through the whispers. "We cannot afford to let him continue down this path. His strength, his cunning, they are unparalleled, and he knows us better than we know ourselves. He's not just targeting factions. He's dismantling the very fabric of the supernatural world." Serzex placed a hand on Kenji's shoulder, a gesture of both reassurance and camaraderie. "You're right," Serzex said solemnly. "We must act, not just as leaders but as protectors of the balance that holds our worlds together. Issei's power is great, but so is ours. Together, we stand a chance." Kenji's expression hardened, his resolve clear. "Then we must prepare. Not just for battle, but for the consequences of what's to come. Issei won't stop until he's achieved his twisted vision, and we must be ready to face him, no matter the cost." As the ceremony concluded, a moment of silence was observed. The mourners bowed their heads, but their thoughts were anything but peaceful. Each of them wrestled with the same question: how could they stop a man who seemed unstoppable? The fear lingered like a shadow, a constant reminder of Issei's growing threat. The crowd began to disperse, whispers filling the air. Some spoke of vengeance, others of strategies, and still others of despair. The funeral had not only marked the end of lives but also the end of a fragile peace. The supernatural world was on edge, and the name Issei Hayata had become synonymous with fear. Kenji turned back to Surzex one last time. Lord Lucifer, Kenji said quietly, his voice laced with determination, I won't let Issei's madness consume us. If it means sacrificing everything I have to stop him, then so be it. Surzex nodded, his gaze unwavering. We will fight, Kenji. For the fallen, for the supernatural, and for the future he seeks to destroy. Kenji walked away, his steps purposeful but his heart heavy. He knew the road ahead would test his strength, his resolve, and his very soul. As he glanced back at the graveyard, now shrouded in a suffocating silence, he whispered to himself, I'll stop you, Issei, no matter what it takes. At another place, Akino was seated. Her body was completely motionless, a dead look was planted on her face. She was in this state ever since her father had passed away, killed by her former lover. She had a lifeless look on her face. Akino-san, Akino-san. Asia called out. As she had a plate in her hands, she looked at Akino's broken state and rushed to her. The woman has been motionless since the news of Barakiel's demise and was staying like this. She now only had her peerage, friends and lover Kenji to call as a family. At least eat something. Asia walked to her. As Akino looked at her speaking with a shaky tone, Asia? Yes, it's me. Akino got up, her tears watery from her father's death. It soon started to fall from her face, and into her cheeks. She then spoke, It's okay, Akino-san, take your time. Akino could only nod. She didn't feel like doing anything. Her parents are gone, dead by the man that had once acted as a savior. She took a small bite, and started to eat. Akino's eyes were crying this whole time. Her hands were shaking in despair, fear and sadness. Her cheeks were tear-stained, and eyes glassy with tears present in her eyes. The grief of her eyes and the one responsible left her hollow with grief and despair. She stayed silent, for a few minutes before finally speaking. That man Akino spoke with fear and despair, her voice laden with hidden anger. He killed my father, killed so many to get back at us. I despise him. Akino spoke with despair. She felt furious at what Issei did but helpless knowing that he is getting away with his crimes. She now despised Issei with all of her heart. Wanting to get back at him. The raw pain in her voice was enough to make Asia close her eyes and clench her jaw, unable to find words to comfort her. We all do. Asia turned around, with Akino following suit with it, as she saw Rias and spoke with anger. Kenji's visits did her mental state better. We all despise him. Helpless as we may be now, we have to fight against him. Kenji is our best hope, but we can't fall behind. Rias, when Isama is right, we can't give in. Like Kenji said, we have to be united against him. Only then we can beat him. Akino could only solemnly nod. They had to fight together against the united threat which was Issei Hayata, the former pillar of the factions. The fallen angel-devil hybrid remained silent, clenching her fists with the vow to defeat Issei one day, at all costs. Amidst the despair and anguish, there was still hope that a miracle will happen. But how long will a miracle last? Even they have limits. What will they do then? Scene change. Issei's house, Sydney, Australia, PM. Issei was outside, standing on the wall of his compound. Hel had arrived earlier with her preparing for some food. She was introduced to Ophis, who at first was very afraid of her given she was the dragon goddess, but the two soon got along very quickly after Issei informed her that she is not threatening at all. He had to plan his next assault, which was against the Gremry family. He wanted to take something that they valued the most away from them. Now he had to decide who his next victim was. He grinned knowing that his next victim is going to hurt Surzex the most. Soon enough, Hel arrived with a box full of cookies. As she spoke, Issei, movie night is all set, and the preparations are. Hel trailed off seeing Issei in his mind, as she called out again. Huh! Hel then continued, Issei? Can you hear me? Oh! Issei snapped out, as he spoke with a normal tone. What is it? The snacks are ready, the movie night is all done. I was calling you to the join for it. Issei nodded, as he leaped down from the wall and headed inside. He then asked, so aside from Ophis? How was the shopping? It was good, aside from dealing with the magpies that keep swooping on me. Had to raise a bit some of them to keep the others away. Issei nodded, remembering that Australian magpies have a tendency to swoop against people during this time of the year. Especially around the months of August to October, where the swooping is the most common. I am surprised the cops didn't catch you due to them trying to harm them? Hel looked at him for a moment, before speaking with a no-care tone. They were too busy. I was lucky that they weren't there. Issei shook his head, knowing that magpies can be annoying, as she soon asked, so what is the plan next? I want to hurt the Grigori family the most, so our next assault will be at the mansion where the Grigori family lives. Claim someone whom I want to for a while now. We will do it tomorrow. Hel was curious. As Issei continued, I am still deciding who my victim is going to be. I want to make sure Surzex is hurt the most. That is why I am thinking of it. Well, that can wait. Hel held the cookies in one hand, as she grabbed Issei's other, as she spoke, "'Cause I am looking forward to this movie night." She then motioned Issei to move ahead. As the latter sighed, he knew fighting against Hel is pointless. As he spoke, "Fine." Hel gave a smile, as Issei could only shake his head at this, wondering on how will he be dealing with this woman. She just does what she wants, and doesn't care what Issei thinks of her. The duo walked to where Ophis was seated as she was munching a small piece of chocolate. She waved to them, as Issei resigned and headed to the movie, curious to see what they are going to watch. While he was enjoying, Issei was aware that the factions are grieving and suffering from what Issei and Hel had done. Issei's house, Australia, Sydney, PM. Issei, Hel and Ophis were in the room planning their next attack. They knew that as time passed by, the sadness and despair in the place would have reduced, and this would be the perfect chance to have an attack. From what this intel tells us, they are literally having their second engagement right as we know of it. Issei explained as he continued to look at the news that was spread online. Ophis and Hel knew that this could be a trap to lure them in. Even Issei had an idea on why they are making this engagement. Earlier, Issei had changed his credit card name, from Issei Hayato to Issei Black, to prevent himself from being identified. He also did the same to his SIM card to prevent himself from being associated with the Hayatos and the factions annoying him in Australia. He hated doing this given the fact that his parents really cared for him even in their final moments before they were killed by Trihexa, but had no choice to do so, since the factions would pester him a lot. True to his fears, they did show up mere moments, with several devils entering the room. How Issei found out? He sensed their key and found out that they are devils. Their life force showed who they really were. The devils used memory magic to forcefully find out intel about his location, which they started by heading to the bank to do this. He killed the devils and found out their plans after torturing one for information while preventing the humans from finding out about it. Them entering Australia, which was a private territory, showed that they were sneaking in the location. Issei knew that they would go after the SIM card companies next and eliminated any supernatural beings that came to the location. Even angels were slain without any mercy or care if they ever entered into Australia. To prevent the factions from getting to him, Issei intentionally dumped their bodies into different islands so that they lose track of him. He had to do something to make them truly lose hope against him. But he knew that it would take several works to get the job done. He also destroyed their brains so that the devils and other factions can't use memory magic to extract memories from the deceased devils and angels. Back to the present, Issei found out about the wedding between Akino Himejima and Kenji Hayato. He had an idea on why Kenji and by extension the factions did this, because it was a trap against him and his allies, with the added twist of it being a celebration for Kenji and Akino, to keep themselves happy after such a huge tragedy happening several weeks ago. Issei, this is a trap. Hel mused with a tone full of warning, knowing that this can get them killed or worse, captured. Issei responded with a serious tone, I know, Hel, this is a trap. They are going to improve their security even further to try and stop me. But if we want to get what we want, this is the best opportunity. It a risk but well rewarded if the time is right. So what should we do? You got a plan? Issei only gave a smile. He then continued, while they were fortifying the households that I'd most likely target, I was able to ambush and eliminate Rival Phoenix, and with that I was able to gain this. Issei revealed a magic circle on a slip which he was able to gain from slaying Rival. Hel then continued with slight annoyance, so you killed him without informing us, huh? I would love to kill these bats when I get the opportunity. I thought you only wanted to get back at Odin. So I decided not to. Issei spoke with a smirk, which caused Hel to huff in annoyance, as Ophis responded emotionlessly, "So with this, we can enter?" Bingo, Rivel's overconfidence became his downfall. He was so arrogant that he believed that his regeneration made him invincible. But he forgot the fact that with regeneration comes free extra pain, while I prefer improving myself with pain, which makes me stronger. Even I am not stupid enough to take a huge ki blast which can vaporize even a Satan-class being in an instant. Having confidence in just regeneration, he didn't even teleport when he could due to this very overconfidence. He was alive, but barely, and I took this slip from him before vaporizing him completely. Issei responded with a cold tone, believing Rivel to be a fool for believing that regeneration would be enough to survive. He may not be arrogant, and Issei knew he was better than his younger siblings Riser and Revel, not a high bar to set but still appreciable. "And do the Phoenix know about this?" Hel asked with an intrigued tone, as Issei shrugged and spoke with a confident tone, "Even if those filthy birds did, it wouldn't hamper our plans. The invitation never specifically wrote Rivel's name due to these bats being arrogant about these invitations only reaching specific individuals. I still remember me getting an unnamed invitation when I was asked by Serkant's queen to help that red-haired whore to get there. Even this one didn't have one." Issei pointed to the slip he was holding which didn't have Rivel's name. Ophis then spoke with an emotionless yet serious tone, "In that case, you will be going in a disguise, correct?" "Yes, I will." Issei spoke with a smile, as he decided to get a mask for this wedding. He looked at Ophis, and spoke, "Although I may need a partner, and Ophis will come with me." Ophis nodded. She didn't mind coming to this wedding. Plus, she is not a criminal in the eyes of the factions yet. Hel wanted to retort, but Issei spoke up, "I understand that you also want to join, and you have your part. When I do show that I was able to infiltrate their security, I will bring you in using the golden tiger claws. Sounds cool?" Hel looked at him, and responded while sighing with a tone of slight disappointment, "That is fine." "Good, then let's get ready to enter another wedding and get the maid for myself." Issei spoke with a dark and evil grin, knowing that he is going to ruin Akino's most happiest day. He vowed to make this wedding memorable for all the wrong reasons. Wedding hallway, Kyoto, PM. Serzex and Michael were monitoring the security of the wedding with sharp eyes, their expressions reflecting the gravity of the situation. This event, as auspicious as it was also a calculated trap to hopefully catch Issei. The seals created were powerful enough to subdue even a heavenly dragon, painstakingly designed with potent dragon-based magic and reinforced by the strongest magic users. Reports from their soldiers painted a grim picture. Every attempt to locate Issei had ended in massacre. Those sent to scout or engage him were slaughtered in brutal ways, brains and limbs missing, the corpses left as grotesque warnings. The sight of these atrocities had caused many to retch, their morale shaken. There was no doubt that this was Issei's work. Somehow, he had discovered their plans and struck preemptively. "Do you think this will be enough?" Michael's voice carried a mix of hope and tension as he watched the tightening of the security measures. He knew this was their best chance to eliminate Issei before he became completely unstoppable. "It should be," Serzex replied, anger simmering beneath his calm exterior. "I've ensured the guards are equipped with weapons imbued with dragon-slaying magic. If this doesn't work, then we may not get another chance." Michael nodded hesitantly, his unease growing. "And if it isn't enough?" Serzek's eyes hardened as he turned to face Michael. "Then we face the reality that we're fighting a losing battle. But we will not falter, Michael. We can't afford to." Leaving Michael to his thoughts, Serzex moved towards the guest seating area, where Gabriel sat gracefully on one of the chairs. Dressed in a pristine white cassock adorned with gold trimmings and crowned with delicate flowers, she radiated serenity, though her smile barely masked her concerns. She looked up at her brother as he approached. "Brother, are you excited for the wedding?" Michael nodded curtly. "Brother, are you excited for the wedding?" Michael nodded curtly. "I am. But I'll be even more relieved once we deal with Issei. He's killed so many, Gabriel. He's committed genocide against the fallen angels. We can't let this continue." Gabriel's smile faded, replaced by a frown that deepened as she absorbed his words. "I don't understand," Gabriel murmured. "Why did he turn to this? What did Azazel, or any of them, do to deserve such a fate?" Her naivety and lack of knowledge about the betrayal Issei had endured set her apart from others like Amaterasu and Yasaka, who sought to uncover the truth before taking action. Gabriel, however, was focused on stopping Issei as swiftly as possible, unaware of the depth and complexity of the situation. It was because of his failure to defeat Trihexa, Michael said bluntly, his tone devoid of empathy. Gabriel's eyes widened, a mix of shock and anger flashing across her face. Is that why you? Her words were cut off as Michael interrupted her, his attention shifting. Oh, the bride is here. His dismissive tone left Gabriel fuming as she rose and walked away, her cold gaze lingering on her brother before she disappeared into the crowd. The reason he didn't do so was because before dying Azazel managed to work through with the angelic system alongside Ajuka and many other smart members of the factions. The initial idea was to allow angels to pursue relationships, but it soon evolved into other things like performing other sins without the problem of falling. Akino entered the venue, dressed elegantly in a traditional kimono. She wore a soft smile as she approached the altar, her demeanor carrying a sense of hope for a better future despite her turbulent past. Kenji waited for her at the altar, dressed in a sharp tuxedo, his eyes steady as she joined him. The wedding itself had been orchestrated by Rias and Asia, who believed the union would bring some semblance of happiness after all the pain and loss they had endured. As the vows began, the crowd's attention turned to the couple. In the meantime, at a corner of the room, Issei and Ophis, with Issei wearing a different clothing. He wears a black vest with longer flaps in the front and back secured by a black belt over a dark gray long-sleeved shirt and dark gray baggy pants, along with a black glove on his right hand. He has magenta bracers with white edges on his wrists and shins and magenta armbands with black edges, along with black boots with a dull yellow toe cap and heel that have thin lines going across them. His face is adorned with mask that has a bold black and white tribal-like marking which was a time-breaker mask with red cracks and has a single visible eye that glows pink. Many in attendance were caught off guard by the presence of the new guest, a figure cloaked in an aura of quiet menace. His enigmatic demeanor set him apart, yet his proximity to Ophis, the infinite dragon god herself, offered an air of legitimacy. The fact that he carried an invitation, one that only a select few could issue, silenced any murmur of suspicion. To the untrained eye, he was an ally, but to those who truly looked, there was something unsettling about him. Issei Hayate stood among the crowd, his gaze fixed on the altar. Behind the mask that concealed his identity, his expression was a tempest of contempt and cold calculation. The joyous occasion unfolding before him only served to intensify his disdain. Of all those who had tormented him in the past, Aquino and Rias were at the apex of his hatred. Their betrayals and cruelty were etched into his psyche, and no amount of time or distance could dull the sharp edges of those memories. Azazel and the leaders were a little lower, and with Azazel dead, Issei has been eyeing his next victim relatively soon. Aquino's words were venomous and cutting, they echoed in his mind like a haunting refrain. It wasn't just the words themselves that angered him, it was the condescension, the malice behind them. Her laughter, her disdainful gaze, and her callous treatment of him had carved deep scars into his soul. The words, he was not going to forget. He was going to make her remember her consequences of the actions. I am glad I had met Kenji a few months before he had shown to defeat Trihexa. Not only was he competent lover, but he is also not perverted. He has some moral restraint and kindness as opposed to you. You are nothing but a weak perverted fool who believed that I was here to save you. I am here to show you how happy I am with Kenji. Not only is he a better lover, but he is not dense unlike you, who couldn't even understand how women's emotion works. Yes, I have not forgotten your time when you failed to realize Rias-sama's emotions, and I always secretly harbored my anger towards you for that. Our relationship was never there to begin with, and will never be there. Drill that into your head. And if you can't, this will change your thought process completely. She thinks she can move on so easily? Issei thought, his single visible eye glowing faintly behind the mask. She'll learn soon enough that the past doesn't forget. The vows continued, the couple exchanging words of love and commitment. The crowd was enraptured, their attention wholly focused on the ceremony. Issei, however, was unmoved. To him, the wedding was a farce, a hollow celebration built on a foundation of lies and betrayal. Ophis, standing beside him, observed quietly. Her expression was inscrutable, but the faint tension in her posture suggested she was attuned to Issei's inner turmoil. She glanced at him momentarily, as if to gauge his restraint. For now, he remained still, his simmering rage held in check by the thin veneer of civility. Informing Ophis, via telepathy, he told, "We strike, now." Ophis nodded in understanding. He soon got up and headed to a nearby restroom. She waited for him, with some wondering where the new guest was heading. However, their attention was turned to the wedding ceremony, as Kenji made an announcement full of joy and happiness. "Everyone, I am glad for your arrival to this auspicious wedding. Despite what happened, it is a good thing that we are having this wedding with my beloved, one of my beloved, and I am glad that all of you are able to make time for this. The woman beside me, Akino Himejima, is one of the most beautiful and kind-hearted women I have ever encountered in my life. I am glad to have you in my life." The audience, excluding Ophis, erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers following Kenji's heartfelt speech. Akino blushed deeply, her eyes glistening with emotion as she looked toward her groom. The warmth in the room was palpable, a shared sense of joy and celebration uniting everyone present. For a moment, it seemed as if nothing could shatter the happiness they had built. But that moment was fleeting. The jubilant atmosphere was torn asunder by a voice that echoed through the hall, cold and laced with venom. "Heh! Kind-hearted? This has to be the biggest joke I've ever heard in my life." The laughter that followed was sharp, mocking, and dripping with disdain. It reverberated off the grand walls of the venue, freezing the celebration in its tracks. Heads turned toward the source of the voice, and a suffocating silence descended upon the hall. The voice was unmistakable. Ophis, seated calmly among the crowd, rose to her feet. Without a word, she began to make her way toward the exit. Those closest to her gave questioning glances, but she ignored them. Her role in this charade was complete, and whatever was about to unfold did not concern her directly. She left the room without so much as a backward glance. The tension in the air thickened as all eyes shifted to the altar. There, standing atop it with an aura of oppressive malice, was none other than Issei Hayato. His cold, piercing gaze swept across the room, taking in the stunned faces of those who had once been allies, friends, and even loved ones. His expression was devoid of warmth, his posture exuding contempt and unshakable confidence. His dark attire, adorned with the tribal-like time-breaker mask that glowed ominously, added an almost divine terror to his presence. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. The Gremry peerage were the first to react, their expressions shifting from disbelief to fury. Rias clenched her fists so tightly her nails dug into her palms, her crimson hair seeming to flare with her anger. Beside her, Kiba and Zenobia reached for their weapons instinctively, their muscles tense and ready for combat. Akino was seething in fury when she saw the killer of her father show up to this very auspicious occasion that was supposed to make Akino happy was going to the opposite. The leaders of the factions, Surzex, Michael, and several others, exchanged grim glances, their expressions dark. Meanwhile, Kenji's face twisted into a mask of livid rage. His fists trembled at his sides, his body radiating an intense fury that seemed to simmer just beneath the surface. Even Vala's team, scattered among the audience, bristled at Issei's audacity. Drake and Albion, the great heavenly dragons bound to their respective hosts, roared in fury, their voices shaking the very foundations of the hall. Issei, unfazed by the hostility directed at him, let his smirk grow wider. His posture was eerily calm, almost regal, as he spread his arms theatrically, as if welcoming the collective hatred of the room. "Wow," Issei began, his tone thick with mockery. "I must admit, quite the function you've got here. Really pulling out all the stops, aren't you?" His eyes locked onto Kenji, and his smirk twisted into something cruel. "Kenji," he said, his voice feigning warmth. "Been a while, hasn't it? I see you've managed to claw your way into some semblance of happiness. Good for you." Kenji's body trembled with barely contained fury. "You have no right to be here, Issei," he snarled, his voice echoing with the weight of his anger. "After everything you've done, after the lives you've destroyed, you think you can just show up here and mock us?" Issei soon spoke with a tone feigning sadness and despair. "Ah, and here I thought you would be happy seeing your cousin here." Kenji was clenching his fist to the point of drawing blood with some of it falling from his hand. Issei then tilted his head, his smile sharpening into something predatory. Mock you? Oh, dear cousin, I'm not here to mock you. His tone grew darker, his single visible eye glowing with a malevolent light. I'm here to enlighten you. To show you how pathetic your so-called justice truly is. You speak of love, kindness, and hope, but all I see are delusions built on lies and betrayal. He chuckled softly, the sound chillingly similar to a divine judgment. You all disgust me, he said, his voice dripping with contempt. Like insects clinging to the scraps of a dying world, you build your fragile peace on the suffering of others and dare to call it righteous. The crowd erupted into chaos. Murmurs of confusion and disbelief mingled with shouted accusations and demands for answers. The dragons roared once more, their fury threatening to boil over into action. But Issei raised a hand, silencing them with a single gesture. His aura darkened, a palpable wave of malice washing over the room. You're all so eager to fight, so quick to blame me for your failures. But let's not forget, he leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping to a deadly whisper that carried through the hall. It was your betrayal that created me. His words struck like a hammer, silencing even the most vocal of his detractors. The sheer conviction in his tone was more terrifying than any physical threat. And besides, despite what many would presume, I am not here to actually oppose your wedding. I mean, I could do what I did to Rias a while back. Issei pointed to Rias, who started to lose some of her anger and start trembling when Issei had ruined her wedding. The memory was etched inside of her brain all too well. Akino was also shivering, the memory of what happened too fresh. Issei then spoke, well, I will let the show finally begin. Issei brought out the golden tiger claws much to Kenji's shock, as Surzex demanded, what are you going to do? Well, how about you see for yourself, the wedding won't be complete with the special guest. Drake was seething when he saw one of his treasures being used, as he and Kenji watched a golden portal arrive next to him. The golden portal shimmered in the wedding hall, attracting everyone's attention. Soon Hela arrived with a smile on her face. As she spoke, took you a while to get me. Hel looked at the guests with a varied expression. She turned her attention to Akino, who was shivering, while having an angered look at the ones that truly killed her father. Hel then spoke, so you are Barakiel's daughter, correct? Never have we met in person. Akino was getting even more furious at this. She remembered encountering Hel during the pavilion exhibit when she had made her presence known to her. She then continued, besides, it would be a shame that the father doesn't arrive for her beloved daughter's wedding. Akino lost some of her anger, and started to become worried. Plus I know how excited he was when this event would happen. Akino started to shake when Hel mentioned this. She was tearing up, as Hel continued to make her statement, you see, hybrid. When I slay and revive someone as my undead, I can hear their thoughts and actions. I can also sense their emotions. He really wished to see his daughter's engagement, and how cruel would I be if I denied my people's last wishes. Hel soon snapped his fingers. As a magic circle was summoned beside her, Kenji got in front of Akino to protect her. To their surprise, someone raised from the dead. It was none other than the deceased Barakiel. Akino, the reanimated corpse, spoke with a hollow tone, which made Akino shake in response. Her entire body was shaking as tears fell from her eyes. She then spoke with a hoarse and hollow tone. Father Barakiel started to walk towards her in a shaky and mangled motion. He only stopped a few feet later, as Hel spoke with a sinister smile on her face. You see, Akino, I am not such an evil goddess. I fulfilled your father's final wish. Now his soul will remain with me for all eternity. Hel spoke with a sinister tone. She motioned Barakiel to fly to her, which he did so by releasing his skeletal wings, and flew towards her. He then bowed before Hel. As she pulled his chin up, he then spoke, just like the fallen angels under me, I have gotten an army like I always wanted but was denied by the one Issei calls Allfucker. This is nice, having a cadre serving under me. Odin, who was also present, was gritting his teeth in fury hearing this. He wanted to put Hel in his place, but given the situation, he was aware they could escape. Drops of tears were falling on the ground, as Akino murmured with horror, seeing on how he is behaving. He was nothing but a slave to Issei. Kenji had enough, as he lunged onto Hel in his crimson armor with anger in his eyes, only for Issei to move to the side and bring out a key blade, and stab him in the stomach, piercing his armor like butter, making him cough up saliva. Kenji! Drake shouted with horror. Issei scowled when he heard Drake's voice. As he spoke, Kenji Hayato, you remind me of my past self. Who would charge at an enemy without any planning. You sicken me, now be gone. Issei slammed him, sending him flying across several stories. The girls that loved him and others that cared for him shouted, Kenji/Kenji-kun/ Kenji-senpai/ Kenji-san. Many rushed to him without hesitation, with Asia using healing magic to keep him alive. However, it was off no effect. Issei looked at this with contempt in his eyes, with Akino exclaiming with tears, I have lost my parents. I don't want to lose you too. Issei then spoke, turning to Hel, using Betrayal. You are more evil than I am. Hel spoke while placing her hand on a chest, feigning sadness. You wound me, Issei. Issei smirked sinisterly as Betrayal soon started to fade away. Issei looked at the Gremry peerage and Issei's former friends with anger in his eyes. The care they showed Kenji was even more they showed him. Did they always hate him from the beginning and wanted him eliminated and replaced? Before his thoughts could be complete, someone tried to ambush him from the behind, as it was revealed to be Surzex, who had his hand coated in destruction. But Issei grabbed it and transformed into his Super Saiyan. Impossible! Surzex exclaimed, trying to overpower him, but Issei didn't budge. He was much stronger at the moment towards him. Issei then spoke mockingly while twisting his hand, attacking from the behind, You filthy super bat? You are a coward, aren't you? Issei then spoke mockingly while twisting his hand, attacking from the behind, You filthy super bat? You are a coward, aren't you? A/N. I don't own this GIF or Dragon Ball Super. He struggled to break free. He tried to transform into his true form, but Issei placed his hand in front of him, speaking, Don't get too cocky, Siscon. Before Surzex could react, Issei fired a powerful ki blast that completely consumed him, as if nothing could stop the point-blank blast. The Super Devil screamed in pain, as an explosion consumed him. Surzex-sama/Ni-sama. Grafia and Rias shouted at the same time, afraid of what is going to happen to him. Soon his body fell to the ground, as he was breathing heavily. Grafia and Rias rushed to him, seeing his state. He was not too bruised but was slightly injured. Issei saw Grafia and knew what he had to do. He looked at Hel, and spoke, It's time we take what we came here for. Hel nodded, as Issei soon blitzed forward and fired a powerful ki blast, sending both of them flying towards the wall, making them cough up blood. Grafia tried to assist, as she angrily glared at Issei, coating her fists with ice ones. She was ready to punch him, but Issei acted quickly, punching her in the gut, making her cough up in response. She coughs up, falling unconscious with him speaking, She is what we came here for. He soon carried the maid like a sack of potatoes. Hel soon joins him, and places her hand on him, as he places his 2 fingers on his head. Surzex, who knew that Issei was going to escape, shouted, Someone stop them from taking Grafia. Many tried to lunge on him, with the leaders also doing the same, but it was too late. Issei and Hel were long gone, with Ophis also leaving during the chaos. They were all horrified by what they were seeing. Surzex could only scream in agony. His wife was taken by his biggest enemy as a price. Issei once again won, and this time took Grafia away from him, along with ruining the second wedding. Scene change. North Sentinel Island, Maldives, India, PM. Grafia was unconscious, as Ophis was seemingly working on her body. She had placed her hand on her chest, waiting for the right time. Soon a piece jolted out from her body, making her exclaim in pain. This was the queen piece that Surzex had. So what should we do with this piece? Ophis asked emotionlessly, as Issei responded, Leave it here. Besides, I know exactly how to get my new maid to be more complaint. Issei touched her face, and caressed it, as he continued, Such beauty, yet such naivety. Issei. Hel asked with a confused tone, as she continued, May I ask why her? What reason is she needed for? Why not kill her like the rest of the bats like we planned? Simple, cause during the final battle against Trihexa. Surzex had placed a hypnosis spell on Grafia so that she doesn't end up dying during the final battle. He wanted someone to raise Milikas, in an event that he does end up dying. She has no clue on why I was imprisoned, and why I even became a criminal. However, her loyalty with Surzex is too strong, That is why I ended up kidnapping her. Issei explained to the two, as they nodded in response, understanding the situation at hand. Hell knew that Issei needed a maid, but that begged the question. What will he do next? Now on how I will control her. It will be simple, you see. In my previous life as Zamasu, my former master Gawasu taught me a trick known as memory wipe, which can easily erase the memories of anyone that I want to. I will erase all memories belonging to the time she was with the Grigori family and then alter it, make the memories into the ones that show that she was serving me. Once I am done, Grafia will be a blank slate, for us to control. Issei spoke with a sinister grin. He then placed his hand on Grafia's head, channeling his ki into her mind, focusing on the neural or spiritual pathways that store memories. The energy disrupts or overwrites the mental or spiritual imprints of specific memories, effectively erasing the memories with her husband and son along with her family. She screamed in pain during this procedure, as tears started to fall from her eyes. She was helpless and powerless during this procedure. Hel and Ophis had cold looks on their faces. Issei smirked, knowing the next time she sees her husband, she will detest and resent him. After a while, Grafia stopped crying. But her tears didn't stop. She stopped screaming as Issei grew a smirk on his face. He looked at the two, and spoke, sensing the ki of several individuals. These were fortunately human. It's done. Let's head back before the indigenous mortals show up and attack us. Issei pointed to some people rushing towards them. Hel and Ophis nodded, as Issei used the golden tiger claws and teleported back to Australia. Scene change. Issei's house, Australia, Sydney, PM. Grafia was seen sleeping in one of the beds that was offered to her. She was sleeping soundly, unaware that her whole mind has changed. Her loyalties now belong to Issei instead of Surzex, and she will serve Issei completely with all of her soul and body. Grafia, once you wake up, you will serve me with all of your heart. Sweet dreams, my maid. Issei walked out of the room. He left the maid to rest for the night, knowing she would be awake soon. She will serve him unconditionally, without any problems and without any hassle, and once Surzex is eliminated, Grafia will be his for all eternity. Grafia had soon woken up, rubbing her eyes in response when she did. She looked around, seeing herself in a darkened yet familiar room. She then spoke with a low tone, Where am I? This place yet is familiar. Grafia muttered to herself. She recognized the place all too well. She removed the quilt that was placed on her body, and walked towards the door. Despite not ever visiting the mansion, she remembered every detail, and every location by the back of her mind. She knew where she had to move whenever she had to do so. She looked to see Issei sitting on his couch watching the news. He had a smirk on his face looking at the damage that had happened in the wedding. He could see the news articles written on the mobile device. Akino Himejima and Kenji Hayado's wedding ruined, the pillar of the faction targeted by Issei Hayado. Grafia Lucifuge gone missing. Has Issei Hayado claimed another victim? Lucifer in despair. Surzex's wife vanishes amid faction turmoil. Who can stop Issei Hayado? Former Red Dragon Emperor's fury threatens the supernatural world. Can Issei Hayado be stopped? Pantheons left in despair. Fear spreads across the factions. Can Kenji's words bring hope amid the anarchy? Issei had an amused grin on his face. He could see the fear increasing at every step. The news in the supernatural world spreads even more faster than it does in the human world, such that even the human world pales in comparison to how fast news spreads from one world to another. Soon enough, his attention spreads across the key he sensed. As he turns to see Grafia, who had woken up, he then spoke with a smirk. Ah, Grafia? You took quite the time to wake up. Grafia soon walks to him, and kneels down bowing in front of him. She then speaks with an apologetic tone. I apologize for my tardiness due to overworking. It won't happen again. Lord Issei. She looks at him with a tone full of determination, causing Issei's smirk to widen even more, since that was the name that Issei wanted Grafia to call her master, especially in front of Surzex. He knew that this was the effects of memory wipe on the Lucifer's former queen and wife. She was now completely subservient and loyal to Issei while also being changed, as opposed to the Grafia that served Surzex with all of her heart while still being dominant over him. He wanted to eliminate that pride of hers. She is still the same Grafia, but she won't raise her hand on him like she did with Surzex. She will still be serious and aggressive when it comes to looking after the well-being of her master, as well as being strict with herself. But she won't cross certain lines like she did with Surzex. Make sure it doesn't. Issei spoke while losing his smirk, as he continues, now get me some coffee. As you wish, Lord Black. Grafia went inside the kitchen and prepared some coffee. She soon came after a while with a cup of coffee and placed it down. He then picked up the coffee and started to drink it. Oh, it's good. Grafia only gave a gentle smile to him. Issei had taken a look at it, and was reminded of a time long before he had even become black. Long before he was nothing but an ordinary human boy. He had a feeling that he would have never awakened as Goku Black had it not been for his terrible life. He shook his head at the thought, as Grafia walked behind him and started to push her hands forward. Issei was ready for any attack and wondered if there was some fault with the memory wipe he had installed. However, to his surprise, she started to gently massage him, as she spoke with a happier tone, Master, does this make it better? I thought of maybe massaging you as an apology for my tardiness. Issei felt the effects of the massage, as he exclaimed with joy, You are certainly a wonder. It's a good thing that you are here. Grafia only giggled seeing this reaction. Her memories were altered in such a manner that she had been serving Issei for several years at this point. She was hired by him years ago, and has been with him ever since. She had served him unconditionally for a very long time, only having a decent pay on a monthly basis, which she uses for her own expenses. They had some time together with Grafia tending to her master's every need and desires to the fullest. She even offered Issei a lap pillow if needed, but the latter declined it due to wanting to train more for the time being. The maid understood this completely without hesitation. The next day, Lilith, Underworld AM, chaos reigned across the supernatural world. Fear gripped the masses, especially in the underworld, where whispers of Issei Hayate's rampage grew louder with every passing day. His latest actions, subduing Surzex and Kenji, abducting Grafia Lucifuge, and destroying the wedding of Kenji and Akino, left a trail of devastation that no faction could ignore. The once beloved savior of the factions had become their greatest nightmare, a force of vengeance who sought retribution for the betrayal that had shattered his life. He had annihilated the fallen angels, leaving none alive. Now, the devils feared they were next on his list. Amidst the paranoia, arrogance still lingered among some. Certain devils, blind to the scale of Issei's power, believed they could bring him down. They dismissed his feats, defeating the Gremry siblings, injuring Kenji with ease, and wielding treasures akin to the Longinus, as mere flukes. But those with insight, like the clan heads and elders of the underworld, knew better. Something that all supernatural beings, excluding Kenji and Drake, are unaware of. In the grand hall of the underworld, a heated council meeting was underway. The clan leaders and elders debated fiercely, their voices echoing in the massive chamber. We can't let him get away with this. We must mobilize our forces. One of their elders shouted with anger. The kidnapping of a Lucifuge devil, who was also Surzex's queen, was something that was unforgivable. Hunting him down is our only option. We send in double the devils to hunt them down. Our priority is to recover Lucifuge alive, another exclaimed in anger, as they valued Grafia Lucifuge for her blood of being part of a near-extinct clan, with only 2 known surviving members of the clan left. But how can we stop someone of this magnitude? He is much stronger than before. You all remember he survived the Samo's poison, correct? One of the elders pointed out, as Lord Phoenix responded, Not only that, he has also killed my son. He killed Rovo Phoenix without any mercy. Yes, we need to find a way to stop him. Lord Agars responded angrily, as Lord Bale spoke with fury, See, I told you. I told you all that he is going to be a threat. We know he is one, Andrew. Zekrom responded, as he continued with a sigh, Now the question remains, how will we counter and eliminate him? Like I said, we mobilize our forces. We are going to need as many devils as we need to destroy him. We need to make a powerful spell to eliminate him for God. The first elder who had shouted earlier had exclaimed once again. He knew that the only way to defeat Issei was to gather more forces and eliminate him for good. But how? He has been powerful enough to wipe out all fallen angels. No one survived his onslaught. Another elder exclaimed with anger and helplessness. However, someone's voice soon boomed in response, as she called out, "Enough!" Everyone turned to see Seraphal Leviathan with an angered and cold look on her face. The yelling annoyed her to no bounds. She was unhappy, no furious, at what happened to Graphia, who was a close friend of hers. She was taken and abducted right in front of her eyes. To add it off, Issei was strong enough to hold off Surzex in his true form of destruction, and needless to say, it made her really furious. "We won't be garnering our forces!" Seraphal exclaimed with anger. Before the elders responded, Seraphal added, "We will only be sending our forces to the slaughterhouse. If he has killed the fallen angels, what hope does our kind have against him?" The elders remained silent. Along with the clan heads, they were furious at what Seraphal had said, but they knew she was not wrong in any manner. They were helpless in that manner, as Lord Baal spoke. "So what should we do?" "We will contact Hades." "Contact him for gaining Samuel's poison. I am pretty sure he has caught wind of Issei's actions, so he'll help us. I have already spoken to the Greek Pantheon, and they have already started to convince Hades to help us." The elders were uncertain, along with the clan heads. They are aware of how Hades sees their kind. He sees them similar to how Issei does see them. Hades saw devils as nothing but bats, and the fallen angels as crows. Many of the elders were expecting him to side with Issei due to how much he detests them and the fallen angels, and given that he is doing a favor by exterminating them. Lord Agars then spoke. "That is fine, Lady Leviathan, but how will we convince him to side with us?" Seraphal had a smirk plastered on her face. She knew that this would be a successful way to get Hades on their side. As she spoke, "We will. After all, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. All we need to do is to get Hades on our side by showing how much of a threat he is. Then we can ask him for Samuel's poison. That way, he can work with us and we finally gain victory against Issei." Seraphal spoke happily with a smirk, akin to a child getting what he wants. The leaders and clan heads all agreed to do this. However, to their surprise, suddenly claps started to be heard. "I must admit, quite the amazing plan to get me killed. Right, Sarah-chan?" They all turned around to see Issei leaning beside the wall of the room while still clapping. A mocking grin plastered on his face. As he spoke, "Shame it is not going to work and fall terribly just like most of your shows. How pathetic and foolish must you be considering your shows entertain people. A/N. I don't own this GIF or Dragon Ball Super. How pathetic," he continued, his tone dripping with derision. "Relying on a god who despises you to deal with your problems. Typical bats." Seraphal gritted her teeth in anger. The reason she hates Issei was because of his show, a paid dragon gaining even more popularity than the magical girl Leviathan. She despises Issei because of this. She then demanded, "How did you get in here?" "Correct, there is a barrier that should have stopped you." Issei turned to see Ziasidus Gremry, his former future father-in-law, who had spoken. He looked at the man with contempt, losing whatever smirk he had plastered on his face, looking at him coldly, as he spoke with slight anger. "I have my ways that you don't need to know." Ziasidus could be seething in response of Issei. He hated Issei even more after what he did to Rias during her wedding day, completely ruining it and scaring his daughter, but before a response could be made, Issei dashed forward to him, much to his surprise. "He is fast." Many of the elders thought in fear and shock, seeing that this was the man that had exterminated the entire fallen angel race. Ziasidus lost his anger, and became annoyed as Issei pointed his hand to his chest in a gun-like motion. He then spoke with a smirk. "Well, father-in-law, you are quite weak to not sense me coming here and stopping me. I still remember you and that filthy brown bat trying to get me to marry Rias even more, but when I was weak, you were the first to discard me, amongst the in-laws that is. Then, when I come back to rightfully bring justice and set things right in this world, you are mad at me." Ziasidus had a look that screamed anger and fear. He was sweating nervously, knowing Issei can kill him in an instant if he wants to. He was furious at this, but also was fearful of him. In his eyes, the fact that a weak human was able to reach the levels that some gods even struggled to do so. "But I won't stop, father-in-law. Even if you growl, I won't stop, and I want you to see you beg for mercy. Otherwise." Issei's hand starts to glow with a purple key energy, causing Ziasidus to shake with fear and terror, fearing on what Issei would do to him, there would be no fun. After all, a filthy stain like you begging for mercy is what I am looking forward to. He soon raises his other hand, placing it near his head. You always were a coward, Issei sneered. The only reason you are powerful is because of your equally cowardly and moronic son Serzex. You mocked me and looked down on me when I had lost Drake to my foolish cousin. And now look at you, quaking in fear before the same man you underestimated. Zeoticus paled, sweat dripping down his face as Issei's energy flared ominously. Please, he stammered. Issei's smirk returned, cruel and predatory. Begging already? How disappointing. I thought I'd at least get some entertainment out of you. Seraphol widened her eyes at what Issei was going to do, as she shouted, Everyone, we need to leave now. Before anyone could react, Issei's raised hand glowed with a sinister purple energy. Too late. With a flick of his wrist, the energy erupted in a massive explosion, engulfing the entire hall in a blinding light. The screams of the elders and clan leaders were drowned out by the deafening roar of destruction. Many of them were killed in an instant of what had happened. The building exploded, leaving nothing behind. The onlookers were screaming in fear and terror at what had just happened in the location, as Issei teleported outside the building, speaking with a smirk and tone full of malice. Foolish bats, thinking they have overpowered us in every manner. Yet, so fragile their bodies and egos are. When the dust settled, the grand hall was nothing but a smoldering ruin. Survivors crawled from the wreckage, their bodies battered and their spirits broken. Issei appeared outside the ruins, his smirk widening as he surveyed the devastation. He looked at Seraphol, who was one of the survivors, looking at him in anger and fear. There was desperation and hopelessness in her eyes. Zeocidus and Lord Agars were the other survivors that had managed to survive the onslaught. You won't get away with this. Issei didn't respond, looking at her with a mocking tone. I believe I just did. I purged the elders from this world. Well, most of them, because I want the survivors to send a message. You also, Seraphol. Issei spoke with a mocking tone, causing her to grit her teeth in fury. She wanted to make Issei pay and tried to bring out magic, but her wounds are too severe even for her to handle. Pathetic, that was a key blast enough to wipe out an entire continent. I am amazed that a filthy bat like you managed to survive. Issei spoke with a gleeful tone, enjoying the pain and torment Seraphol was enduring. She was one of the few that gloated on his suffering, and she shall also meet the same fate as he once did. Seraphol got really furious at this, as she screamed with fury and agony, Screw you, Issei Hayato. Issei narrowed his gaze, as he spoke with a cold tone, Even now, you dare defy against justice. There is only one solution for filth like you. Issei blitzed towards Seraphol and with a powerful key towards her face. Her having a look of anger plastered on her face, but there was also a lingering fear, afraid of the solution that he posed to her. She hated on how Issei saw them as lower life forms. Good riddance. Issei fired a key blast aimed at her face. She was about to teleport, but there was nothing she could do. He fired the key blast, making her screech in pain from being completely consumed. There was nothing she could do, or even anyone to save her from the former pillar of the factions. She was killed without any mercy and couldn't even teleport due to the pain she was experiencing. Seraphol! Zeocidus shouted with agony, seeing on how Issei mercilessly wiped her out. He had tears in his eyes due to his broken bones and injuries coupled with Seraphol's death. Many were looking at Issei with fear, seeing on how he effortlessly killed a Satan-class devil like it was nothing to him. Let this be a reminder, those that oppose justice shall meet the same fate as her. Goodbye, and pray to Lucifer for your day. The day of reckoning will come for you soon, all of you will suffer for the wrath of justice. Issei placed his hand on his forehead and teleported out of there. There was nothing the devils could do, as he once again managed to escape without any effort. He vanished into thin air, leaving the devils to grapple with the weight of their failure and the terror of what was yet to come. Scene change. Issei's house, Sydney, Australia, PM. Ah. You can't just teleport and have fun without me, Issei. Hel exclaimed with an annoyed tone, as Issei only glanced at her and scoffed. She soon walked to him, pointed her hand on his face and responded, Take me next time. Do I make myself clear? Issei was seemingly annoyed by this insolence, but unlike Seraphol, Hel was different. She wanted to help, and there was no doubt in that. She made it clear that she didn't want to be left out as well. He then pushed her hand aside and spoke with slight annoyance. Fine, you are lucky that you are useful to me. Issei walked away, as Hel could only look at him annoyed before groaning in frustration. Ophis walked to her, and responded with a sigh. Hel, you know how he is, right? Yeah, still it annoys me on how he gives me the cold shoulder, and yet he treats you with such affection and kindness. It is frustrating. I wonder if scions are always like this, cold and barbaric. Ophis looked at her for a moment, before shaking her head in response. She then spoke with a normal yet emotionless tone. You can't help it, I'd say, given his incarnation. It is a miracle that he is even working with us. Goku Black wouldn't have hesitated to even kill us or humans given his callous and ruthless nature, I guess. Hel responded, with an unamused tone. She was not a fan of how Issei does things. She can see him changing slowly by slowly and day after day, but it was frustrating in her eyes that Issei does things without informing her about anything. She wondered if all scions are like this, or is it just him? Hell, give him time. If he can tolerate and care for me now. That means, despite Goku Black being his incarnation, he still has qualities that pertain to Issei. They are a merged entity having the personality and traits of both Black and Issei at once. Ophis explained to Hel, who could only give a frustrated sigh. She decided to take a deep breath, knowing that Issei was still a part of the merged entity. Anyways, I will prepare some food. It should get me distracted enough to move on with my work. Ophis, you want to help? Ophis shrugged and responded, sure, why not? But please don't turn on him. I won't. He is the reason why Odin is in such an edge, and those bats and crows are getting what they deserve. He is why I am out here, fighting for a purpose, 'cause I'd be still the broken wine-drinking woman if it wasn't for him. Hel spoke with a small smile on her face. The day she met Issei was the best day of her life, despite him being cold and aggressive towards her. He still pushed her to fight for something worthwhile. Ophis looked at him, and gave a small smile. The two women then went and started to cook some food for Issei. The least they could do is make the scion happy with his stomach, and at this point Hel knew how much Issei ate. More akin to a glutton. Scene change. Serafal Memorial Hospital, Underworld, PM. Serzex Lucifer stood before another funeral, his crimson eyes burning with a mixture of grief and seething rage. This time, the coffins bore the bodies of Serafal Leviathan, the slain clan heads, and the elders who had perished in the devastating attack. The coldness of the coffin bore the weight of the bodies that were present, angering the Devil King. Some bodies weren't even there due to the obliteration by Issei Hayato. His hands clenched into fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, drawing blood. The sharp pain was insignificant compared to the anguish and wrath boiling within him. As if losing Graphia to Issei Hayato wasn't enough of a blow, now he had to bear the deaths of Serafal, one of his closest allies, and numerous leaders who had held the underworld together. To make matters worse, his father, Zeoticus, and the few surviving clan leaders were recovering in the hospital, battered and broken from the same attack. I should have killed him, Serzex muttered to himself, his voice low but trembling with raw emotion. When he was weak, rotting in Tartarus, or even after Trihexa, I should have ended him when I had the chance. His crimson aura flared violently, the barely contained energy distorting the air around him. He gritted his teeth, his voice rising into a furious roar. That damned bastard! All he wants is to see us in misery. I will destroy him with my own hands. I will end him. The sudden outburst echoed throughout the chamber, causing those in attendance to flinch. Serzek's fury was palpable, and his vow to eliminate Issei was clear. Milikas was devastated and furious when his own mother was taken away from him, and also agreed to support Issei in this. He was watching another one perish in front of him. Issei was no longer a hero in his eyes, but a monster in his eyes. He vowed to destroy him. He had to develop a plan of weakness against him. Serafal may have perished during this attack, but she became a martyr to them, knowing her death didn't go in vain. She had given them the idea of killing Issei for good. However, before he could continue his plans, someone called out to them, Lord Lucifer. Serzex turned around to see a soldier speaking with a nervous tone. We have established contact with Lord Hades like Lord Zeocidus wanted us. He had informed us that Lady Seraphol intended to work with Lord Hades to contend against Issei despite his differences. And why wasn't I informed of this? Serzex asked with controlled anger, turning his glance to a devastated Sona Citri and Lady Citri. As if losing their father/husband to the sleeping sickness wasn't enough, now their sister/daughter was also killed by this man. Sona's voice broke the silence, trembling but resolute. Seraphol wanted to protect us all. Even if it meant aligning with someone like Hades. Her death, it can't be in vain. Serzex, who heard this from a distance watching Rias and her peerage alongside Kenji consoling Sona. He clenched his fists in anger at this, detesting Issei even more, as he spoke with a firm tone, his anger resurfacing at every step. She won't be, Serzex said firmly, though his anger still simmered beneath the surface. Hades may despise us, but he won't ignore the chaos Issei is causing. If Seraphol believed he would help, then we'll continue where she left off. He saw Sona's mother speak up in response. If it means stopping that monster, I'll give everything I have to ensure it. Serzex straightened, his resolve renewed. Prepare for a council. I want every surviving leader informed. We'll contact Hades immediately and make it clear that Issei Hayato must be dealt with. For Seraphol's sacrifice, for Graphia, for our people, we will not let him destroy everything we've built. The soldier bowed and hurried off to carry out the orders, leaving Serzex staring into the coffin before it was finally buried. His heart ached with loss, but his mind burned with determination. Issei, he muttered under his breath, his fists clenching once more. This time, there will be no escape. Scene change. Issei's house, Sydney, Australia AM. Issei was with Ophis, Graphia and Hel, who were all discussing their next plans for their enemies. Issei had a feeling that it was time to find a way to gain his immortality. From Goku Black's memories he remembered that he needed to find a way to do so, in this timeline. I can only presume the Dragon Balls don't exist in this world, correct? Issei asked bluntly, to which Ophis responded, correct, cause if such a powerful wish-granting dragon did exist, I am pretty sure the factions would have abused it to no ends. Tell me about it. Just the thought of locating immortality, true immortality from its super variant, would have been given the most priority from almost everyone, and I mean everyone. Hel mused, remembering on how her father would have gone out of his way to have procured the super Dragon Balls to make himself unstoppable. She also knew that the other factions would have done so as well. I see, then that only gives us one choice of attaining true immortality, and that is to steal the divine elixir Amrita from the Hindu faction. And I know of a perfect way to get there. Issei spoke with a smirk as he brought out the golden tiger claws. As he continued, these claws have an innate way to get me directly to the Amrita. We need to make ourselves unpredictable, as much as we can if we need to win against them. But if things do go south, Master, you have a plan? Amrita is not easily consumed or located, correct? Graphia commented in response, being well aware of the dangers that are posed when Amrita is tried to locate it. It is highly secured inside of the ocean of milk, where only those that are selectively chosen by Indra or Sakra himself can enter the location. Yes, I do. We retreat if Amrita does harm my body. It is the price of immortality that I must pay. Nothing comes off as cheap. Issei explained, as he continued, let it be pain or anything. Once I gain this amount of immortality, no one in the supernatural world will be able to stop me. Issei spoke with a small smirk on his face, as Ophis asked emotionlessly but with seriousness, retreating, or I can assist you in taking down these gods. They shouldn't stand a chance against me. Ophis spoke with conviction in her tone, as Issei was about to retort, but Ophis spoke, no, Issei, they betrayed their trust in me as well. I have seen that with my very eyes, their lies and false claims. Even someone like Shiva is not exempt from their deeds. They will all suffer for their betrayal. Ophis spoke emotionlessly, but Issei could sense there was anger in her tone. Issei could only nod, as he continues, the Amrita will harm the negativeness present in my body. It is a challenge I must conquer. Shouldn't you be immune to its effects given that you are a Shinjin Ko Shin as well? Hel asked with confusion, as Issei shakes his head and responds, it is hypothetical. Either the Amrita would meld with my body or destroy it completely. And I won't let any liquid destroy me, not this time. Hel could only nod, sensing the tone of determination. He then continued with a deep breath, bringing out a small image that showcased the ocean of milk, along with two sides clashing for dominance, the Devas, Hindu gods, and the Asuras. Additionally, the one they are clashing against was pulling what seemed to be a serpent-like rope which belonged to a Naga. Ophis recognized this event immediately, widening her eyes as she muttered in response, the Samudra Manthan. Correct, also called the churning of the milk. To put it in short, this event was known to produce the miracle drug Amrita in huge amounts, which many Hindu gods have consumed, making them the immortal Hindu gods. Even Indra became the powerhouse of a god that he is today because of consuming this. Beings that are conceited like him don't deserve this immortality, ruling over us with an iron fist. Anyways, there have still been some Amrita that is left, Issei explained with the others listening intently, as he continued. In the aftermath, many rewards were granted to both sides. Asuras and Devas both gained something in return, and yet despite this conflict between both sides still remained. Once we gain this milk, we should leave this place. However, we need to keep in mind that the place that this is guarded with Indra's soldiers, primarily Gandharvas, which are horse-like beings, and Apsaras, beautiful enchantresses that can even charm the gods if they wanted to. Aside from that, we will be needing to deal with the Hindu gods, and possibly the Trimurti as well. Issei ended the explanation to the three, who nodded in agreement. They understood on what they need to do, as Issei spoke while bringing out the third treasure, the golden finger, which can stop anything for a short while. This can stop anyone from coming in front of us. The Gandharvas and gods can also be stopped by this finger. I will give this to you, Ophis. You will be needing to hold them off till then. Ophis nodded in response, taking the treasure and accepting it. Although she can kill them, she will wait for Issei's choice, as he soon walks to Hell and speaks. After that Hell, you can use your explosion seals and soldiers to kill them off. It would be easy for you, correct? Hell nodded and spoke with a smile. Yep, a piece of cake, and soon they'll be part of the army. Issei nodded, as he spoke. We will begin our plan now. The two nodded, as Graphia spoke with concern. Please come back safe, all of you. The trio nodded, as Issei opened the portal using the golden tiger claws straight to the Amrita, which was located in the ocean of milk. They knew what they had to do in order to get the milk. Issei had a feeling there could be traps, as he created a massive key blast, and fired them around the entire location. He kept firing them till he would find something, creating explosions everywhere. Ophis had put a barrier around herself and held to check what was going on, only to hear screams of pain and agony along with shattering of something. Issei soon stopped the firing as he waited patiently for the dust settling. Once he saw that the dust settled, he could see the corpses of Gandharvas, and several destroyed contraptions that were present surrounding the location. Soon enough, the doors opened, revealing many beautiful maidens known as Apsaras and Gandharvas. They were shocked and furious at this, as the Apsara leader exclaimed, "Get them!" Before they could do anything, Ophis used the golden finger to freeze them in place. They were frozen solid and unable to move. Hel acted quickly, planting explosive seals on them, as she exclaimed in a quick motion, "Explode!" The seals exploded, killing them in an instant, causing them to scream in pain. Hel soon brought out a magic circle and released mist, reviving them as her slaves from the dead. The Apsaras and Gandharvas that used to serve Indra now serve her. You all will be the eternal Rhapsody. That will serve me without any exception. No longer shall you serve Indra. Hel responded with a serious tone, as the undead nodded in response. Hel could feel herself get stronger, now having the knowledge and abilities of the undead that she gained, making her stronger than before. This was undead enhancement, since whenever Hel increases her undead legion, she would increase her abilities. She could feel herself get stronger, and the reason she was weaker than before was due to the lack of gaining access to her undead legion due to Odin cutting her off from her realm due to what Loki had done. Now she has full access to her undead legions, and no one returns to Helheim due to what had happened there with the prison break out of fear, and also for having no reason to do so since they believed Hel wouldn't visit that location unless she gets caught. She only had to enter the place once and revive her soldiers, which she did. In the meantime, Issei managed to gain the miracle drug, which was in the form of a glass of milk. He managed to get 2 of them. As he spoke with a dark smirk, The road to true immortality, in a mere cup. Interesting. He walked back to Ophis and Eay. As he spoke, I got the drug, should I take one more? Sure, get 2 more. Ophis suggested, curious to see how this drug would work. Issei managed to gain 2 more of the drug containers, as he spoke with a serious tone while sensing the key of several gods including the destroyer god Shiva and his family. It's time we leave, we got what we came here for. Issei spoke seriously as the trio entered the portal. As Issei closed the portal, he knew that he had gained the miracle drug Amrita, the original one. Once they exited the portal, they decided to rest for the day in their houses, gaining the miracle drug successfully. Issei smirked at this. He had already received his ticket to immortality. Wait, I wanted to ask, how did they have Amrita? Wasn't it forbidden by the factions to do so in the treaty? Eay asked, as Issei nodded, taking note of this. He then thought for a moment while looking at the sealed glass in his hand, and then responded, making and churning the Amrita wasn't easy. It takes hours if not days of constant and continuous churning to even make a simplified version of one. At least hours minimum is needed to do so. That is why Indra couldn't afford to lose even 1 cup of this liquid. He was able to convince them from keeping the ones made while asking them that they'll not make more, so they used their strength to their advantage? Ophis asked emotionlessly, as Issei nodded and explained yes and no. The factions understood the seriousness of the situation, but at the same time, the Hindu gods are strong. Denying them is like opposing Dharma, and they don't take kindly to those that did so. Ophis nodded. She can easily show these gods on how strong she really is. Even if she was at half of her current power, she can still put these gods in their place. She had to find her copy Lilith at all costs. Issei looked at her, and nodded. He then spoke, I'll locate your copy, worry not. Lilith is also on our side, right? Yes, she was also unaware about what is happening. Unfortunately, she is even more naive and gullible than me. She is with Baccared for now, since I asked her to wait in the dimensional gap till we meet her. Ophis explained to Issei, who nodded in response, as he made it his to-do list to meet up with the 2 of them, as he knew they'd be worried about him. He knew that he'd have to eliminate some more gods to get them off his back for a while, if he had to meet up with them. Back at the Hindu faction, they were horrified to hear that the Amrita had been stolen. Many were furious at the perpetrators who was responsible for this, with some believing that Issei managed to do so. However, Indra denied this. He was confident that Issei wouldn't be able to get inside due to only him being allowed to let anyone access to this location. Shiva, on the other hand, was starting to get afraid. If Issei really had taken the Amrita, the original one, then they are really screwed and must be ready for Armageddon. Issei was the first person to make the god of destruction of this world truly afraid of him. The Devas were looking at the carnage with horror, and to some extent, anger as well. They had lost 4 glasses of Amrita, the original variants. Not the simplified variants that was taken away from them. Indra was furious at the turn of events, as he boomed with fury. Who dares infiltrate the location of sacredness? We don't know, my lord. All we know is that there was someone that managed to get in and destroy everything. Every single contraption and trap designed to capture Issei failed to capture this assailant. And we know that a barrier was placed in the ocean of milk to prevent anyone that you don't grant permission to. Indra nodded, being well aware of this. Whoever infiltrated this location was smart enough to get inside and steal the Amrita glasses from the location. Shiva walked forward and spoke seriously. Whoever did so had found a way to do so. There is no possible way regular teleportation spell would work. Even a god-level spell would fail in comparison. Indra, someone strong, must have not only infiltrated in but also destroyed contraptions and viewing spells that my son Ganesha had developed. We aren't sure if this is Issei's doing either. Shiva spoke with a serious tone, since if this was Issei's doing, then he would be truly unstoppable, since the original Amrita is supposed to grant the user true immortality, but it wouldn't work if the user has some level of malice and hatred in their heart. He was hoping that it'd fail on Issei, if he were to ever get it. Despite this, it was his vision that made him really afraid of Issei. Gaining Amrita was one of the ways that he would become unstoppable. He remembered on how Issei became an unstoppable force of nature, if he becomes immortal. Flashback begins. Several weeks ago, inside Shiva's vision, he saw a figure standing over the corpses of his children, all slain by a dark figure in the background. Tears were falling from his eyes, as he exclaimed with fury, and oh! He turned around trying to find any survivors. The whole Hindu factions were in flames, being burned to the ground in complete ruins. The sky was black and there were broken and destroyed buildings everywhere. Smokes were being released everywhere from this destroyed and broken faction. He rushed forward trying to find the one responsible. He was furious at what had happened. His faction purged in just one day. The attacker came out of nowhere and started slaughtering gods and divine beings effortlessly. Even Indra fell after a powerful clash between the two. Shiva was fearful at this entity, as he muttered to himself, "Did Trihexa return?" Shiva asked to himself with fear and terror in his voice, clearly afraid of this unknown threat. Someone fired multiple blasts of pure energy aimed at him which he dodged. He wanted to find the one responsible for this, and to his surprise his wish was granted, but not in the way he expected. He soon saw a sight that would horrify him to no bounds. No, he turned to see Parvati, his wife, in the hands of an unknown enemy. "Shiva, run! Save yourself!" Parvati exclaimed with complete fear and desperation. The goddess was effortlessly defeated by this enemy. Despite entering into her Kali avatar, he was far more powerful than she could ever be. The figure had two red eyes glowing in the darkness. "Parvati!" Shiva shouted with fear seeing her state like this, as she exclaimed with tears, "It's going to be alright. Try gathering others that will stop him. If we can't stop him, then..." A glowing energy blast came from the entity's body, as Parvati looked at the entity with an expression of fear and anger. The blast was fired completely consuming the goddess like it was nothing. Shiva could only watch in terror, anger and fear at how this one man was able to completely vanquish the entire pantheon that he was in. The strongest pantheon was wiped out completely. The strongest pantheon was wiped out completely. No, Shiva muttered in fear seeing his wife perish in front of him like his children. The dust soon settled revealing the entity to be none other than Issei. Anger clouded the god of destruction's head, as he looked angrily at Issei, who only turned to him with a serious look, speaking, "Rejoice Shiva, all this happened because of you gods thinking yourselves above everyone, and look at what happened, your children and wife are gone." Issei's serious look changed to that of a smirk, as he continued in response, "Your pantheon is purged to complete annihilation. No god survived any attack that had happened and because of you, I gained the motivation to gain immortality by consuming the true version of the miracle drug Amrita." Shiva was seething in fury seeing this, as in his anger he fired his destruction blast aimed at him, which he swatted like it was nothing. As he spoke, "I told you before, it is useless to defy my justice. You gods brought destruction on yourselves, looking down on others not born or following your stupid dharma. It is one more reason why you miscreants must be purged. You..." Shiva growled in anger, as he continued, "You believe your own lies. Your foolish genocide as justice." Issei only grinned and responded to the god of destruction, "I am aware that you don't understand the beauty of this. It is beyond the limitations of your feeble pride." Shiva in his anger was about to fire one more destruction energy blast, but Issei was quicker, clasping his hands. He unleashed a powerful beam of ki energy at him, as he exclaimed, "Kamehameha." He obliterated the god completely purging him from existence. All the while Shiva could only scream in pain from being obliterated, as when the dust settled, Issei spoke his final words, posing his hands forward declaring, "Now justice and beauty of this world has been restored." Flashback ends. Shiva clenched his fists. There was no way he was going to let him win. "No matter what happens," he growled in anger, vowing to destroy Issei before he gains a leverage against him by purging his family. The next day, Issei's house, Sydney, Australia AM. Hel was walking inside the room. She looked at the sleeping posture of Issei who had decided to get some sweets inside. He was resting on Graphia's lap who had a worried expression on her face, and Ophis seated beside him using her snakes to assess his situation. The reason he was in this state, Issei had consumed a glass of Amrita, and it caused him immediate pain. This was due to his scion body rejecting the Amrita. He was still breathing and alive, his body developing to this Amrita and melding with it to procure true immortality. "How is he?" Hel asked with concern, to which Ophis spoke, "He is fine, He is breathing and there has been serious changes in his body. One major change is that Samu's poison would no longer affect or even destroy his soul. It will still cause him unimaginable pain. But given his body, it would only make him stronger. It is still worrisome. Hel spoke with concern, as she continued, when I drank my Amrita, it didn't cause me too much pain. It is because you are a goddess Hel, unlike Issei who has divine ki and soul inside of a mortal body. Despite their strength, scions are still considered mortal. His body and soul weren't compatible before, now it is becoming compatible due to the Amrita making. Ophis explained to the goddess of the dead, making her nod. Hel had a worried expression to her face. Ophis looked at her and asked, "You care for him, don't you?" Hel had a small blush on her face, as she continued, "Of course I do. If he does die, then I may also suffer a fate worse than death. Plus, he is the reason why I have a fighting chance against them." Hel spoke with a solemn tone, as Ophis could only nod. It was evident that Hel cares for him by forcing him to do things that would benefit him, like basic cleanliness, and even getting him to have fun aside from him fighting all day and training in his training room, which was a gravity-enhanced training room increasing the gravity of anyone that enters it. Hel developed this room, using magic and technology to control the metering. She did this by gaining the memories of the undead Valkyrie, allowing the scion to train whenever he wanted, on the condition that he would wash himself after he trains every time. The goddess of death had a way to impose her conditions, making him compliant to her whims, several times, that is, not every time. I see. Ophis mused in response, as she continued, "It seems like he is soon adapting. I wonder what is on his mind, since even I can't access it. Must be someone strong blocking it, Ophis-sama." Grafia responded, worried for her current master. Hel and Ophis looked at each other, knowing that bringing Grafia to the mansion was one of the best things that could have happened, since she helps with the chores completely without any problems. She even reduced the burden of Hel significantly ever since she had come here, allowing her to learn more of her powers and spells, improving her arsenal by a long mile than before. She would soon reach the levels of high god class, a power that only chief gods like Odin and Zeus could reach. "Maybe we should wait for him to wake up. Grafia, keep an eye on him." Hel spoke with a serious yet gentle tone, earning a nod from the Lucifuge maid. She then responded with a normal tone, "I will. I have been serving him for years, and looking after him is part of my job." Hel nodded, having a subtle smirk, knowing the memories planted in her was false thanks to Issei. She was happy serving him, even more so than she had served Surzek, since she doesn't have a serious and cold look every time, and has a gentle smile in several cases. Even now, Hel can see her smiling. The goddess of dead headed outside to get some food for him when he wakes up, knowing that scions eat a lot, so he would be hungry since he barely had anything since breakfast. Scene change. Inside Issei's mindscape AM. Issei looked around, wondering why he was once again in this location. He then spoke again, "Why am I here? Goku Black is gone now." He turned around trying to find a way to get out of his mindscape, but soon came face to face with someone he never thought he'd ever see again. As the figure spoke, "It appears we meet again, Zamasu." The figure was an angel, who was a tall, thin humanoid with pale blue skin, white hair, violet eyes, and rather effeminate features. He owns a long scepter with a gem that floats above it, and is usually seen holding it in his right hand. Around his neck floats a large light blue ring. His attire consists of a maroon robe, a black cuirass with the same white and orange diamond decorations, and a blue sash. He also wears black high-heeled shoes with long toes resembling winkle pickers with white spats. Or should I say, Issei Hayadu. The figure's voice was cold and serious, being well aware on who he is. Issei was surprised seeing him here, as he asked, "What are you doing here, Whis?" The now identified Whis took a deep breath. The man in front of him was able to evade Zeno's erasure, and used reincarnation to save himself. He wanted to know what his current intentions are. "I was curious, why would you reincarnate yourself in a new body? The body of a human? Given your mortal hatred." Issei shook his head immediately. Whis was uncertain on his nature, his current nature. He is just a mere projection that he managed to project when he was able to find his divine key in a completely different dimension and world. I wanted to survive, and the body of this mortal was the best thing that I had. After Zeno erased me from this plane of existence, I managed to make my way to a different world. That is where I saw a couple pleading to their gods on having a successful child, and I reincarnated as their child. That was how I was able to survive, and as for my awakening, it didn't happen until a while after I was in this world. I was inactive, only waking up when my current incarnation was at his lowest. Issei explained to Whis, remembering on how his parents wanted a successful child, with the angel attendant taking note of this. He peeked into his staff, trying to see more of Zamasu's current incarnation and the events that had transpired. I see. From what I can tell, you don't seem to purge the mortals in this world, not all mortals. My guess is the change in your current incarnation has affected your personality, as well as your goals. Interesting. Perhaps it is because of your new parents raising you well. Nice. Whis commented on his past as Issei Hayabu, being intrigued by his perversion and other techniques like dress break. Even then, aside from that, his life and actions were much more different than the ones he expected from the incarnation of Zamasu. Are you seeing everything? Issei asked with slight annoyance, to which Whis responded while still looking at the glass ball, yes, and I am amazed, never have seen this level of development. So what are you going to do? Given that you have been granted a second chance at life, even when it was not intended for you? Issei thought for a moment and spoke. My Zero Mortals plan will have a slight change. Instead of wiping out all mortals, I will wipe out all supernatural beings instead. Whis asked, looking at the staff, seeing more of his past, seeing the betrayal that had happened, and with everyone abandoning him without a second thought, coupled with losing his parents, the only two people that cared about him. I see, so will humans be spared? Or mortals be spared? Issei shook his head and spoke seriously. Those that side with the supernatural will be purged. Their filth needs to be cleansed. That is why I must eliminate them. I see. So from what I can conclude, you no longer want to exterminate everyone. That is quite the development. Even I can see Lord Beerus wanting to purge these supernatural beings for how conceited they are. Although, I can see his primary target to be Shiva and Surzex, given that they mock destruction in this world. Issei nodded upon this. Whis was aware that Issei despises Surzex the most. He knew a conflict would be made given that they would want to kill the man in probably the most brutal manner if needed. Whis turned away from the staff, with it losing the glow as he spoke. So, that concludes our talk. Yeah, how did you even get here? Issei asked the angel, to which Whis responded with a chuckle. He then spoke. I had to sense your divine key, which was not an easy feat. It took my consciousness traveling to multiple dimensions actually had a slight sliver of presence. Even then, I wasn't able to sense the key until now. Just a few days ago, which is when I made my mind to establish contact with you. When you entered your mindscape is when we finally had a chance to talk. And even now, I am amazed at what has happened. Despite this, I know Lord Beerus can or would physically visit this world due to our own personal reasons. Whis explained to him, as he looked at Issei and responded, but I should be thanking the folks outside that were waiting for you, for being the reason why you changed for the better. Your body has become immortal, Issei. Whis sensed the connection fading, knowing that he cannot maintain his consciousness in this world any longer. He then spoke. This would be the last time we are talking anyway. I can't keep my consciousness in this world. Goodbye, Issei. Whis soon faded out, leaving Issei alone in his mindscape. He still was surprised that Whis managed to track him all the way to the DXD world. He soon exited out of the mindscape with the others waiting for him. Scene change. Inside Issei's mindscape AM. Issei woke up with a jolt, as he looked around to see Ophis and Grafia both surprised by his awakening. They looked at him with a confused manner, as Ophis asked, Issei? Yeah, it's me. How long was I out for? Issei asked, to which Ophis responded, hours. You were out for hours? Do you feel anything different? Nothing physically, although I do feel myself get much more powerful. Issei spoke, as Grafia spoke with a happier and relieved tone. Master, I am glad that you are finally awake. If you would have Issei cuts her off by placing his hand on her cheek and speaking, you needn't worry, no amount of force will destroy me. They are powerless to defy me and true justice. Grafia could only nod, as Hela arrived inside with a plate of food. She was accompanied by several undead apsaras and valkyries that assisted her in the food. She then spoke. Issei? She rushed to him, and spoke. You are awake? Issei nodded, and spoke, awake and better than ever, and it seems you got food. Mind if I? Hel didn't say anything and nodded. She motioned the undead corpses to bring a table and keep the food on them. Issei started to eat like he had not eaten for a very long time, rapidly eating the food, making Grafia surprised. Hel motioned to her, as she nodded, rapidly heading to the kitchen to prepare some food. Ophis was unaffected, knowing that this was how scions eat. As she mused, he is back to normal, huh? Yeah. Hel had a smile on her face watching Issei eat her handmade food. She knew Issei loved her food a lot. She watched him eat endlessly, without any chance of stopping. He was hungry, barely eating anything for more than hours and training almost every day. She watched him eat, as he continued to do so, with Grafia bringing several plates to his table with Issei eating without stopping. She looked at Hel, and asked, Hel-sama, does Issei eat a lot? He does. His appetite is akin to all scions, and he eats as if he never gets food. At first I got annoyed. Hel spoke with a normal tone, after pausing for a moment, seeing him gulp an entire jar of water like it is nothing, but now I am used to it. At least he doesn't drop his food everywhere. And we have enough budget to last us for a millennia. Drake's treasure did provide us the most useful. Honestly, it was collecting dust for the past several centuries. Hel mused with a slight mocking tone, as Ophis could only shake her head in disappointment and amusement. The treasure that Drake hid from the rest of the world was really something even she couldn't ignore, especially with some of them being powerful treasures that can be paralleled to the Longinus. True, I wonder if Albion would be kind to lend his treasures to us. Ophis spoke with an innocent tone, too innocent. She'll have to ask Great Red about the location from his dream ability. She wanted to see the look on his face when his treasures are also taken from this world. The others also decided to have their breakfast despite it being a bit late. They had prepared enough for themselves, and unlike Issei, they didn't have the appetite of a scion. Scene change. Meeting room, Mount Kailash, India, PM. Shiva had immediately called a meeting for the Devas, Hindu gods. When the Amrita was stolen, he had no choice but to do so, given that they had lost something valuable to the invaders. He then spoke, Everyone, I have some grave news. Shiva's words were making everyone worried. The other gods were contacted by this, as soon as they had arrived. He had to inform them on why he had contacted them in such a hurry. Shiva, what happened? Parvati, his wife, spoke with concern and fear. She had seen Shiva speak in a grave tone before, and when it is in a huge crisis like the Samudra Manthan, or when Asura gains a boon strong enough to destroy the world. He then spoke, Parvati, just recently there has been a breach in the ocean of milk. And worse, the original containers of Amrita were stolen. 4 of them were taken away yesterday night. You're kidding, right? It should be impossible to get in without Lord Indra's permission. Kartikeya, one of his sons, responded. As Ganesha added, Kartik is correct. I even added my own traps on your suggestion to prevent Issei from getting access to them. Then who could have stolen them? I believe it is Issei. He was able to infiltrate the location and gain them. He was powerful enough to infiltrate several events without being detected and lay mayhem and destruction wherever he went. Shiva spoke seriously, making many of the gods worried and angry at this. Several were furious at the blatant disrespect and disobedience of Dharma that Issei had committed. However, Indra had spoken, but I disagree, there must be another player in this. Could it be the Cow's Brigade? Vishnu asked to his fellow gods, as Indra responded with a serious tone, Impossible. They should be gone after the fall of RageRevan, but there is a possibility that remnants could be active and manage to infiltrate inside. Vishnu retorted with a serious tone. He also had a hard time believing that Issei would want Amrita, given that he only wants mayhem and destruction, primarily revenge against those that had ruined his life. However, he did take Shiva's words seriously, knowing that his vision of Issei destroying them could come out to be true. So what should we do? We need to take out 2 threats. Brahma spoke seriously. He was aware that Issei was now a threat to the very cosmic balance itself. He then continued, first being remnants that have possibly taken the drug Amrita, as well as Issei himself, whose power is skyrocketing at all times. Worse, he is using this power to attack us at every step. No one is safe until he is either sealed or eliminated. Second, we need to prevent this from happening ever again. A possibility of the drug being stolen by Issei can happen again. Brahma posed some very powerful and interesting points, making the gods note on this. They knew that Issei had to be dealt with, before it is too late. He then spoke with a deep breath. We have to recover what we have lost. The Amrita will be replaced. We need to speak to the other leaders about this, given that this can break the treaty. Lord Brahma is right. Sarasvati, Shiva's daughter, responded, as she continued with a serious tone, we have to recover our losses while dealing with Issei as well. I will come up with a plan to do so. Please do so, daughter. Shiva responded with a small smile, hoping his daughter could find a way to defeat them. He turned to Indra, and asked, speaking of which, I heard the devils are going to contact Lord Hades today, right? Yes, they are. Issei had recently killed Seraphal and many of the arrogant elders. As much as I hate to say it, Issei did a favor killing some of them. They had gotten on my nerves. Some gods were shocked by this attitude of Indra, but didn't blame him due to his nature and small mistrust against them. They had to focus on Issei, and find a way to deal with him before he could become a very big problem. Scene change. Training room. Issei's house, Sydney, Australia, PM. Issei was in the training room. He had asked Ophis to spar with him to test the effects of Amrita, as she obliged. This also allowed him to fulfill one of Ophis's conditions, which was to have a spar with Issei, ensuring that the dragon goddess can be satisfied with Issei being fine without her powers. The duo remembered Issei speaking about Whis, and informed the angel managed to contact him even till here, in a different dimension, much to their surprise and shock. Even Graphia was surprised by this, being made aware of the universe that Whis hailed from due to Issei having Zamasu's memories. I am glad you asked to spar against me, Ophis. Ophis gave a nod. She was aware if Issei doesn't prove himself, he must accept her power again, but if he is able to, Ophis would keep her powers to herself. You do remember the conditions, right, Scion? Ophis spoke emotionlessly, as Issei nodded in response. As he spoke, I am, let's begin. Issei exclaims for a moment, and transforms into a Super Scion. As Hel, who was the referee, exclaims, fighters will start the match, and will only be able to end the battle when anyone wants to forfeit. And begin. Ophis immediately charged forward, unleashing a punch at Issei, who blocked with his hands. She soon acted quickly, following it up with a kick and a punch which were blocked by Issei with relative ease. Ophis had a small smile, seeing that Issei's body was much stronger since each punch can easily blow off the head of an ultimate class being. She started to rapidly fire punches which start to push Issei to his limits, but he is able to block them with ease. Ophis' smile was even improving even further. These attacks can even overpower Satan-class beings and contend with God-class beings. She was increasing the speed to near light speed, able to create shockwaves from every blow. Issei was able to block and respond with his own barrage of punches which Ophis was blocking from each strike. Some were even grazing her as well, much to her surprise, damaging some of her cheek. Guess I need to take it to my next level as well. Ophis started to raise her aura, and push forward, unleashing purple snake-like beings to bind Issei, as they started to crush him with their strength, only for Issei to yell and break through them like it was nothing, much to her surprise, and rapidly follow with his own barrage of ki blasts. Ophis gracefully glided around the arena, dodging them with succession, each ki blast triggering an explosion and a dust storm. She soon returned fire as she immediately breathed some flames and released them onto Issei, holding back its full power. These were her own purple flames, which was much more powerful than Vritra's black flames, and are slightly lower than Drake's. Issei managed to dodge them, but the flames started to return and chase Issei around. Issei understood the flames were some sort of ability that chased the target around. He responded by firing a powerful ki blast, as he started to disperse the flames that were chasing him, weakening it. He kept on firing a barrage to keep them at bay, causing an explosion that pushed him behind. While in the air, he was waiting for the dust to settle, only finding out Ophis was missing. He looked around trying to sense her ki, only for a snake to arrive behind him and try to ambush him, shifting into Ophis as she tried to jab him, but Issei managed to grab the punch and strike his own. But Ophis had a smirk. She unleashed several snakes that had bound him, completely covering him from head to toe. Soon she forced them to explode, much to his shock. Hel was worried at this. As Ophis looked at the scene, the attack was enough to even kill someone like Zeus or Odin or even Cersex, if he was unlucky. She knew if Issei was still standing, he would be ready to fight even without her power. If not, he would have passed out from the attack, knocking him out cold. When the dust settled, Issei was revealed to be standing. He still had his Super Saiyan form, but his clothes were tattered slightly. He had a smirk, as he started to laugh in response, as he exclaimed with joy and happiness, "That power! It's no wonder you are the dragon goddess of infinity. Something like this is a cakewalk for you, isn't it?" Issei's Saiyan instincts were flaring even more. They are attracted to strong women, and it didn't matter if it was physical or emotional. They were wired that way. Ophis only responded with a smile, as she was happy that Issei was able to survive even without her power and still continue fighting. She can't wait to see the expression of Drake when he finds out on who he really abandoned. But I am not done yet. It's time to show the power of my newly gained immortality, and to go even further beyond that just Super Saiyan. Issei speaks with a smirk on his face, as he takes a deep breath and screams at the top of his lungs. Issei's ki starts to increase even further, forcing Hel to place a barrier around the fighting barrier so that the ki doesn't go out of control. It was only meant to hold off the attack so that it doesn't end up destroying the entire house. Ophis herself had to block the attack with her own barrier, as she also wasn't expecting for Issei to reach the next level so quickly. Once he was done, Issei's aura started to reduce a bit, transforming him into Super Saiyan, where his hair was more upwards and he started to release electricity. I'd like to call this Super Saiyan. Ophis widened her eyes at this. He managed to reach the next stage of Super Saiyan, meaning he was far more powerful than before. He then asked, "Ready for round, Ophis?" Ophis got into her stance, and smirked, giving Issei the signal he needs. She knew his immortality had worked, given that he was able to take an explosion that would have killed Cersex without any mercy. But it didn't kill him, or even injure him, not even putting him out of his Super Saiyan, implying that the immortality has worked in full effect. She unleashed several snakes towards him which were ready to pounce on him, as Issei fired several ki blasts at them, destroying them into nothingness. Ophis decided to not hold back, as she constantly kept using punches that can decimate even god-class beings. But Issei wasn't affected. He was able to block every single attack, much to Ophis's surprise. She was soon struck with a punch aimed at her face, which she dodged, but the shockwave was enough to start destroying the barrier, almost shattering it. Hel was getting worried, knowing full well that if this match continues, the whole house will be destroyed, and worse, the factions may get to them. She was breathing heavily, desperately trying to maintain the barrier to keep it afloat, as strong as she may be. She was no match to Issei and Ophis fighting in the location. She was considering learning time magic to reverse the damage in case fighting gets out of hand, since maintaining barriers won't be something she'll manage for long. Ophis looked at Hel, and understood what she had to do. She had a pressured look on her face, and she spoke while watching Issei prepare a powerful ki blast. "Issei, how about we call the match off?" Issei was surprised. Just when the fight was getting intense, he asked, "But I accept defeat. I have seen enough, Issei. I am aware that you are ready. Plus, if you continue, you may end up destroying the house. Save the destruction for the factions. They should be the ones you should combat. We'll fight at a location where we don't have to hold back." Issei looked at her for a moment, and sighed as he responded with a sigh. He powered down to his regular state, knowing that Ophis has accepted defeat, which is something a dragon usually won't do unless she had a good reason. "Fine." Hel sighed in relief, as she lowered the barrier, as he and Ophis landed down on their legs. He did earn a new form, which was Super Saiyan, and that was enough for the day. The factions aren't even aware of this new form. "Well, I will probably take a bath." Issei spoke with a serious tone. But he didn't want to deal with Hel's nagging and annoyance, as a drop of sweat could be seen forming on his head. He had to leave before Hel would complain about him stinking of sweat and body odor. Hel watched this with a small giggle, as she knew that she had managed to sort of tame the Saiyan-Shinjin hybrid. At least, he listens to her, despite making a scene and getting annoyed about it. Ophis soon walked towards her, and spoke. "You seem to have kept him tamed, haven't you?" Well, he still has the callousness and aggression of Zamasu, even his sadism and ruthlessness are present in him. He has become more calmer and tolerant than before. Hel mused, noticing the change in Issei due to his experiences of being raised by the Haida couple that managed to somehow retain faith of Zamasu and mortal kind, with the exception of the supernatural world, whom he wants to purge without hesitation, being reminded of how much of a problem they have become, I guess, and the fact that was managed to see this in him too. If bears would have come here, and if the supernatural would have provoked him, our world would be gone. I am glad they won't come here. Ophis spoke emotionlessly, however there was slight fear in her tone knowing what Beris is capable of. Even Hel didn't disagree, knowing some gods and devils would provoke him to the point of him destroying Earth. She was also afraid of Beris. There was one thing that was clear, and it was that Beris can easily kill them without hesitation or effort. Anyways, I should head back to make some dinner. Ophis, you want something good to eat? Ophis nodded in response, and spoke, I want some chocolates. Got it, then let's make some cake today in celebration for his new form. I will get the ingredients, and even buy you some chocolate. Let's head to the supermarket. Hel spoke with a gentle smile, as Ophis gave a nod. The two girls decided to head to the supermarket to get the ingredients, as they decide to make some cake in celebration for Issei's new form. They knew that the supernatural was starting to lose their chance in fighting against Issei as time passes by. Gremry Mansion, Underworld PM. A figure had arrived in the location of the Underworld. The figure was specifically asked to arrive in the location. He has the appearance of a tall skeleton dressed in attire worn by high priests, gives off a creepy aura. Despite having no eyes, his eye sockets can glow to give the appearance of eyes. This was none other than Hades, the god of the underworld of Greek mythology. I never thought a day would come where I would have to work with them. Hades spoke with disdain, motioning to the devils that had come to speak to him. He was accompanied by Zeus, who was annoyed by his older brother's attitude, as he responded, Brother, I understand you aren't a fan of working together, but for now, we must keep our differences aside if we need to win against Issei. I am aware. Hades spoke with a cold tone, being well aware of the danger that is none other than Issei Hayadu. He knew that the boy was a threat, and worse, he managed to escape Tartarus, which was under his domain. That made him angry even more. He vowed to set things right. Good, at least now you are willing to work with us. The proposition is something we need to prepare and plan accordingly. Issei is strong but not invincible. Hades gave a nod to his brother's words. He had his own team of like-minded beings to work with him. Of course, he wanted to keep their existence a secret. Well then? Hades spoke in response, continuing in kind, shall we begin? Zeus nodded, as he motioned his brother to head to the representatives of the devil faction, that being Ajuka Beelzebub and Cerzex Lucifer. He glanced at them, analyzing their motives and emotions as he spoke seriously with his eyes glowing. So, what is your proposition? Lucifer asked Wrath. Hades spoke seriously, understanding the emotions and thoughts of the two leaders before he makes the decision of either working together, or taking matters into his own hands and killing Issei. Hades scanned the two leaders, as Ajuka requested, Hades Dano, we need help against Issei. I believe that. Yes, I have heard of it. You needn't inform me on the latest situation with your world. Just recently I believe that your baddie friend Seraphal was killed, wasn't it? Hades spoke, his tone hinting a level of callousness in it for not having any respect or care for her death. He could see Cerzex and Ajuka getting annoyed at this, as he shakes his head and speaks. So what do you want from me? Hades asked with a serious tone, as Cerzex speaks after taking a deep breath. We want some portion of Samuel's venom. We need to gain access to him if we ever need a chance against the one who killed them. We need to stop his carnage and madness before it is too late. He needs to be stopped at all costs. My friends and loved ones were taken by Issei. He has shown resilient and strong enough to even tank attacks courtesy of me. He can attack me even in my true form, and he needs to be stopped. Hades widened his eyes as he turned to his brother Zeus, who nodded in response, while also gritting his teeth in anger. This gave Hades a clear understanding of what may have happened against Issei. He knew that he was a threat that needs to be eliminated. I see. Hades spoke with a serious tone, as he continued, so what do I gain in return? The two were surprised by this. Zeus was about to say something, but Hades responded, Sorry, Zeus, I am not going to trust someone that betrayed their own that easily without a second thought. Issei is a threat, yes, I can agree on that, but that doesn't mean I am not going to work with you guys that easily. Keep in mind, Tartarus is in my domain, and Issei was my prisoner. The devils were nervous by this, with even Zeus getting annoyed by this, but was right. They had no choice but to accept Hades' request. Issei was a threat, but they knew what can happen if they don't accept the request. They may lose access to Samuel's poison. Serzek sighed and spoke with a resigned tone, not intending to lose anyone else that he cared for. Fine, what is it that you want? Hades had a small grin upon hearing this, as he responded, 2 things. First, I want you to relieve me of all my crimes. Second, I will have my own team deal with Issei first, gauge their strength and report it back to you. These are my 2 conditions. I accept. Serzek spoke without hesitation, as Ajuka turned to him and asked with a low tone, Are you sure? Yes, I am. Serzek responded seriously, not wanting to lose any more of his people to Issei at this point. He was cursing himself for not killing him earlier than before. Ajuka could only not, being unsure of relieving Hades' crimes due to the severity of them. But he could see this deal could benefit them as well, despite how sketchy it proved to be. All right then, it's a deal. Hades spoke with slight cheerfulness, as he motions his hand forward intending to shake his hand. Serzek does the same, with a serious tone, shaking each other's hand. They split their hands as Hades asks, Do you want it now? Yes, that would be for the best. Then we can make our own plans against him. Serzek responded seriously, as Hades nodded. He could understand to some extent the loss of a loved one. He then spoke with a serious tone. In that case, follow me. Hades spoke, as he motioned the 2 devils to follow him, with both vowing to destroy Issei at all costs. Zeus had a small smile at this. His brother was finally deciding to put his differences and racism aside and work together with them once and for all. Scene change. Issei's house, Sydney, Australia AM. Issei was seen in the training room with Hel and Graphia monitoring him. Ophis was inside a different room having sweets. He then asked, Prepare the gravity chamber, times the original one. Hel nodded, as she activated the chamber. Issei immediately staggered to the ground, before kneeling up. Before getting up, immediately adjusting to the environment. He soon started his first push-ups. Once he was done with it, he soon looked at the nearby apparatus, and started his next pull-ups. Despite him sweating, he still pushed himself. Hel was looking at him with an expression of seriousness while sensing the aura, slightly blushing upon sensing it. Once he was done, he soon wore leg and hand weights, and started to rapidly punch around, training even further. He continued to kick, as well. Not stopping and continuing to train even after minutes. He soon entered into his Super Saiyan, and removed the weights. He then added triple the weight and continued to push himself, continuing to the same training, improving his strength, and repeated the same things, constantly punching and kicking around as well. Not caring for the amount of sweat that he is producing, he soon stopped after an hour, and saw the improvement. His punches and kicks became much faster and stronger. Smirking at his improvement, he moved on to the next training session. Noticing around, he soon dropped the weights, and decided to move to the next step, and that was handstand push-ups. A/N. I don't own this GIF or Dragon Ball Z. Hel was watching with a normal tone. She tried to maintain her composure seeing Issei train like this, but often struggled against it. She had only seen strong men from Valhalla and those that appeared in her own realm, but this was the first time she had been affected by this. Issei's strength was something even she couldn't resist from. Issei stopped his handstand push-ups and continued to once again wear the weights and start punching and kicking. This time he continued pushing for hours, repeatedly training himself, and didn't stop until he was breathing heavily. But he didn't stop. He wanted to push his limits, to be ready for anything his enemies, who were those that opposed justice, would put against him. He soon stopped doing so, and dropped the weights, as Hel asked, Should I shut down the gravity training room? No, one final exercise. Then we can. Issei walked to the bar, and decided to do Ching UPS. Hel could only watch with a sigh, seeing on how he pushed himself on a daily basis. She was constantly getting a sniff of Issei's scent, and that alone was getting her riled up. She watched him perform chin-ups without any hesitation. Once he was done, Issei soon leaped down and depowered himself, breathing heavily. Hel turned off the gravity. As he spoke to himself, "That's it for the time being." Hel rushed to him, as she spoke with concern. "You okay? You have been training for hours straight. You need to take breaks time after time." "I'll be fine, woman. You needn't be worried about me." Hel got annoyed by this, as she retorted with anger, "You need to stop pushing yourself. You are not alone in this fight, remember. I and Ophis along with Grafia are with you. Come with me, and rest for a while." Issei looked at her angered yet worried expression and sighed. He knew that if he pushes it, he may not hear the end of it. She then spoke angrily. "Issei, if you don't listen to me, you will not get any lunch. Do I make myself clear?" Issei widened his eyes at this. He couldn't even imagine a prospect of missing any meal. He then spoke in response. "Fine, woman, you got what you want." Hel gave a smile, and spoke, "Take a bath, and then you can eat all you want." "Fine." Issei grumbled. Even as a Kai, he was still being toyed by with a woman, a goddess nevertheless. She was able to command him at a whim. He walked to the bathroom to get himself cleaned up, knowing he would stink. Hel giggled, seeing on how she managed to get someone like Issei to act to her whims, several times. She shook his head, care evident in her eyes for him due to how he did give her a home and a chance of fighting back. Scene change. Tartarus, Hades' realm, Underworld, PM. Hades, Cersex, Zeus and Ajuka managed to reach Samel, which was a large ominous creature with bizarre features such as the upper body of a fallen angel, albeit with fangs in his mouth, and the lower body of an Asian dragon. This was Samel, the Dragon Eater. "So Samel, correct?" Hades nodded, and spoke in response. "Yes, Lord Cersex, I have already been preparing against dragons if they do pose a problem against us. Just give me a moment, I will give the venom needed." Hades activated the machine, to extract the blood so that it can be given to Cersex and Ajuka. Samel could be heard groaning in constant agony. His whole existence was nothing but suffering. Cersex and Ajuka had a serious look, knowing that the hatred this being has for dragons. He would be good enough against Issei to deal with him once and for all. Soon the blood was extracted, with Samel's groaning being unaffected. The blood was placed in the vial and granted to Cersex. Multiple vials were created, as they were then taken from the machine and granted to the two devils. "Here, this should be enough to kill him." Cersex nodded in response, and spoke seriously. "Excellent, I will be taking this with me." Hades nodded, as both the devils left and teleported out of there. As they left, Zeus had spoken. "Thank you, brother, your help won't ever be forgotten." Zeus placed his hand on Hades, making him a bit shaky. He soon walked away, leaving them alone. As he did, Hades sighed in relief. He looked at Samel and had several vials of blood stockpiled just in case. He knew that he had to contact his alliance of Hell and prepare for a future fight against Issei, an elimination against Issei. He had taken the vials and sealed the beast once again. He took one last look at the abomination before walking away. "I wonder if Nyx, Erebus and Tartarus are available. I have to kill Issei before he becomes strong enough to avoid our attacks." Hades responded with a serious and grim tone, as he immediately headed to the Grim Reapers and informed them, "Contact the three gods as soon as possible. Tell them we have to change priorities against our enemies. Our biggest enemy is none other than Issei Hayato." The others nodded in response, as they teleported out of there, leaving Hades alone to contemplate on his next plan. He will back out of the deal once Issei is taken down, and do what he used to do before, which was eliminate the leaders of other pantheons and only let gods do everything, which was protecting everyone from any incoming and extraterrestrial threats. Scene change. Ajuka's laboratory, Underworld, PM. Ajuka had gained Samel's blood in his laboratory. He was with Cersex and Michael, who had heard of them gaining access to Samel's blood. He then asked, "Are you sure this would work?" "It would." Cersex spoke with a serious tone, as he continued, "This is our last hope, despite Kenji's training efforts of being trained by strong gods. We need to use this as our last resort. We can't solely rely on him for this, and have to do something to kill and, if not possible, weaken him." "I agree, but this blood. Will we be able to attack him?" Michael pointed out, remembering his former brother's punishment. "He is the last original fallen angel that is left, with the others being purged by the former pillar Issei Hayato. I believe he will attack us soon, and that is our best opportunity to use it against him. Ajuka, will you be able to create a weapon against Issei? Ajuka nodded immediately, and responded. Ever since Seraphal's death I have been working on a device that can not only pierce through his dragon skin, but also be unable to miss completely. Give me a few days, and the device will be done, ready to use against him. Thoroughly tested and properly ready to be implemented. Ajuka's words were nodded in agreement by Surzex. He knew that there hasn't been any attack as of late. However, he was aware that he cannot slack off, especially with a time like this. The people are getting even more afraid of Issei, knowing he can attack them at any given point of time, and no one can stop him. Michael was worried. He was even more concerned on an attack happening sooner than before. He was aware that Issei is no joke, especially with what he had done. Ajuka, try making it as quick as possible. The sooner we can get it ready, the sooner of a chance we can have against combating and beating Issei for good. Surzex spoke with a serious tone, making the genius scientist nod in response and agreement. Ajuka soon started working on his project while Surzex left the room alongside Michael. Gabriel is asking me about Issei's state. She wants even more answers after Seraphal's death. I have a feeling that I might have to tell her everything. Surzex nodded. He was aware that Michael can't keep everything a secret. As he spoke, do tell her, but warn her of her falling if she ever betrays us. All right? Michael nodded in response, as he teleported back home. Surzex also did the same, deciding to rest for a while before he prepares against Issei. He wondered on how Issei became this strong, and what else is he capable of. The form changes was something that made him ponder what else is he going to do. In his thoughts, soon sleep consumed him. He had to rest for a while before making his next plan. Scene change. Hades' realm, Underworld PM. Hades was looking at 3 new guests. The first is a beautiful young woman with the cute face of a child that has long black hair and with pointy ears. She wears a cute frilly dress called Godly Virgin Killer Clothes that has a corset jumper skirt. Her body also gives out a tremendous dark aura. This was Nyx. The second was Erebus, a handsome young man appearing in his mid-20s with black hair. He wears a black cloak and his body gives out dark aura. The third was Tartarus, a being that surrounded the entire realm. He was a being that was 100-meter spherical mass with many eyes and tentacles. His body gives out an unbelievable, malevolent aura, and his presence also produces a dark mist. In this world, there are 2 Tartarus. One is the prison where the worst criminals are locked up. And the second is the primordial entity itself, that was part of the Alliance of Hell. The alliance was caused initially due to the purpose of eliminating the Longinus users as they deemed them a great threat, and to eliminate the leaders of every mythological world. They have also created an army of artificial devils in order to defend their world against the invaders from the EXC world that are approaching Earth. However, with what Issei is doing right now, they had to change focuses and priorities for the time being. I believe on why I called the 3 of you here, correct? The trio of primordials looked at each other, as Nyx responded with a serious tone. Yes, you did mention about Issei. From what I remember, he has been in prison for the past 1 year. For a crime he never did. Hades looked at her and shook her head. He was aware that she was in the dark for most of her life due to not leaving her darkness home. Correct, but now he has become a bigger threat than imaginable. Hades spoke with a serious and grim tone. As he continued, he has already slain a lot of beings, including an entire faction of crows. They are all slain without any mercy or care by him and Hell. Hell? As in the same? Nyx asked with a surprised tone. As Hades spoke with a nod, you are right on that one, Nyx. Hel, the same goddess of the dead from the Norse Pantheon that we have been trying to recruit to our cause, was gotten to Issei before we could get to him. The reason why we couldn't get to her was because of her being imprisoned in the Niflheim Bastile, Asgard's most secure prison. Or was the most secure prison, and then it got destroyed. The former Red Dragon Emperor was strong enough to destroy the entire Bastille, slaying all prisoners excluding Hel, wipe out all the guards, and even slay Scotty, the Jotun Valkyrie hybrid, without any mercy. Worse, Hel is now working against us, wiping out any supernatural beings that stand in his way. Tartarus explained with a booming voice. continuing Hades' statement on the events that have transpired to Nyx. While Erebus had a neutral look on his face when Issei massacred the entire Norse prison without any mercy or care, he hardly had any care for those Valkyries due to not knowing them on a personal level. And the only one that he did care for was Nyx, his own sister. So now what? What do we do, Hades? Erebus spoke with concern, as Hades responded. We will have to eliminate him as soon as we can. I have prepared the Samuel's blood vials since we are going to need it against him. You three must find a way to locate him and eliminate him, since the factions would get suspicious if I make a move on my own. The three gods nodded in response, agreeing that Issei must be eliminated at all costs. They knew that while Issei is strong for the time being, he is not invincible and can be beaten. Very well, Hades, we will accept looking for Issei and head there. I am pretty sure we can sense the malice and evilness in his heart, right, Nyx? Erebus asked Nyx, to which the primordial goddess nodded in agreement. She then spoke with a serious tone. Yes, brother, we can beat him. Hades, give us the needed blood. We will get the job done. Hades nodded in agreement, and motioned one of his Grim Reapers to get the needed blood for dealing with Issei. After a while, the Grim Reapers managed to get the needed blood. Hades gave the vials to Nyx and Erebus, with Tartarus commenting on the amount of vials that was granted to him. That's quite high. You really want him dead, don't you? I do, Tartarus, I really do. Hades spoke with a grim and serious tone, as he continued, he is a threat that destroys any and all order, whether it be supernatural or regular order. He needs to be eliminated. No being should be able to reach the level Issei Hayato does. And the worst part, we don't even know the full extent of his powers. For all we know, he could be holding back, as a sign of mocking us. The three primordial gods looked in shock and horror, with Nyx asking, holding back? How strong is he? Hades didn't say anything and created a magical projector screen showing all the information that was provided to him. They saw on how Issei was slaughtering everything in his sight. He had destroyed Grigori without any mercy, killed the Satan Leviathan without any mercy, and even ruined the wedding of Rias Gremory as well as Akino Himejima with Kenji. Nyx was pale by what she had witnessed. His massacre and actions were even more worse than what she had anticipated about him. Erebus and Tartarus were looking at the carnage with slight anger in their eyes, seeing on how Issei was effortlessly thrashing around his enemies like it was nothing. Even Surzek stood no chance against him. As a result, he lost Grafia in the process. He is something else. Erebus commented, seeing on what Issei is capable of, having an idea on what he is capable of. As Nyx responded with a grim tone, he is a monster. That is what he really is. And he is enjoying the success of his carnage. He needs to be eliminated. Both of you are right, he needs to be eliminated. Now it is best you start with your plans. The three nodded, as they teleported out of the realm. Once they did, Erebus spoke in response. Do you have our trump card against him? Yes, I do. The girl will be useful against Issei. Nyx commented, mentioning on how she gained the girl from the Leviathan clan. After erasing the memories of any members that were left behind and taking the person she had secretly wanted to gain. She then hypnotized the girl and gained her for them. Even Hades was aware of the girl, knowing it was him that had informed about the girl to them. Nyx managed to gain her due to this. She looked at Erebus and spoke. Ingviled Leviathan will be useful to our plans. She had a sadistic grin on her face, intending to torture and torment Issei before killing him for good. Scene change. Occult Research Clubroom, Co Academy, Co PM. Kenji had returned from the ORC Clubroom. It didn't make things better by the fact that Seraphal had just been slain by Issei, making him even more angrier and helpless at what happened. It didn't make things any better by the fact that even Lord Phoenix was killed in the attack, making Revel devastated as well. Revel Phoenix hadn't been seen at school since the attack, still consumed by grief over her father's murder. Sona Citri, already burdened by the loss of her father to the sleeping sickness, now faced the unbearable pain of losing her sister. The weight of these losses was palpable, leaving a somber shadow over the school. When Kenji reached the clubroom, the atmosphere was suffocatingly bleak. The lively camaraderie that once defined the Occult Research Club had been replaced by a heavy silence. Members sat scattered around the room, some trying to distract themselves with mundane tasks, others staring blankly into space, lost in their thoughts. Hey guys. Kenji spoke, trying to call out his club members. Asia had become the new club leader ever since she had graduated, and their graduation was not far behind, which is going to happen in the next few months. Asia Argento, now the acting leader of the club since Rias's departure, looked up with a faint smile. Her cheerful demeanor, once a hallmark of her personality, had dimmed significantly. "Oh, hi Kenji," she replied, her voice tinged with exhaustion and a trace of forced optimism. Kenji's gaze lingered on her, noticing the subtle signs of strain. Asia, more than most, seemed caught in an emotional tug-of-war. Though she had chosen Kenji over Issei, guilt over her part in the betrayal still flickered in her eyes. Yet, her deep affection for Kenji gave her purpose and kept her anchored. "So how are you all doing?" Kenji asked, trying to understand the mood of the clubrooms. Zenobia then spoke. "Better than ever, Kenji. Thanks to you and you keeping us company, we are happier than ever, especially Akino." Kenji let out a small sigh of relief, though he couldn't shake the tension tightening his chest. He was aware that Akino has Rias and Tsubaki to take care of her terrible state due to now being a college student. He then responded with a relieved tone. "I'm glad to hear that. The last thing I want is for all of you to feel alone. We're going to get through this together." Irena, sitting by the window, finally looked up. Her usual cheerful attitude was gone, replaced by a gaze filled with conflicting emotions. "You've been a great leader, Kenji," Irena spoke, referring to Kenji gaining his own evil pieces and making Asia, Zenobia and Rossweiss his servants. The pieces turned into draconic pieces due to his aura, and it was granted in reward for beating Trihexa when Issei failed to do so. But Issei is not going to stop. He'll continue slaughtering us for our involvement in the betrayal. Irena spoke with a grim and serious tone, her tone dripping with fear due to the possible thought of Issei slaughtering them with no possible mercy or care for this world. The room fell silent at her words, her voice carrying the weight of an unspoken truth. The specter of Issei Hayadu, their former comrade turned vengeful executioner, loomed over all of them. They wondered, why is he not killing them right now? Kenji clenched his fist in anger, as he responded with a cold tone, "I know. But if he is not going to quit his slaughter, we aren't going to quit defeating him. We need to train if we have a sliver of chance of beating him. We trust you, Kenji." Rossweiss spoke with a small smile, as he gazed turned a bit fearful, as she spoke, "But I am afraid, we don't know where he is going to strike next," and Rossweiss was unable to complete when Kenji pulled her for a hug, and spoke, "Worry not, Rossweiss. I am busting myself to get as strong as I can to beat Issei. One day we will beat the monster my cousin has become." Drake then soon mused in response, "And I'll assist my partner, we will stop Issei. No matter the cost. No matter the price it demands, we will stop Issei." Rossweiss could only nod, as the rest of the ORC girls all got into a group hug with Kenji. No matter what happens, they are all going to fight through this and against Issei together, as a team of friends and family members. They will avenge what they have lost, no matter what consequences they are to face. Drake was also happy. He was glad that the girls are with Kenji instead of his perverted ex-partner. He was relieved that he no longer has to go through with the terrible nickname he has gotten, which is the Issei Dragon. Something he'll despise for all eternity, no matter what happens. His hatred for his former host was the most, given that he stole the treasures that belonged to him only. No one else should be wielding them ever in their life, and Drake will make sure it is restored back to where it belonged, no matter what happens. Even if he loses his soul in the process, he will never let Issei succeed. "Guys, everything is fine and all." Yudo Kiba finally spoke up, witnessing the happy moment that had happened with the girls, filling up with ease, as he continued, "But do we have a plan against him? Big Brother Surzex informed me that after Issei killed the elders and Satan Leviathan in cold blood that he had set a plan in motion. That was to establish contact with Hades." Kenji spoke after splitting up from the group hug. He knew that establishing contact with Hades was a terrible idea, knowing what the man is capable of from his scheming. He did mention that Hades was involved in the first death of his former cousin at the hands of Shalba Beelzebub by using Samuel's poison. But he had no choice, Surzex had no other option. Seraphal was dead, and his wife was still missing at the hands of his former cousin. Nobody knows where she is, as her evil piece was dumped at the North Sentinel Island, much to his anger. This was the only way to get rid of Issei. "You sure, Kenji?" This may not end up well. Kiba responded, as he continued, Hades can betray us at any given time. We have no choice, Kiba. We have to do what is needed if we have to fight against Issei and kill him for good. Kenji responded with a serious tone, which only made the knight nod in response. He knew this was a bad idea, but had to agree due to how dire the situation was. Kenji is right, my only regret is using so much energy to keep him alive. I never understood why my foolish past hosts had cherished him so much. Especially Elsha. But then again, he was the only more potent host at the time, till Kenji came. Who was way better than him, not only in terms of personality but also in his powers. Drake commented in agreement, as many agreed to this. They all agreed on one thing, that Issei was only useful in terms of his power. Aside from that, many hated his personality, and everyone was disgusted by what kind of a being he was. They detested his perversion the most, which hasn't changed or reduced in any manner even after he started to date Rias, unaware that many of them are alive or happy because of him. They had forgotten the good deeds he had done for every one of them, and they no longer care for the consequences of their actions, and are only fearing for their lives and the ones of their loved ones. Scene change. Issei's house, Sydney, Australia, PM. Issei was making his next plans, which was to recruit his next ally, which was Tiamat. He was aware that she had anger and animosity towards Drake for losing her treasure. His plan was simple, to locate her treasure and return it back to her. It turns out Drake didn't lost her entire treasure. Some of it was stored in the vault, and fortunately it was connected, which would allow him to trace the rest of the treasure and return it back to them. He knew this would immediately get Tiamat on board, and she would be a useful ally to his goals. Our plan will be simple. I will be locating the treasures that will be needed to get her to our side, and then we will recruit her to our cause. It turns out, she has been traveling around the human world while staying at the familiar forest. So we have either two options. Either we can Issei suddenly trailed off when he sensed three massive presences heading his way, as Ophis, Hela and Graphia also picked up the signatures and were surprised by this. Guess the Primordials are here to deal with us. Let's go. Issei commanded, as the trio nodded, as he turned to Ophis and asked, Ophis, can you make a barrier spell that negates any teleportation or escape routes? I have an idea on how they located us, but I need to confirm with them. Ophis nodded in understanding and prepared the spell, as Issei and the others got ready for the fight against the three primordial gods. As Issei decided to take down his first few divine beings to show how futile opposing his justice is going to be. Issei, Graphia, Hela and Ophis confront the attackers, which true to Issei's prediction were revealed to be Nyx, Erebus and Tartarus. Issei, Graphia, Hela and Ophis confront the attackers, which true to Issei's prediction were revealed to be Nyx, Erebus and Tartarus. They surround the entire Australian seas in a dimension that had multiple eyes, which was Tartarus's doing, who had covered the entire ocean and Australian beach they were in with his dimension, meaning they are fighting inside what seems to be Tartarus itself. Issei and the others knew that these three were here for a purpose. So what brings the three of you to my dwelling? Issei asked with a mocking tone. He knew that they are here for some important reason. The dragon side, which was a mere % at this point, was screaming when he sensed that the two primordial deities carrying. He could sense Ophis seemingly a bit nervous due to the blood they are carrying. Simple dragon. Erebus spoke with arrogance dripping in his tone. Your demise, you have slain many for long enough. And this ends now. Issei narrowed his gaze, as Nyx responded, yeah, you are nothing short of a monster, and worse, hell is working for you. I am pretty sure you must have forced her to do so. Before Issei could respond, Hell spoke with seriousness. I chose to side with him on my own. The fact that you claim that is nothing short of your own arrogance and delusions. Then again, someone that can chooses to see her own brother as a lover is a moron, to say the least. Nyx grew a tick mark at this, and so did Erebus, while Issei was surprised, as he asked, is the story true that means? Hell responded with a sigh, yes, all stories are true, she did the deed with her own brother. Issei could only look agape at this, and shocked. Did she really do the deed with her own brother? What the hell was wrong with the Greek Pantheon? Okay. Nyx grumbled with annoyance and slight embarrassment. I did not do the deed with my own brother. Those stories are just by mortals who like to exaggerate things, and second, The supposed children that I have are our creations, not our children. Issei and Hel didn't buy the truth, as Erebus spoke with an embarrassed tone. Can we just get the fight over with? He also wanted to leave the location, cursing the mortal that was solely responsible for spreading the story of them becoming a couple, when the truth is far from it. However, the four hardly believed the two primordials were saying the truth or not. I see, so you are too eager to gain justice, don't you? Issei spoke with slight arrogance and condescending tone, as he continued, I shall fulfill your desires. He transformed into Super Saiyan, and the others also joined in to fight against the gods. Issei clashes against Erebus, Nyx clashed against Hel and Graphia and Ophis against Tartarus. Issei looked at his opponent Tartarus, the primordial god of darkness, as he asked, so wanted to ask? I never actually posed the problem to the Greek faction, yet. So what's the deal with Hades? Why does he want me eliminated? I am not obliged to answer to you, dragon. Erebus fired a powerful beam of darkness which was easily deflected by Issei, with his hand as he swatted it away. He then closed the gap and followed it up with a ki blast, exploding him point blank, sending him flying. Erebus looked annoyed at the attack, as he continued to fire many more attacks at him, which he deflected without a bother. Issei then spoke, it's useless to oppose justice. Erebus got even more angrier and fired a more concentrated powerful darkness energy blast as he fired at him to try and get him off. The darkness energy entered close and was about to make contact when Issei spoke, allow me to demonstrate on how futile your attempts are. Issei fired a concentrated ki blast at the darkness spear, completely dissolving it, much to the primordial's shock and horror. But before he could react, Issei dashed forward and sucker punched him, sending him flying across the location. Tartarus tried to intervene by firing multiple laser beams, but Issei responded by firing ki blasts aimed at the entire location, making him groan in pain. Arg! Tartarus boomed throughout the entire location. He had to deal with Ophis as well, who was using her snakes to try and take control of the dimension Tartarus had created with his body. Erebus tried to recover, but before he could, Issei followed it up with a leg stomp, sending the primordial crashing to the ground. The primordial again tried to get up and fly over to Issei, firing a darkness-concentrated blast towards Issei, who only raised his leg up and stomped him again, sending him flying to the ground with a thud. The explosion to the ground was marred with Erebus on the ground. When the dust settled, he was barely standing. However, he didn't give up. He got up again despite his body feeling the pain of being crushed without any effort. He then exclaimed, I will destroy you, dragon. Issei, instead of getting angry, had a small smirk. If he can kill these primordials, he will make the factions even more afraid. He knew that the factions, even if they get his blood, it won't work, since he predicts it would be used on his foolish cousin Kenji, knowing that he is basically their pawn now, instead of Issei. Erebus defied justice, like many others, and now has to suffer its consequences. He could see the primordial god leap in the air and fire many attacks at him, creating strong powerful beam with his godly aura, and fire it at Issei, who only looked at it, and motioned his hand forward. The beams touched his palm. Despite the burning sensation, he barely felt anything. If anything, it was ticklish to him. He could see the surrounding ground he was standing on turning into scorched earth. He then fired a stronger ki blast, destroying the aura beams like it was nothing. Erebus was shocked by this. No attack was harming Issei in any manner. This form of his was annoying, to say the least. He recognized it from the popular anime that these humans were so invested in seeing it. But he didn't expect to actually show it in real life, since in his eyes some monkey-based beings destroying planets is idiotic and moronic. What's the matter? Scared to face a scion, primordial? No matter what you do, it is useless. Erebus was about to respond, but Issei attacked him, brutally punching him in the gut, making him cough up saliva, sending him back a few feet, as he rapidly fired several ki blasts. As the primordial reacted, using a barrier to protect himself, but when it started to get overwhelmed, he used teleportation magic to teleport himself out of there. He soon ambushed Issei from the back, using a sucker punch, sending him a few feet back, as Issei smirked. His punch did damage him a bit, grazing his shoulder, as he removed it and threw it to the ground, smirking at the fight. He had a plan for Hades, and his blood was the key to it. Erebus tried to land another godly aura beams at Issei, trying to hurt him even more. But Issei rapidly used his punches to deflect each and every beam to Tartarus's locations, making him scream in pain. He was getting injured thanks to Issei's attacks. Erebus was annoyed by this, as he charged a powerful darkness blast at Issei, which was approaching closer. Issei only took a small breath, generated a ki blast, and fired it at the incoming blast and completely disintegrated it without any effort, completely leaving no trace of the once powerful blast that was aimed at Issei. He had a smirk once he was done, as he spoke callously. "I told you." Issei dashed in front of Erebus, who had a look of shock, and kicked him straight in the shin, staggering him to the ground. He tried to recover, as he could only see a purple ki blast that was aimed straight at his face. It was useless. The ki blast exploded right at his face. He was sent flying a few meters, as his body was seen out of the explosion in a smoky heap. As he was breathing heavily, looking at his opponent with a mixture of frustration and helplessness, he was angered by the fact that Issei was not even affected by his attacks in any manner. In the meantime, Ophis unleashed several snakes which were constantly biting and infusing their magic into the being, making it screech in pain, as he was being constantly messed with by the dragon goddess of infinity. Her plan was to prevent the gods from escaping. The gods were not expecting Ophis to be in the same location as Hel, Issei and Graphia, but in their overconfidence, they overlooked that fact. "Aha!" Tartarus exclaimed with slight pain, as Ophis responded with a cold tone, a smirk falling on her face. "This is just the beginning." Primordial God. Ophis breathed some flames and decided to incinerate the primordial god alive, as he kept screaming in pain. Ophis's flames were much stronger than any dragon's flames, surpassing that of the Dragon Kings by a long mile. And while she knows how to control the effects of the flames and can even manipulate the intensity of them perfectly. "Aha! Make it stop, please!" Tartarus screamed in pain. He was afraid of the dragon goddess, as Ophis refused to stop. Tartarus, having no choice but to defend himself, decided to fire several shots of lasers of darkness to defend himself, which struck Ophis from multiple locations, forcing her out of her flaming attack, and soon she was forced to defend herself. Seeing this opportunity, he unleashed his abyss magic, creating a small space of darkness, and increased the gravitational force by times the usual, which made flight impossible, and upon Ophis trying to coat her into it. Ophis initially made a small struggle to break free, but she knew what she had to do. She soon released her aura, trying to overpower her restraints effortlessly, using her strength to fly up. She started releasing the aura of a dragon god, overpowering any and all gravitational restraints, and exclaimed with her anger, as she looked at Tartarus with a serious look, who responded, "I should have expected you to break free from this, but your friends will not be able to do so." "Then you underestimate them, Tartarus." Ophis spoke coldly, remembering Issei training in such gravity multiple times, when he has to really push his limits. Sometimes, he really pushes himself, asking Hel to make the gravity chamber, if not times in some cases the Earth's gravity, in several cases much to her worries and annoyance. But she usually does pull him out of training before he can seriously injure himself. Tartarus tried to aim his attacks at the three, but Ophis was quicker, using her snakes to once again chomp through the defenses of Tartarus. As he groaned in pain, he soon turned his attention to Ophis, who had started to breathe in some air, and use flames against Tartarus, making him screech in pain even further. Tartarus managed to push back, releasing his aura to distract Ophis while using barrier magic to defend himself. He was able to push off Ophis's flames while focusing all attention to heal his body, which was soon recovering. Ophis looked at Tartarus, knowing she will have to take it to the next level if she wants to beat him. "You are tougher than I presumed." Ophis spoke emotionlessly but with interest, as she curls into a smile, speaking, "Maybe I should take it to the next level." Tartarus was annoyed by how she was treating him, but he didn't let it get in his head. Ophis was only toying with him, and any mistake would give her an easy win. The stakes were already against him, and he will only speed up his demise if he takes them carelessly. At another location, Nyx was fleeing from the combined assault of Graphia and Hel. The first was using her ice magic on her, creating several ice shards at the woman, making her dodge, with Hel using explosion seals with her trying to dodge, with her legion of undead Valkyries and Apsaras flying around creating many more magic circles and fire at her, which she barely dodged. Hel was faster, trying to attack her with an explosion seal which she was once again able to dodge, and respond with firing a darkness beam at her. Hel was able to dodge the attack, as Grafia followed with the Valkyries started to fire their ice magic onto her, which she was able to dodge again. She was getting annoyed. She charged up a powerful night-based magic spell at the Valkyries and Grafia with the maid dodging effortlessly, and the Valkyries getting hit, destroying several of their numbers. She was a bit satisfied, seeing this, but before she was implanted with a seal from Hel, as she exclaimed, "Explode!" The explosion consumed Nyx before she could react. Hel looked frustrated, knowing she will have a tough time against Nyx. She could see her legions being killed. Hee hee. Nyx giggled, as she continued as Hel and Grafia turned their attention to Nyx, who had recovered, while her clothing was slightly destroyed. Hel managed to avoid contact by using the seal to prevent it from having contact with her. "I must admit, you are quite strong, however." She immediately closed the gap, charging up a concentrated darkness blast, sending her flying towards a few feet, as she continued once again to close the gap. "And speak, you are no match for a primordial like me." Nyx was about to attack as Hel tried to defend herself, but a magic ice and wind pushed her backwards. Hel soon followed it up with a callous smirk of her own, as she spoke mockingly, "Don't count your horses just yet, Nyx." She soon unleashed a barrage of magic spells using her knowledge she had gained from the undead she had killed and resurrected. With the undead and Grafia joining in and fire their own spells at her, pushing her behind, causing her to be sent flying to one of the Tartarus's eyes, with an explosion. The army was waiting for her to recover, only to see her standing with her clothing and armor still intact. She had worn the armor to counter Issei just in case. "I must admit." Nyx spoke. Her breathing was not uniform and was breathing heavier than usual. She could see that her enemies were far stronger than she had anticipated, but fortunately she had enough power and durability to survive. "You are strong, but fortunately I brought someone." Nyx snapped her fingers, garnering everyone's attention. Erebus had a smirk, as he prepared the weapon that Issei had generated against him. He had the Samo's blood ready and brought out a dragon-slaying knife to stab Issei in the back, ready to kill him permanently. Soon enough, they had an encounter with a beautiful foreign girl who appears to be in her late teens. She has long purple hair and orange eyes. She wears a white dress typical of female noble devils that exposes much of her largesse, with high slits and long sleeves. She also wears a black mini-skirt. This was Ingvild Leviathan. "A devil?" Issei asked with confusion, sensing her key to be that of a Leviathan. As soon the woman's eyes turned violet, and she started to sing. Ophis was affected, which caused slight pain to her, while Issei's was in a slight daze, holding his head in pain. Seeing this opportunity, Erebus decided to act quickly and stab Issei in the stomach, making him cough up blood. "Now die, like you are supposed to be!" Erebus exclaimed with joy, as he felt the effects of Samo's poison making him grit his teeth in pain. His whole body was convulsing with pain due to the effects of Samo's poison. He felt like he was almost dying. "Issei!" Hel and Ophis exclaimed, as Hel acted quickly and used some of her armies to isolate Issei from Erebus, as Ophis acted quickly, rushing to Ingvild and firing her snakes. Nyx tried to defend the attack with a magic barrier that protected her. Ophis gritted her teeth in frustration. She was not expecting that she would have a power that would control dragons. "Master!" Grafia exclaimed with worry, turning to Hel, as she nodded. The armies were distracting Erebus, forcing him to fight against them, trying to destroy as many of the undead as he could. "Hang in there. No matter what you do, there is nothing you can do. He is going to die horribly." Erebus spoke arrogantly with a smirk, as Tartarus was rapidly attacking Hel and Ophis, while Grafia looked at Erebus angrily with slight tears in her eyes. Hel then exclaimed with desperation and sadness, "We gotta do something." Ophis nodded. She was using all her snakes, but she noticed Nyx was using her strength to defend Ingvild Leviathan. She was grinning sadistically, enjoying the pain that she had inflicted. Ophis was even more angry. She was going to make an example of Nyx. Back with Issei, he was struggling in pain. He soon remembered on how much pain he was in when Trunks had cut him in half during their final battle, and that angered him even more, as he exclaimed, "No, I won't falter to this." "Never again, Master?" Grafia asked with worry, as he looked at her seriously and angrily and gave her a signal which she understood. She had to get away and hold off Erebus. Using her devil wings to fly, she held off Erebus, as he was getting annoyed by the constant interruptions, but he knew Grafia and the legions wouldn't stand a chance against him. I will destroy this obstacle that stands in the way of justice, Issei exclaimed with fury, as he started to channel his ki, both divine and regular ki, using it to fight against Zamasu's poison. He was not going to fall to this. Issei soon screamed with all of his might, as he wasn't going to give up, no matter what happens. His hair was starting to grow, pushing past Super Saiyan. He was going to surpass his limits. A brief flash of an Ozaru, great ape, was seen in his mind. Zamasu's poison was having no effect on him. He was transforming even further, releasing ki that made the three primordials really afraid at the massively increasing ki. Erebus tried to intervene, but Grafia held him off, firing her ice beams at Erebus, forcing him to dodge, as he was surrounded by some of the undead Apsaras. Why you? Why do you fight for him when he is going to die? Erebus exclaimed with annoyance, firing his godly aura at Grafia and her armies, as Grafia flew from the air and fired back at him after dodging the attack. Because we know that he'll survive Zamasu's poison, just like he did once before. Impossible! Erebus responded, as he continued with anger, it is not possible. He lost his boosted gear, and without Drag and the past hosts, his death was inevitable. Even if he had the flesh of Great Red, he is not strong enough to survive. Grafia only had a smirk, as she responded with mockery, your information about him is outdated. Erebus widened his eyes, when he saw Issei standing, his hair longer than before. He was not going to fall to Zamasu's poison, and soon the pain ended, unable to work against the Saiyan blood. Issei had transformed into Super Saiyan, having longer hair than before and his facial structure changing, more refined. He had a maniacal grin on his face. Now it's my turn. Issei spoke with a dark smirk, as electricity was crackling from his body. He soon reached Erebus and Grafia and spoke, I will take it from here. You did well, supporting me, Grafia, Master. Grafia spoke with happiness, and with slight tears earning a smirk from him before turning to Erebus, his grin widening into a dark one. He soon spoke, support Hela and Ophis. As you wish, Master. Grafia responded, flying to Ophis and Hela, who were surprised and happy by this development of his, as Ophis responded, seeing the form, recognizing it from the words that Issei said, so he managed to reach Super Saiyan. He is not far from his full potential, indeed. I was worried for his safety. Hela spoke with a relieved tone, as Ophis was also happy by this state of Issei. Recovered and well, she could see the change in Issei's attitude as well, since Issei did have its influence on Zamasu's original personality coupled with the Saiyan body he was in. Nyx was fearful by not only Issei managing to survive but also gaining a new form. She could see the girls ganging up on her, as she struggled to maintain the barrier. Hela then spoke, now ladies, let's not hold him back and show what we can do, right? Hela and Grafia nodded, unleashing their attacks all at once, exclaiming with fury, as they all destroyed and shattered the barrier. Nyx almost fell to the ground, as Hela acted quickly, aiming a blow at the back of her neck. She had knocked out the Leviathan girl before she could pose a problem. She was placed on the ground, as Hela took her in her arms. Ophis and Grafia decided to deal with Nyx, much to her annoyance, as she struggled to fight against the combined efforts of the dragon goddess, who was able to recover herself, and the former strongest queen. Back with Issei, he was clashing against Issei, as he sent Erebus flying. His reflexes and other abilities had increased much more, and was able to keep up with the primordial god of darkness. So Erebus, this is my first god kill. What do you think? Erebus got angry at this, as he exclaimed, piss off, you bloody monkey. Erebus decided to punch Issei, who was barely affected, as he gently placed his hand down, and spoke mockingly, thank you sir, may I have another? What are you? Erebus backed away with fear, as he responded with anger, you were never this strong before. Well, it looks like you got some required reading to do. Issei brought out the official Saiyan handbook and threw it to them. Erebus, having no choice, decided to read the handbook while he flipped the pages, speaking. Full moon. Lose your tail. Near death. Get stronger. Every time he realized what Issei truly is, as he spoke with a look of horror and terror, knowing what was going to happen next. Well, I am right fucked, aren't I? Issei only gave a deeper grin, and spoke with an evil tone. Right in the down under. Before Erebus could respond, Issei kicked him, causing him to turn upside down. He soon kicked him in the air and struck him in the chest, breaking some of his ribs, making him cough up blood. Issei soon prepared a ki blast. As Erebus spoke his last words with fear and terror, "Clever girl." He fired the ki blast, powerful enough to completely wipe our Erebus, who couldn't do anything to defend himself. He soon perished right in front of everyone, who could only watch in surprise at how Issei effortlessly defeated Erebus in his new form. He soon perished right in front of everyone, who could only watch in surprise at how Issei effortlessly defeated Erebus in his new form. "Brother!" Nyx screamed in agony and terror when she saw this, as Issei soon reached the girls, as Hel immediately hugged him, worried for his safety. However, Issei was unaffected by this, as he spoke in response. "I am fine, Hel. You can let go of me now." Hel looked at him for a moment, and could only nod. He was barely affected by her hug. At least he did not push her away. She wondered if Issei will ever care for someone other than imposing his justice. She could see the development in him. He then spoke. "Mind if I take a swing at her, Ophis?" "All yours." Issei could sense Nyx getting angry, releasing a massive amount of aura. She was furious at her brother's demise at the hands of Issei, as she screamed, "I'll kill you!" Nyx unleashed a powerful night blast aimed at her, as they started to fight against each other. Issei decided to entertain the primordial goddess before eliminating her for good. The girls decided to clash against Tartarus, as the primordial deity, who was horrified by this, had to go all out at the three. He had no choice. Trying to use his magic to once again bind the three girls, which caused them to be grounded momentarily, but Ophis managed to rise up and fight back. She soon fired her snakes at every location surrounding the whole area with them, as the girls all decided to perform their attacks, deciding to take out Tartarus completely. Graphia fired a barrage of magical attacks at the god, making him screech in pain, as he shouted with agony, "And oh, I cannot be beaten!" Tartarus screamed with agony, feeling his body being torn apart on the inside. He tried to escape, but Ophis was not letting that happen, as her snakes started biting onto Tartarus's body, making him groan in pain. The snakes chomping onto him were preventing him from escaping. The three girls continued to fire their attacks onto the primordial abyss god, preventing and cutting off his escape completely. Soon the attack completely consumed him, making the primordial scream in sheer agony of the combined attacks, as they were firing onto every location that there is. Soon enough, he was consumed completely, leaving nothing behind, triggering explosions all across the dimensions. Once the dust settled, Tartarus was somehow alive, barely clinging to life itself. He was groaning in pain, weakened, battered, and bruised. He no longer was the abyss god, but just a weak shell of his former self. He tried to drag himself out, but was suddenly squished under a strong pressure. The attacker was revealed to be Hel, who was crushing the primordial under the heels she had worn. She was pissed off at how these gods almost ruined the life she was having. She could see why Issei hated the Greek Pantheon with a burning passion, sensing the arrogance of these primordials. "No. Please have mercy." Tartarus pleaded for his life, but Hel didn't respond, as she kept on crushing him until she had completely destroyed him. Tartarus exploded into nothingness after being killed by the goddess Hel, leaving behind only his parts left. "Good riddance." Hel responded coldly, as Ophis walked up to her and asked, "So I presume you are going to revive him as an undead too?" "It is worth a shot. Having a primordial as an undead ally would be useful. Plus, if he proved to be better, he'll probably be my second in command, leading my armies, while I do so alongside Issei." Hel responded, as she brought out a Norse magic circle, and released her green mist on what remains of Tartarus, as they soon disappeared, and once again Tartarus was brought back, this time as an undead. His eyes were different. They were completely pupil-less, similar to the other undead that she had revived. They seemed to be openings onto the dimension he used to constitute, being well aware that they were her eyes. Hel could feel herself getting stronger, with every undead she brings onto her side. Now, with a primordial god being on her side, she can do much more now. If she were to successfully revive someone stronger, then it will just be a matter of when she can reach the level of her former uncle Thor and surpass Odin. "Welcome, Tartarus, to my undead legion." Tartarus only boomed in response, Now serving the undead goddess with awe and admiration, he was now completely subservient to him. Hel then looked at him for a moment, and knew that she can return to Helheim without any problems and get the time to revive them without any problems. She usually needed Issei for this, but given that she has Tartarus, she can use him to coat her presence and do the task needed, allowing Issei to focus more on his training. She knew he usually isn't a fan of going there, and is often dragged to that location by Hel. Now she doesn't have to deal with it. Soon a presence was sent flying towards them, making them dodge. The person was revealed to be Nyx, who fell with a crash. They all turned to Issei, who was walking towards them, as he spoke. So I guess you revived Tartarus, didn't you? Yep, all in a day's work. Thank you, Issei. Hel spoke with a cheerful tone, as Issei only smiled at this. He soon turned to Nyx, who was barely standing. She was unable to land a hit on him in any manner. She was breathing heavily, as she fired several magical blasts composed of pure night, and fired at Issei, who only deflected it with a swipe of his hand, sending it flying elsewhere. He soon closed the gap and brutally punched her in the gut, making her cough up saliva. He followed it up with many more punches, making her cough up even more. He soon followed it up with a roundhouse kick, sending her flying. Nyx was sent crashing to the ground. The dress she wore had a specialized curse outfitted in it, which was covered by her armor. It tried to affect him, but the key vaporized any instance of the curse that even touched his body. Issei was far more powerful than any god at this point, given that he had vaporized Erebus without much effort. Issei soon closed the gap and grabbed her by the head and dragged her across the entire location, all the while the primordial goddess was screaming in pain. The entire rubble was striking her at every step. Once he stopped, her saw her battered and bruised face, as she was crying in pain. She looked at Issei with fear, terrified of the being in front of him. Not even a single scratch was made in him, and even Erebus fell to that man. So Nyx, you have a tendency of tormenting people, correct? Nyx looked at him with fear, seeing his grin widening, as he continued, how would it feel if you are on the receiving end? Nyx looked at him with fear as Issei landed an E-strike aimed at her face, as it caused her to bleed from her mouth. Some of her teeth were broken as well. Acting quickly, he slammed the primordial goddess to the ground, making her cry in pain. Her face was completely bloodied and messy. Issei then spoke with a maniacal grin, worry not, I'll delay your justice as far as possible, since you must be treated and tried for the same way you inflicted on your victims. Using his strength and a maniacal grin, he started to crush Nyx's head and made her scream in pain. The primordial goddess felt the full force of Issei's strength and powers, regretting ever messing with him. She was constantly feeling the pain. Make it stop, I beg of you. Nyx screamed with all of her might. She would do anything to stop the pain that she had inflicted on him, knowing that it was her that brought Ingvild to control him. Tears of pain and trauma were starting to fall from her eyes after a few minutes, as she was unable to handle the pain. She kept on crying. She didn't want to die, not like this. She wanted to beg, but the pain was too much for her to handle. She was feeling her brain and skull were being crushed under the massive weight on her body. Issei wanted to make her demise as painful as possible. However, before he could, someone kept her hand on him. Issei. That's enough. It was Hel that did so. She could see that Nyx was suffering. As she continued, we may need her alive, since she can prove useful to us. Issei removed his leg, feeling the weight of her body, making her wonder what is going to happen. How so? Why her abilities are going to prove useful to us? If so, we can have her as an undead too. Nyx was even more afraid. Being a servant of a lesser goddess was something that was even more terrifying to her, especially being a zombie. Hel looked at her, understanding what Issei was conveying. As she took a look at Nyx's broken and battered state, she was crying given the torment she had to go through because of Issei. Ophis also understood that she can be useful. As she spoke seriously, knock her out. We will find a use for her. Perhaps a maid will be fitting for someone like her. Issei understood this. It should definitely break her pride as a primordial goddess, as Nyx had a look of terror knowing what her fate is going to be. But before she could have a say in it, Issei curb-stomped her to the ground, knocking her out cold. She was completely passed out from the torture and the final attack that had been dealt to her. He soon carried her like a sack of potatoes, and Hel commanded Tartarus to return the dimensions back to normal. They soon had left the location, leaving nothing but destruction behind. They had won the battle against 3 primordial beings, killing 2 and taking 1 as a prisoner. Scene change. 6th Heaven, Vatican PM. Gabriel was looking anxiously and seriously at Michael, as she asked, "So brother, are you going to tell me why Issei was kept in Tartarus for all this while?" Michael was silent upon this, knowing full well what is going to happen if the truth is going to be told, but he decided to stall it for a little longer, not considering Serzex's advice due to him being afraid of losing his sister. However, he was also aware that Gabriel won't stop pestering him unless she gets an answer, as she spoke immediately. "Brother, I want to know the truth. A year is not enough to completely change a person without any good reason." Michael knew he had to tell her the truth, so he decided to tell her the supposed truth. "Gabriel, he failed to defeat Trihexa, and because of him we almost lost everything. He was supposed to beat Trihexa." Michael spoke while controlling his anger, which made her shocked at this, as she exclaimed, "That's it?" "Yes," Michael responded, as he got back to completing paperwork which was approving the defenses against Issei's attack, completely unaware to the defeat of the 3 primordial beings. "Are you serious?" Gabriel exclaimed while controlling her anger, as she continued, "How would he be able to fight against them? He was all alone, and Trihexa threatened all of us. We are all supposed to fight against Trihexa." Michael was silent by this, as he clenched his fists in response. He refused to see that Gabriel was right. He then retorted, "But he is the Red Dragon Emperor, he is supposed to be." Gabriel cuts him off with anger. 1. His Longinus was not the strongest, that goes to Cao Cao's true Longinus. 2. Even if he did have the flesh of Great Red and power of Ophis. Michael again cuts her off, as he speaks with anger. "That's the thing, he should be strong enough to combat Trihexa alone, and that is the thing we all were hoping him to do. Gabriel, he is supposed to handle it on his own." In Michael and many leaders' eyes, Issei should theoretically be strong enough to wipe out Trihexa due to his current composition, and the fact that back then he had Drake with him was more than enough to defeat Trihexa. Keyword being theoretically. But they failed to take one major fact into account, and that was the fact that Issei wasn't trained enough to do so, and was unprepared against the Beast of Apocalypse. "Did you forget that he needed more training?" Gabriel spoke with a frustrated sigh, as Michael wanted to retort, but Gabriel beats it to him. Just cause he was having the flesh of Great Red and powers of Ophis doesn't mean that he knows how to use it. He should, that is his job. Michael retorted in anger, as Gabriel could only give a frustrated sigh. Seeing her brother has lost his mind at this, she then spoke, "You know what? I am leaving. Looking for Issei is my best option before he kills all of us." Gabriel teleported out of there, not intending to respond to Michael, as he shouted with anger, "Gabriel! Wait!" He gritted his teeth in anger even further, as he responded with fury, "Fine, if that is what you want, then you are no longer welcome here. Henceforth, you will now be a fallen angel," Michael declared with anger, as he headed to the Heavens system and started to make the changes to the system. He had to do so since causing one of the 4 great seraphs to fall needed confirmation from all the remaining 2 seraphs as well as a united vote from majority of the seraphs. Then only it will be done. That alone will take time, and that is something Michael can wait for. Issei was looking at Nyx's state, who was being healed by Ophis, as she responded emotionlessly, Aside from some broken bones and near-fatal injuries, she should recover in no time. Her mana is going to be a different story. That will take a while to recover." "You really did a number on her, didn't you?" "I had to set an example, she had it coming." Issei responded without any care or regret for what he did to Nyx. She had it coming for torturing him with her Samo's poison plan. Now only one person remained, or 2 to be precise, and that was Ingram Mainyu and Hades. He had to terminate them as well before they can cause any problems. Either way. Hel added, as she continued, "Once she wakes up, we will deal with her. I should probably find a way to remove the hypnosis magic on that Leviathan girl. Ophis, could you put a seal on her if she becomes a problem?" Ophis gave a nod, as she generated a sealing snake, and it went inside Nyx's body. Once this was done, Nyx's powers would be reduced to the point of being a low-class being, meaning she will be able to use basic magic but not above middle-class magic. "Very well. You can go," Issei responded upon seeing this, as Hel gave a nod and left the room. He remembered that Graphia was tasked with looking after Ingviled Leviathan. They had managed to win against 3 primordial deities, and that alone made them relieved knowing that no one will know of their place of dwelling. That was, however, for the time being. Ophis, would you mind in analyzing my body again? Ophis looked at him in surprise and responded, Why? I am curious, since I was once again affected by Samuel's poison. I wonder what happened to my body. Ophis looked at him for a moment, and responded, Fine, I am almost done anyway. Ophis was done healing. As she continued, she should wake up in an hour or 2, then do as you see fit with her. Issei nodded, looking at the sleeping posture of Nyx. He wouldn't deny it, he did see many of the supernatural goddesses as beautiful, but he also knew that this beauty is exterior, meaning that not all goddesses are like the ones that truly embody the aspect of beauty. Now let's begin with yours. Ophis spoke emotionlessly. She wasn't mad at Issei for going too far, knowing that Nyx did push him to such an extent, but she wished the old Issei was more displayed, knowing that there is a chance it may never come. She knew that even her race couldn't be completely trusted due to what Drake had done. She generated some snakes from her fingers which soon started to nibble onto Issei. He didn't feel any pain. He did feel some ticklish sensation though, but it was only short-lived. The dragon goddess waited for a few moments before speaking. So that is what happened? Your dragon side is diminishing at every second due to Samuel's poison. Instead of being %, it is not falling down to %. Your other 2 sides managed to stop it for the time being, and coupled with your desire to push forward and live, you managed to survive and unlock Super Scion. Ophis explained to him, ending with a small smile. She was happy and relieved that Issei was alive and stronger. He then responded, I see. Ophis walked up to Issei, and nuzzled herself on Issei, having the same blush on it. Looking at Issei with a gentle smile, she spoke with slight happiness. I wish to lie down on your body, Issei. Issei shook his head in amusement, before speaking, All right, Ophis, fine. You can stay. Ophis nodded with a smile, as Issei managed to hold the dragon goddess, placing his hand on her abdomen, and carrying her with one hand. He sat down, as the duo waited for Nyx to wake up. Hades' realm, Underworld AM. The presence of Nyx, Erebus and Tartarus going away immediately was something that was completely felt by many supernatural beings. Their complete vanishing from existence was not something to be considered lightly. Them going missing was something that needed to be further investigated. Worst case scenario, all 3 of them were slain by Issei and his allies and were made into revenants by Hell. They all went missing during the investigation against Issei. Their missing could be taken as a fact that they have all been slain by them. Hades was sitting on his throne with anger. He was shaking in fury when his 3 allies were gone missing. He knew they wouldn't stab him in the back. This meant that they were slain by Issei, or something worse must have happened. Hades was sitting in his throne room seething in fury when he sensed their presence was completely gone. That bastard. Hades growled in fury, knowing that this could be true. Issei slaying them was not to be taken lightly. He had become a way bigger threat than he had anticipated. He was aware that he will be next, causing him to be afraid of the being even, and that was something he hated. I won't spare him! Hades exclaimed with fury, as he got up from the throne room seething in rage. He then called out for his Grim Reaper Thanatos, knowing he would have a personal beef against Issei, knowing that he had a hand in causing his creator's disappearance. Soon enough, a robed figure came inside wearing traditional Grim Reaper clothing which was highly decorated. This was Thanatos, one of Hades' underlings and a creation of Nyx and Erebus. Additionally, Hades summoned him for another reason, which was that he'd have an innate connection to Nyx and Erebus due to them being his creator. You called my lord? Thanatos spoke respectfully with a bow. Hades then spoke immediately, I did. I want you to personally investigate what has happened in the battlefield. Can you identify what happened? Thanatos nodded, remembering him, also sensing the loss of presence of his 2 creators. That made him also furious, knowing who was responsible for this, and he also internally vowed to destroy Issei as well, only waiting for Hades to give him the order. I shall, my lord. Thanatos was about to leave, but Hades stopped him and spoke, Before you do go, here, take this. Hades gives him a small vial of blood which belonged to Samuel's, as he continued, Use this if he shows up. Run away immediately when he does so. Don't face a confrontation, you are not strong enough to deal with someone like him, especially when him and his team were responsible for the disappearance of 3 primordials. Hades explained with a serious tone, making the Grim Reaper nod. He soon left the location, however he was slightly displeased with how the events have gone that had transpired between him and Hades. He wanted to have a fight with Issei for his actions, but he didn't want to oppose Hades in any manner. Hades was left alone in his throne room, as soon enough, and Reincarnation joined in. He was described to be a phantom with a jet-black body with a muscular build and glowing fire-like eyes and has horns on his head. His body also gives out a chaotic aura. The evil Persian god looked at Hades in the eye, and asked, "What happened, Hades? You sensed it, didn't you, and Reincarnation?" Hades said, making the evil god nod in response, being well aware of the missing primordials. The evil god was also being worried on how strong Issei is becoming with every stage and state. He was starting to get afraid of Issei. He then spoke in response. "I did. It's a shame that they cannot be with us due to what that dragon did to them. Either way, we need to keep finding a way to beat him, don't we?" And Reincarnation kept his hand on his chin, as he continued, "And what of the factions? Should we tell them about our plans?" "Not yet, I don't intend to work with those bats." Hades responded with slight spite, as he continued, "We will beat him ourselves, we don't need their help to do so. They'll only hold us back, I guess, but what would we do about that dragon?" And Reincarnation asks, to which Hades shakes his head, doubting that Issei is a dragon at this point. He looked at the evil god, and spoke, "No, Indra, I doubt Issei is a dragon." "How so?" Indra responded, to which Hades spoke seriously, "Simple, I don't think he would have survived Samuel's poison if he was a dragon. Since you know Samuel's poison is even lethal to heavenly dragons and can even seriously harm even dragon gods. That was how Lilith, Ophis's clone, was created." "True." And Reincarnation mused in response, as he continued, "I guess you may be right. Then again, it is just a suspicion. We won't find anything till my subordinate Thanatos has gained information from the battlefield." And Reincarnation looked amused, as he turned to Hades and asked, "You have already started acting on this, didn't you? Not even wasting a single second?" "I had to. The sooner we know the truth the better. We also need to keep this a secret from the factions, since they were considering planning a tournament of all Pantheons, in such a manner that Issei can be lured and they can get rid of him." Hades mused, as he continued with a smirk, "Regardless, we can only hope that Issei is a dragon. And if he is not?" And Reincarnation asked with concern, to which Hades responded with a grim tone, as he continued, "Then we are done for, and may not have any means of fighting him." Scene change. Issei's house, Sydney, Australia AM. Ophis was nuzzling with Issei. She was partially asleep due to being so close to Issei's key, feeling warm and comfortable to him. Issei was curious. He has never been this close to the dragon goddess before, especially in this form of hers. He was curious to see if her body was really big. He always wanted to touch them. He motioned his hands towards her chest, as he was curious to feel them in his hands. He was more curious on how Ophis would behave at this, not that she was seemingly against it. Ophis sensed his approaching hand and smiled at this. She was aware that this was the Issei that was showing instead of Zamasu or Goku Black. Although small, it was still there inside of him. She didn't mind him touching her body given that she was in extremely close proximity to him either way. However, soon enough a groan was heard, causing them to jolt up, since this was not the voice of either of them. Ophis leaped out from Issei's chest and looked at the person that did this. It was Nyx, who had woken up from the fight that had happened. Where am I?" Nyx spoke with a low tone. She was surprised by where she was. Issei then spoke with a dark tone. "Hello, Nyx." Nyx paled and shivered by the voice she had heard. She turned to see Issei standing there with his hands crossed, and beside him was Ophis, who was placing her hands behind her back, as he continued, "Seems like you have adjusted yourself quite well here, Nyx. What are you doing here, you monster?" Nyx exclaimed with fear and anger, remembering the monster that had slain Erebus and was the one that brutally tormented her with glee and happiness. She was furious at what had happened to her brother, but was also afraid at the one responsible for the deeds that happened to her brother. "Me? This is my house, and I have some use for you. That is why you are alive." Nyx was about to respond. She hated the situation she was in due to Issei slaughtering her, as he continued, "I have a proposition for you. You will join me, if you wish to survive, that is. After all, having a woman that can scare the pants out of Zeus would be beneficial to my plans. Nyx clenched her fists in anger, as she exclaimed, Never! I will never work alongside you. She was about to use her magic to teleport herself out, but to her shock it didn't work. She looked at her captors with horror and fear, as Issei had a dark grin on his face, and responded, You have no choice but to abide by what I declare. You have committed a grave sin, and a punishment is needed. Henceforth, since you gods and primordials are known to look down on humans, and some supernatural beings as lowly, you no longer possess the divinity or powers you once did. Nyx became pale by this. She also couldn't feel her divinity, or any powers that she possessed belonging to darkness or night magic. She looked at her captors with horror, as Issei walked closer and lifted her up by her chin, making her look up. Well, Nyx, you have become the very same being that you once looked down upon. A primordial is no longer one. From what I heard, it is one of the biggest insults or humiliation any divine being must endure, correct? Nyx was tearing up at this, as she now knows she is no longer a primordial being but an ordinary being. Issei then smirked at this, as he continued while wiping her tears from his free hand. Since you are quite strong on the outside, I gave you some level of mercy. You can use some spells, low-class spells albeit, but you have some magic. Consider this the only magic you can get. You. Nyx growled at this, as he continued, You really think I will become your slave? I would rather take my own life than become one. Issei lost his smirk and became serious, as he continued, You know, killing you is mercy ex-primordial? Nyx can be seen gritting her teeth at this, knowing that she was powerless and weak to defy Issei, as well as incapable of escaping in any manner. He then spoke, But I decided to give you a fate worse than death. Serving me unconditionally till whenever your life force lasts. If you do make me amused and happy, I might return you back to your old self. Wait! Nyx spoke with a tone of surprise as he continued, If you serve me unconditionally and I see you to be a valuable ally, you will be joining me in my extermination of other factions. You always wanted that to happen, didn't you? Nyx was silent, contemplating about the situation. Issei was offering her something she wouldn't want to deny. It was tempting, but she hated the powerless situation she was in. She cursed Hades for being the sole reason why she was in this situation, but she also had cursed the choices she had made to get into this situation of powerlessness. Look at Hel, she was also given a choice and she took it. She didn't even resist, and she is one of the few that I can have faith in. She has not only been a valuable ally to my goals, but also she has been someone I can believe in that will have my back. However, if you do refuse, I have other ways. Nyx widened her eyes at this, and asked with a tone full of horror, What choices? Well, I can send you into a dimension where 1,000 orcs will assault you to submission. Issei spoke while having a dark grin which made Nyx horrified, as she exclaimed, If I don't comply you will get me raped. That is only if you are unreasonable. So what is going to be, Nyx? Still want to defy justice? Nyx rapidly shook her head at Issei's question. She didn't want to provoke Issei in any manner given what the man was capable of, and what he had done. She then looked at Issei, and spoke, I'll accept the deal. Excellent, now you have known your place. Good. Nyx could help but grit her teeth in frustration, as Ophis changed a bit of her snake to make sure she doesn't betray him in any manner, making the ex-primordial unaware of what had just happened. Now then, I will probably head out and keep an eye on Ingvild. She would probably been awake by now. Issei spoke, as he looked at Nyx one final time and spoke, Goodbye, Nyx, and welcome to your new life. As my personal servant, I will let Graphian know on what she must do with you and you'll comply to her wishes else. Issei trailed off with a menacing tone, making Nyx rapidly nod with fear, as the duo left. Once they did, Nyx couldn't help but cry knowing she had lost her brother, and was now a slave to the very people she had once looked down upon as well as the ones that were the killers of her brother. She cursed Hades for dragging her and Erebus into this, but she also blamed her choices and arrogance for causing this. Scene change. Ingvild's room, Issei's house, Sydney, Australia, AM. Ingvild was inside the room seated. She looked at Hel with a hopeful look on her face. She then asked, What is going to become of me? Ingvild asked, afraid of what her fate is going to be. She feared that they may kill her due to working with Nyx. You will be given a choice. Either you can work with us, if you don't we will be dealing with you accordingly. Ingvild seemed to be more afraid of this, as Hel responded, as long as you don't stand against us, you should be fine since you were dragged into this fight. So what were you before you were possessed by Nyx? Ingvild stayed down for a moment before speaking. I was born in the S, and was diagnosed with sleeping sickness, and have been sleeping for more than years. I was born in Miami, Italy and spent most of my childhood there. Until my sickness took place and was shifted to the underworld for treatment. There my existence was kept a secret, and when I did awaken, it was because of my sacred gear, Nirid Kairi. After that Nyx came in and hypnotized me to serve her, and that was how I was forced to fight against you. Hel and Graphia took note of this. It made sense on why she would want Ingvild on her side, which was to gain the control of dragons. Which was why she was used. She could see Ingvild looking down, not intending to fight against them in any manner. Ingvild then continued, I never thought I would encounter the very same people that want my kind purged from this world. Are you going to purge me because I am a half-devil? Depends on your choice and future actions, Ingvild. Everyone turned around to see Issei standing in front of the door alongside Ophis, both of whom were standing near the door. Ingvild was shivering in fear, afraid of what he plans on doing to her given that she was the cause of Issei getting hit by the Samo's poison. She wanted to escape but knew that Issei is strong and fast enough to subdue and deal with her accordingly. She looked at Issei, with her eyes watering with slight fear. However, to her surprise, Issei closed the gap and placed his hand on her. Relax, I have no reason to kill you yet. Ingvild nodded, cleaning herself of her tears. She looked at Issei with seriousness, not intending to show fear to him, since she can see Issei sensing this. He sits beside her bed and speaks, so what will you do now? Do you intend to return to the underworld? I do. Ingvild responded with a solemn tone. I am grateful for you all to rescue me. But that was not your intention, was it? Issei shook his head, and spoke, No, it wasn't. But if you do intend to return, I will erase your memory of you ever meeting us, and of this place. Not only that, I will also see to it that your memory of encountering Nyx would never happen. But before you leave and make your final decision, there is something you need to know. Ingvild looked at him for a moment with confusion, as he spoke in response. Truth be told, you cannot trust the current devil government, Ingvild. I was once part of them and they used me, those filthy bats, they used me for their own goals and purposes. And so did the factions. Just think of a possibility that they will use you for their gain, especially with their current pillar and Red Dragon Emperor Kenji. Ingvild looked at him with shock and surprise. She didn't know anything about the devil government, ignoring the jab that Issei gave at her kind. She then asked, What would happen to me? Well, you are already half Leviathan. And these bats, they will do anything to cater their whims. You will basically be their most prized possession, and anyone that marries you will gain the most prestige, honor, and a gain in their reputation. Ingvild became pale by this. She didn't want to marry just any person that wanted to be with her just because she was half Leviathan. She hated this to some extent. Clenching the sheets of her bed in anger, she was starting to not intend to go back to the government. Issei looked at her and started to smirk, as he continued then again, If you do want to return, I won't stop you. Furthermore, you never know who they'll pair you up with. Kenji is possible, but given he has got a lot of girls with him, I doubt he'd have the time to ever cater to you, but then again, with Rias at the helm of his harem, I doubt you'd ever get your chance since she hogs him the most. Issei remembered when Rias literally controlled everything in his day-to-day life. He was furious that a filthy bat used to control him, and he was certainly going to make an example out of her when he does confront her, torturing her till there was nothing left of her. He plans on doing the same to the rest of her slutty peerage, making an example of filth before making them go through his justice. As in, is he a good person? Ingvild asked, confused. She had heard about Kenji but never had met him in person. Issei then speaks with slight anger. Good to those that care for him. But then again, he was never good to me, so I am not the person you want to know more information from. He was my supposed replacement, but so far, he seems to be doing an okay job given he was working on the base that I managed to build. It is the girls that fawn over him that you should be more concerned about. Honestly, the Satans and their government are the biggest plague that should be wiped out at this point. I see Ingvild clenched her fists, Not seeing Rias in a good light due to what Issei had spoken about her, she was starting to hate this Rias due to her actions. Issei then looked at her and spoke, not to mention Rias is a spoiled brat, thinking she can do anything she wants and not suffer consequences because of being related to Satan Lucifer. So do you want to deal with people like her? Not at all. Ingvild swiftly exclaimed, as she continued, I don't want to be with Kenji, who may not care for me. Hell, I don't even want to go back now. Especially given on how the devils see me. Issei gave an evil grin. His plan of turning Ingvild against the devil government worked. All he had to do was tell the truth and twist it in a way that Ingvild will realize on how her can see her as. And that was all she needed to turn against the very beings that had given her existence life. Although Ingvild spoke, making Issei lose his grin. As he spoke, why do you call devils as bats? Oh. Issei responded, as he spoke with a blunt tone, it is because of their bat-like wings, and their nature as batty, hence why I call them bats. Ingvild nodded, as she knew that Issei doesn't see her as a filthy bat, else she would have been dead by now. Issei then added in response, not to mention, you are not the only devil in this place. Grafia. Grafia nodded as she revealed her devil wings, and released them, showing Ingvild who she really is. She then spoke her words, I also am a devil, but a pure-blooded one, and what Issei-sama said was true. I had to live my life in hiding due to them wanting me to be with Sirzek's Gremry. These devils are like parasites, and need to be eliminated. That is why I stayed with Master, and became his servant, abandoning my pride as a lucifuge devil, and I'll be honest, I haven't been any more happier than before. Grafia ended with a gentle smile, as Issei couldn't help but internally smirk, knowing this was another memory he had altered into her. Before she had served Issei for years, she was a runaway devil in hiding for a very long time, changing homes and locations due to this and only settling in when Issei took her in for this job. I see, then I am willing to stay here and not return to the underworld. But will I do? Ingvild asked, to which Issei responded, for now, nothing. I want you to train a bit before we can get you ready for this. Ingvild nodded, as Issei smirked. He knew that he had gained even more allies to his side and his enemies are going to lose big time, especially Kenji, knowing that she will be able to control him even further, and damaging him severely with her singing. He soon sensed the presence. As he spoke, Hell, it seems like Hades has sent a spy. You want to come? Sure, I'd love to. Issei nodded, as Hell placed a hand on his shoulder with him, speaking, we will be back soon, wait till then. The rest of the group nodded as Issei placed 2 fingers on his head and teleported out of there to the location. Scene change. Battlefield, Pacific Ocean Islands AM. Thanatos was investigating the battlefield remains, where he had sensed that Erebus's battle had taken place last year. He then spoke, this is where I last had sensed Lord Erebus's presence. He knew he had to continue looking for any signs of his god. He hoped that he could find him before Issei and his allies get to his location. He looked for traces, and could sense high amounts of energy in this location. This Lord Hades informed me about Ki or Tsuki, hailing from the Yukai faction. Could this power be similar to that? I must report it back to him, Thanatos muttered to himself, as he continued to investigate what had happened. He had looked at the battlefield, and it was nothing but destruction that was met in every location. Any tree or ground was completely destroyed by their clash. He continued to walk, trying to find any trace of his creator, which was already fading away as the minutes passed by, as he soon sensed some traced portion of red substance. He used his scythe to cut off the rock, and check what is it. He was about to pick it up, but before he could do so, a ki blast completely destroyed the entire rock, much to his shock, as Thanatos looked around and saw Issei and Hel standing above a tree, with Issei motioning his hand indicating that he was the one that attacked the rock. The same rock had disintegrated in front of him, leaving nothing behind. Issei had a smirk on his face, as he spoke callously, so the dog of Hades has shown up. What are you here for? Post-justice trial, come tomorrow and I'll happily judge you for your sins. Thanatos clenched his scythe tightly in anger, as he responded, you dare do that? You will pay for your sins. Sins? That's rich coming from a sinner like you, Thanatos, born from 2 major sinners and siding with a cowardly sinner known as Hades. Issei spoke, mockingly, goading the Grim Reaper to want and attack him, but he remembered Hades' words that provoking him was not an option. Hel had finally spoken up. Hades is a coward, Issei. He won't show up directly for a confrontation. If we want to deal with him, we need to head where he is located. I know, what a... Issei spoke mockingly, causing the Grim Reaper to get even more angrier, as he charged at Issei with fury, not intending to let the two mock his god any longer. As Issei only sidestepped, dodging the side strike, and kicked him so hard that sent him flying across the oceans, and he crashed onto a huge rock that made him cough up in response. The two reached where Thanatos was, as Issei kicked him hard enough to drop the scythe in response. Issei picked the weapon up, noting it to be a death scythe. Thanatos was glaring at Issei with anger. Despite being a rebel and not following Hades' orders, he was loyal to Nyx and Erebus, his creators, and wanted to find the one responsible for their disappearance. Since I am feeling generous, I might as well tell you what happened to your creators. All of them, including Erebus, are dead. Issei spoke seriously while lying about Nyx's survival, as Thanatos looked at him with a shocked tone, and responded, "You're joking, right?" Hel only snapped her fingers as the whole dimension changed into Tartarus. As he looked at Issei with shock and horror, him and his team managed to beat them without any mercy. He wanted to have a confrontation, sensing the two to be strong opponents, but given Hades' orders he had to flee, given that he was not ready to confront them. Hel then spoke seriously and coldly. "You see, that's what happened to Tartarus. Still believe we are joking?" Thanatos got on guard and was ready to have a confrontation with them. He had no choice but to fight given their state. "And don't even think of fighting me, Thanatos, unless you are stupid to do so. Like your creators Erebus and Nyx, their bodies didn't remain intact." Issei spoke with a serious tone, as Thanatos still was ready to fight. He didn't mind dying in battle since he enjoyed fighting against strong opponents. As Issei responded, "But since you do want to fight, I'll entertain you, but not today." Thanatos was surprised, and so was Hel, who was expecting a fight to happen. As he spoke, "What?" Issei threw the death scythe on the ground next to Thanatos, and spoke with a serious tone. "I prefer fighting strong opponents, and so far you are not even worth the effort. If you wish to fight me, become strong and make it worth my time. Go back to Hades and report him this." Thanatos looked at his scythe for a moment. Despite the humiliating words he had endured from Issei, he wasn't angry. Quite the contrary, he was more desiring to fight against Issei. Him killing his creators was an obvious sign of strength, and now he was being challenged. This was not going to be taken lightly. "Very well, if that is what you wish. I won't disappoint you." Thanatos picked up his scythe and was about to teleport, but Issei spoke. "Wait, before you go." Thanatos stopped for a moment and spoke. "Tell Hades this. I will make him suffer justice for his actions, and I can come to him at any time. Inform him that it can be any time, whether it be a day from today, a week, a month, of even a year, any time." Thanatos nodded and left the place, teleporting out of there. Issei was left alone with Hel, who responded with a tone of surprise. "Wait, why did you let him go?" "I wanted to see what Hades does. It was sending a messenger to him. I want to humiliate the Greek god of the dead before killing him for good. Plus, I also want to see what Thanatos is capable of." Hel only looked at him and sighed in annoyance, as she grumbled in response. "You scions, always craving for violence, like a bunch of beasts." Hel grumbled in response, as she gave a wry smile and responded, "Then again, you are the best person I have met." Issei shook his head, as he spoke. "Flattery will get you nowhere. Either way, we should probably get back. I could use some sleep." Issei nodded in response, as she kept her hand on him, and they soon teleported out of there back to their homes using instant transmission. Some time had passed, and the news of the 3 primordials being slain were spread all across the Pantheons. Many were afraid of Issei now, coming to them and purging them for their actions, especially those that were responsible for his imprisonment. Kenji was trying to restore hope by claiming that he is constantly training, but it was barely doing anything, and he could only helplessly watch them be even more terrorized. The leaders were livid by this development. Not only did Gabriel leave the heavens, but 3 primordial gods being killed in one day made them really furious with Issei, with some vowing to hunt him down at all costs. Hades was the most angriest at the message that was given. To him it felt like Issei was mocking him. He vowed to make an example out of Issei once he does head to the underworld. Days later, Issei's house, Australia, Sydney AM. Issei lied on the bed, and he was aware of his next plan. If he needed to head to the familiar forest where Tiamat was located, he needed to find the magic circle that would allow him to teleport him to that location. He thought for a moment, before it clicked in his mind, jolting up. Of course! Issei exclaimed in happiness, as he continued, Ko Academy. My old place of learning. How could I forget that is where those bats dwell? Issei got up and decided to make a plan with his team. He knew that today would be the day of judgment of several of his tormentors. If they survive, even better, he can always chase them down and make them pay for their sins. He knew they saw him as an enemy, and an enemy is what he will show them. He reached the dining table and saw Hel preparing the food, alongside Ophis and the newly appointed maid who was Nyx. She was wearing a French-made outfit, much to her embarrassment and anger, but there was nothing she could do. To think that a primordial, once seen as the goddess of the night, was treated in such a humiliatingly disgraceful manner was infuriating, but as fate would have it, this is her life now. To behave like a lowly mortal woman was something she despised, but she had to get used to it, else she fears what Issei will do to her. She was afraid of the scion completely, who showed her brother no mercy and was the sole reason for her current predicament. Morning, everyone. Issei responded, as Hel turned to him and spoke with a cheerful yet sarcastic tone. Woke up quite early. Something must have happened, hasn't it? Yep, it has. I will explain our plans soon. Issei soon turned his attention to Nyx, who was having a look of embarrassment, as she was shaking in fury. He grew a small grin and responded with a mocking tone. Seems like our new maid has settled herself quite in, isn't she? Issei's words made Nyx shake in anger. She wanted to be killed rather than having to go through such humiliation. She was hoping that someone would come and save her, but she was completely powerless in this situation of hers. Stop bullying her, master. It was hard as it was to get her into the costume. Grafia responded with a slight exhausted tone, as Hel spoke, but I managed to do it, isn't that right, Nyx? Hel made a scissor hand. Only Nyx could see a huge man wearing Jason's mask and armed with a giant scissor, preparing to cut off something of Nyx if she ever tells lies. Hel spoke with a sweet smile, as she had magic in her other arm making Nyx shiver with fright, terror and fear. If Issei was bad, then Hel was much worse in getting people to her whims. She was able to make Nyx enter the maid costume. She didn't want to piss off Hel in any manner, lest she suffer a fate that will want her to crave death. Even Grafia was visibly shaking with nervousness when she saw Nyx like this, having vivid flashbacks on what happened with Nyx, and how her pride was immediately broken when Hel decided to deal with her to make her more compliant. Issei wondered what happened between Hel and Nyx, in such a manner that even a primordial like Nyx was compliant to Hel's whims. Then again, it shouldn't surprise him given she was even able to control him. Hel has a way with people. If she can control someone like him, then Nyx was too easy for her. Anyways, Issei spoke up, changing their attention to him. I was going to reveal our next plan of attack. Since Tiamat's main home is the familiar forest, we will have to gain an access to the location, now that you mention it. Hel spoke as she placed her hand on her chin, and responded, we have no access to that location, maybe Grafia can? Grafia responded to this. As much as I wish to help Lady Hel, the familiar forest is a well-guarded location only a select few people can enter. Grafia is correct. Recent news showed complete lockdown of the familiar forest, placing it in a separate dimension where even I can't sense the key completely, meaning we cannot head there until we have access to its key. Hel nodded in understanding, as she pondered on what key are they going to need if they are going to gain access to the familiar forest. Issei then spoke his words in response. That is why our next plan will be altered. Instead of going to familiar forest, we will be heading to Ko Academy. Hel was surprised for a moment, before realizing that this is the place where Rias Gremory and Sona Citri reside, two people that would certainly have a way of entering the familiar forest. She nodded in understanding, as Issei began his plan of heading to the location. Ko Academy, Ko, Japan AM. Ko Academy, a co-education school, has been comprised of both boys and girls. Despite the suffering of the supernatural students that has been going on behind the scenes, the human students blissfully ignorant of the situation that is going to happen soon. In the meantime, Kenji and his group were present at the Occult Research Clubroom for the day, as they decided to speak about the events that have transpired just recently. You know, the official statement from Lord Hades? Rias spoke with a serious and grim tone, as she continued, Nyx, Tartarus and Erebus were all slain. The fear in the group was increased with even Drake starting to fear Issei. The fact he and his allies managed to slay 3 primordials was nothing to scoff or look down at. He was becoming a force of nature, and their karma was catching up to them. However, they refused to admit that Issei was their doing, only being afraid of the consequences. We know that it was Issei that has slain them. The leaders are still unable to find the next attack due to the unpredictability of his attack patterns, since when we expect his attack elsewhere. Worse, Lord Odin told us that the more she reincarnates people to her bidding, the stronger she becomes. Aquino spoke with a fearful tone, afraid of Issei at this point. Even her sadomasochistic nature was too much for the brutality and genocidal nature that Issei had shown. Time after time, he has been defeating any challenge that had come before him. We need to stop him, but how? Yudo Kiba spoke helplessly, furious at the development that was going on. They still presumed that Issei shouldn't be this strong, even after all of this. Delusional, yes, but in their eyes, it never made too much sense. Even if he had the flesh of Great Red, there was no way he should survive Samo's poison. But unfortunately, as fate had it, he survived, and that granted him a new powerful form. Training is our best option, Kiba. Kenji spoke with a blunt yet agitated tone. He was furious at how strong Issei has become after he had lost his boosted gear. Despite Drake willingly coming to him, and him being imprisoned in Tartarus for more than a year, he presumed that he shouldn't be this strong. Worse, Lord Michael has declared Lady Gabriel to become a fallen angel. She is now the first fallen seraph after a very long time. All because she sided with my former childhood friend. He will pay for what he has done. Irina spoke with anger in her tone, vowing to destroy Issei at all costs. He is the reason why Gabriel had turned against them, and now wants to make sure that she is the one that helps Kenji, and the others defeat Issei once and for all. The others agreed to Irina's words, while Kenji was thinking of a way to stop Issei, but to find that out, he needed to find out how he was able to escape, since Issei theoretically shouldn't be strong enough to break the seals in Tartarus, since he was trapped there for a year. If he could do it alone, then he would have broken free earlier than before, unless someone helped him. Even then, I have a feeling that someone helped him escape, and granted him the power to get this strong. Kenji spoke with a serious tone, as many of the ORC believed he was being foolish, since no one would even know or even believe he existed. They had even lied to Ophis about this, while Kenji was not aware of it. He only knew Ophis by name, since the others informed about her visiting the place again, and again not staying in the place unless Issei was present. That's not true, there is no way someone can help him. Zenobia exclaimed with anger and disbelief, knowing that there was no one that knew of his existence in Tartarus, or even someone who would want to help him, due to almost every supernatural being either despising him for his failure or being clueless of his current location. I refuse to believe that is the case. Who would even to rescue that previous? Kaneko spoke with a low tone and in disbelief, as Gasper responded while slight stuttering due to Kenji helping him with his speech. I agree. Even then, someone must have known about Issei and rescued him. There is no way he can get out on his own. The prison was outfitted with seals that can even restrain a heavenly dragon, Kenji added, with Drake also agreeing to it. There had to be another player that was the reason why Issei had become a threat. The ORC was starting to see Kenji's words holding water. However, some like Rias were still in disbelief about it. The seals had to be faulty, which was something that Issei must have taken advantage of. She then spoke, voicing her doubts. I am not sure, he must have found a weakness in the seals. Perhaps, but with constant monitoring, at least hours a day, out of which hours were meant for his own privacy. I believe someone must have helped him in the ones where his own privacy time was going on, and that allowed him to escape. Kenji responded with a serious tone, as Drake spoke in agreement, and with a serious tone, being made aware of Kenji's thought process. I agree with Kenji on this one, that criminal wouldn't escape without any help. He must have gained some help in order to escape. Just when he did so, I and Kenji went to the prison and did some of our own investigation the other day, and there was no signs of tampering, meaning he was able to break free. But someone had to help him. Drake wanted to get back at Issei, he wanted to crush him like the lowly being he is. But at this rate, he was getting stronger at every step and every day. He was reaching levels that he normally shouldn't have, surpassing even deities at this point. I see, so what do we do? Rias asked Kenji. As he responded, we find that ally, and force him to divulge the location of Issei. We know that from the Battle of the Primordials. Issei's last location was somewhere around the Pacific Ocean, meaning he could be living in any of the islands. That way we can snuff him out and eliminate him when he is caught off guard. The group agreed with this plan of Kenji's. It was a good one and something that seemed to be a good plan. Asia then responded, that is an amazing plan, Kenji. Thanks. Kenji rubbed his back, as he continued, but we can celebrate later. First we need to inform this to the leaders and make our plans. The others nodded, with Drake agreeing that Kenji is the way better choice than Issei anytime. He was regretting ever lending him power and information about his treasures given that he was going to be stuck with him for a very long time. Outside the academy, Issei and Hel took a look at the academy. As Issei spoke, you ready to inflict judgment? You asking me this? I am always ready and would love to have some payback against that stupid Valkyrie. Hel spoke with a smile, remembering the trouble she had to endure because of Roswise shutting down her plans. Issei then added in response, I actually regret saving her from Euclid. That filthy demigod has no value or respect for others. I should have left her to be Euclid's toy. She deserves that fate. Issei spoke with controlled anger, as he clenched his fists in anger. Hel approached him and kept her hand on him, with her looking at him and speaking with a solemn tone, save the anger for them later. I will deal with Roswise if you want, and I will make it painful. Issei nodded in understanding as the two leaped down to the ground. As he spoke, you have the dimensional transportation? Yep, I do. Hel exclaimed cheerfully while making two balls from her fists. As she continued, Tartarus will be helpful in teleporting the students out and knocking them cold. Those mortals will have no clue on what has happened. Issei nodded in agreement, as they walked towards the entrance of the academy. The duo had managed to enter the academy, infiltrating the location, walking across several students noticing them. Some even had spoke out. One of the female students spoke out analyzing the clothing Issei wore, remembering a shonen character dressed as one. Is this man a cosplayer of a shonen character? A black and dark pink-haired girl had spoken. And the girl with him, seems weird like who has two hair colors. A boy had spoken. She does look good though, the man is lucky. Another boy had spoken. Tell me about it, he does have a hot body though, the man is also good looking, wonder if he is single. A female student spoke. The student's words made the two have annoyed looks. Issei was less annoyed since he knew if the mentality of the students earning a sigh from him. Hel was irritated by the disrespect some of the students' words along with their vulgarity. Sure, she was not exactly human-looking, but the least they could do was stay silent, or speak something else. Did you have to deal with these students on a daily basis? Hel muttered with slight annoyance. As Issei responded bluntly, you'll get used to it. I did have to deal with them for years straight. Issei did notice his perverted friends and the kendo duo gone, implying that they must not be present, or they must have been in their final project semester. He also firmly believed that they were in college, and not in the regular high school division. Additionally, Issei knew that Kenji and the rest of the former second-year students were college students, but due to lack of members, the Occult Research Club became part of the college division. That was how Asia was able to still remain the president of the ORC despite her not being part of the high school division any longer. This meant only students like Kaneko, Ravel and Gasper to name a few were present in the high school division, as RD-year students and are close to being graduates once their year is over. He soon entered the target of his location. This was where his target will be present. He looked at the door, revealing it to be the office of one man in particular. Xiacidus Gremry, the administrator of Ko Academy. Hel, once I attack Xiacidus, you know what you have to do, right? Hel nodded. She was aware that her task will be to locate the magic circles that will be present in ORC or Japanese Culture Research Society, JCRS, office in the form of the pamphlets. She was aware that Rias must have kept them inside one of her two offices. She then teleported out of there to first get the students out into a dimension created by Tartarus. She had immediately summoned him and surrounded the school barriers. She made sure to mask his appearance before it was too late. Tartarus, get the students and the teachers out, except for a certain batch. Hela explained the names of the ones who won't be getting out of the barrier, which were the ORC, JCRS, Student Council, and the Devils and Vampires in this location, along with some other people like Tosca, Ika Kiryu, and Luffy Pendragon. Hela intentionally did this place Kunu in the Tartarus dimension such that she wouldn't get caught in the onslaught that will happen soon. She remembered Issei mentioning that the Yukai weren't there during the judgment of Issei 2 years back. So it is a possibility that Kunu might be innocent. Once the spell was active, all students excluding the ones mentioned by Hel were teleported out of there and forcefully put in a deep sleep. They were inside Tartarus's dimension, as Hel smiled knowing that the first phase of the plan was a complete success. In the meantime, Issei had unleashed a key blast that destroyed the door, shocking Zeocidus, who was working on some paperwork. He looked up to see his attacker, only to become pale with fear and terror. And no. Zeocidus was fearful of his last encounter with Issei, where many of his friends and Seraphal Leviathan was killed in a brutal manner. He was shivering with fright and fear, as Issei walked up to him and spoke mockingly with a sinister grin. "Hello, father-in-law." Zeocidus was backing away. He had dropped to the floor of his chair and was backing away with terror, desperately trying to access a magic circle, but Issei fired a key blast near his hand, causing him to scream in fear as he kept on scuttering until he landed onto a wall, which made him even more frightful. "No, please, I am sorry." Zeocidus was pleading for his life. Fear had completely overridden the pride the Grigori family patriarch had once held due to his family's prestige. "Sorry?" Issei darkly chuckled, as he continued, "A filth like you that stains this world doesn't get to be story. It is time to erase you permanently." Issei charged a key blast, as he was ready to make an example out of Zeocidus, who was shivering in fear, as his whole body was shaking from the immense strength that Issei now holds. The same strength that is intended to destroying them once and for all. He was almost tearing up due to the immense fear that he was in. At the ORC, the Grigori peerage sensed massive amounts of ki that was coming from the school. As they all looked horrified, Kenji then exclaimed, "Issei, he is here! We need to head to the location, fast!" Rias exclaimed with worry, wondering who he was targeting. As they all headed out, they had encountered the student council and many others on the way. As Elmenhild spoke with fear, "What do we do now?" "We head to the location where the key was. I have an idea on where Issei is and we need to stop them now." Rias spoke seriously as everyone nodded. They all rushed to the location where Issei was. They used their magic circles to head there. Once they left, Hel walked outside. She had a smirk on her face and spoke, "Time to get those magic pamphlets." She walked inside the ORC clubroom and decided to start her search there. She had to finish the pamphlets as soon as possible. Rias and her group were heading towards the location where Issei was present. There she could see Zeocidus sent outside with a thud, causing him to crash onto the wall. He was battered and bruised with several of his clothing torn. He had completely passed out with his hair disheveled and messed up. He was crying in pain from the attack. "Father!" Rias exclaimed with fear, seeing his state. She was in terror and despair, seeing that Issei managed to infiltrate the barrier that was set up to protect this town. They turned their attention to Issei, who was walking outside. He was in his base form, knowing that Zeocidus was barely an inconvenience, so they wouldn't even bother going past his base form. "You bastard!" Kenji shouted, causing Issei to turn his attention to him. As he grinned and spoke, "Been a while. I was just having a reunion with this cowardly filth. You won't get away with this." Sona exclaimed with anger, remembering the man to be solely responsible for the death of her sister. Issei only grinned and spoke with a dark smirk. "I do remember the very defiant face that once belonged to Seraphal Leviathan, and she said the very same thing, and look what happened to her." Sona started to lose some of her anger, and started to tear up, as the Citri matriarch was devastated when she remembered that the same man had ruthlessly killed Seraphal Leviathan. As Genshiro responded, "You bastard, you will regret this." Genshiro activated his sacred gear. But before he could do anything, Issei quickly dashed forward and closed the gap and unleashed a powerful ki blast at him, vaporizing him completely without any mercy or care. All Genshiro could do was look in horror and scream in response. He also made sure to vaporize Vritra as well, since the blast vaporized all the gears, disintegrating them into nothingness. The evil Dragon King screamed in agony, and was wiped out alongside his partner. The dust revealed nothing had been left behind, only the shocked looks of everyone present. They were terrified given that Issei had just killed Genshiro Saji barely a few seconds into the fight. No. Sona spoke with horror. As Issei turned to the next person in line, she grits her teeth in anger, and exclaims with tears falling from her eyes, "You bastard! I will make sure you regret killing my fiancé." "Fiancé, eh?" Issei responded. As the others tried to get ready to attack him and defend their allies, Kenji was already in his cardinal crimson armor, ready to defeat Issei. He no longer needed the chant to do so, given his current strength. Drake was growling in fury, sensing Vritra's presence was no longer there. "I should probably give my congratulations." Issei's smirk grows darker, as he speaks, in this manner. Looking at the rest of the Citri peerage excluding Tsubaki, he fires powerful ki blasts before anyone could even react, wiping them all out in an instant without any mercy. Their screams were the last things that were heard. They couldn't even defend their comrades in any manner. All they could see behind the dust was Issei Hayato, with an evil glint on his face. Sona fell to her knees seeing this. Her whole peerage excluding Tsubaki was purged completely. She was weeping in agony and crying, screaming at this. Tsubaki herself was crying in sadness and despair due to what had happened. The whole student council was wiped out by Issei in just one day. "You rotten bastard, Shitsei Hayato. I will make you regret killing Vritra and stealing my treasures." Issei only gave a maniacal and evil grin, not caring for the insults that a dead dragon had given him. "'Cause once he is done, he will make Drake growl before him and humiliate him in a manner that he will remember him. Oh, you foolish lizard, whose mother should have swallowed before you were born, or destroyed the egg that you were born in your case. Those treasures were just there for the taking, and I even found out certain treasures that can contend with the Longinus." Issei pointed his hand towards Drake in an accusatory manner. "Not to mention, you have been stacking such treasures inside your secret vault that I was powerful enough to break through, and you have been keeping it a secret from the rest of the world." The others were shocked by this, turning to Kenji and Drake. Kenji turned his gaze away due to this. Drake was suddenly silent upon this, frothing in anger due to what Issei had said. He then called out Drake for his hypocrisy. "You are no dragon, just a filthy lizard who is known to stab others in back just to gain a better opportunity. You are a shitty person, and unlike you I am someone that cleans the shit from this world. Shitty lizards like you don't deserve to live in this world, desecrating it and destroying it for their own benefits. You sick bastard." Drake growled in anger, as Issei only gave a sickening grin that made everyone afraid, as he spoke while bringing his hands forward. "Imagine a world, filled with beauty, a utopia where filthy supernatural beings desecrating and rotting this world with their presence and actions, no longer exists, using humans and weaker beings for your own amusement, and not caring for the consequences. That is why I will see to it that all supernatural factions are purged from this world. No one will survive, whether it be man, woman or child." Issei declared with happiness and joy. He was excited to instill judgment across all the supernatural beings. No one will be exempted from his judgment, and everyone will be judged fairly. "Children too?" Asia asked with fear and tears in her eyes. She was shivering in complete terror hearing Issei's declaration. Issei turned to her and spoke with a cold tone. "Yes, witch." Asia flinched and backed away upon hearing his tone, as he continued, "Children too, they'll just grow up to cause problems and defy the natural beauty of this world with their vengeance, and I can't let that happen now, can I? 'Cause if I did, then tell me, who would be the villain in that case, them or me?" Asia backed away in fear. She was terrified of the thought process of Issei. It seemed like Rainier but far worse than her. Kenji then asked with saddened despair, "When will you stop then?" Kenji continued with anger in his tone, "When will you stop killing us? I told you before and I won't stop till the beauty of this world is restored. It will become a utopia free from the filth of this world." "Free from your filth," Issei declared, to which Sona retorted with a tearful rage seeing her fiancé and peerage excluding Tsubaki perish in front of her eyes. You can't build a utopia by hunting us down for your stupid revenge. Even gods." Issei only turned to her with a sick grin, making her back away with fear and respond, I know you can't understand the beauty of this Citri. It is beyond the limitations of your female mind. Sona gritted her teeth in anger, and was about to destroy him with her water-based dragon and aimed it at Issei, but he responded quickly, by preparing a small disc in his hand, much to everyone's surprise. Destructo disc. He fired it towards the dragon that was coming towards him, slicing it in half, causing it to explode into water raining down the entire location. He then generated many more of them and sent it towards his former friends and lowers. They were already dazed by the events that had happened with the Citri peerage's demise, excluding Tsubaki and Sona, coupled with the treasure Drake secretly kept from the others. The others desperately tried to dodge, but with their current state it was harder, with Kenji firing his cannons at them, but they managed to pierce through them, cutting the beams in half, much to Drake and Kenji's shock, who dodged the attacks, leaping across the air and battlefield with grace and style. He dodged the first one by ducking before rolling in the mid-air. He then dodges another attack before dashing forward, but Issei controls them, causing it to return, forcing him to continue dodging, with one piercing through his armor and even grazing his cheek, making him slightly afraid if one of them hits successfully. He then dashes again. The others are also struggling to evade and escape the attacks, since the discs were tailing them around and trying to keep up with the attacks. As Rias exclaimed, "These discs, they are key but are much powerful. Our only option is to evade. We can't use magic to destroy them." Rias exclaimed in anger and frustration, "But we got to try." Extinguished star. Rias shouted, trying to generate a sort of black hole of pure destruction in the air, trying to absorb the Destructo discs. It was starting to work a little, slowing the discs down a little. Issei, who was occupied in clashing against Kenji, decided to intervene. Dodging several punches from Kenji, he was able to control 2 specific discs and aim them straight at her hands, chopping them off completely. Rias could only scream in agony and pain when it registered in her brain. Rias's hands were chopped off from her body, causing her to lose control of the sphere, causing it to dissipate completely. Issei scowled at her, remembering that he was the reason she was influenced in using the technique, as he was ready to fire a key blast at the weakened Rias. But Kenji intervened, with Drake responding in his mind, "Now take him down." Kenji nodded, preparing a dragon shot which was point-blank aimed at his face, as he exclaimed, "This is for all the people you have killed. Now die, cousin!" Issei only grabbed his dragon shot and crushed it in front of him, triggering an explosion, much to everyone's surprise, with the onlookers wondering what had happened, hoping for Kenji to have beaten him. Only for grunts and screams to be heard, Kenji was sent flying from the smoke cloud, having several bodily wounds, including piercing wounds, with Issei standing victorious from the attack. The Destructo discs were still trying to attack them, with Akino trying to protect Rias as much as she could, who was helpless in the pain state she was in, bleeding and seriously damaged. Kenji was on the ground, losing his armor, and had many wounds on his chest, abdomen and legs. He was completely destroyed by Issei, who didn't even use his full power in any manner. "Kenji!" Many shouted, as Ravel, who was the nearest, tried to heal him with the Phoenix Tears, as Issei smirked, seeing that once again he was able to beat him without much effort. He remembered what had happened in the dust cloud. He couldn't even properly react or enter into his true form, and fell due to Issei using purple tendrils to pierce his armor, and even his body, making him screech and groan in pain. He controlled the Destructo discs, turning his attention to Sona and Tsubaki, and he aimed them at their backs, while Tsubaki was able to dodge the attack due to sensing it, and it being far away. The other disc was too near Sona, and she wasn't so lucky, as the disc that was aimed straight at her body in a vertical motion, which resulted in her being sliced in half, dividing her body into 2 parts. All that was on her face was a look of horror. Acting quickly, Issei fired a key blast at the 2 halves, disintegrating them into nothingness, effortlessly killing Sona without any mercy or care. All the while the others could only look in horror and terror. Tsubaki was the more fearful, seeing this, shivering in fright seeing him kill Sona without any mercy. He acted quickly, firing a key blast in several locations, which made Tsubaki struggle to use her sacred gear in any manner, with the result being the Citri peerage being completely disintegrated, leaving no trace of the queen of the Citri peerage. "Now you can join your fiancé in hell, Sona Shirtorai." Issei spoke mockingly and with glee as he purged an entire peerage in a successful manner, leaving no survivors behind. To add it all off, all the pieces of the Citri peerage were also destroyed, so there was no trace of them left. Issei had slain an entire peerage without any mercy or care in this world. The discs were soon destroyed by Issei, as he turned to the rest intending to kill them personally, and in a more gruesome manner. He killed them all. Rhea spoke with fear and terror, crying at the demise of her best friend and her entire peerage. They were completely purged from existence. He is a monster. Lefay spoke with terror and anguish, shivering at the demise that were caused by Issei, as Tosca responded while crying, seeing on how Issei had purged so many devils without any effort or mercy. He is worse than that. Issei turned his attention to Tosca, deciding to make her the victim of his next attack. He looked at Kiba, who was seething in anger and fury. He prepared to fire a ki blast at her. No! Yodo, Kiba shouted, dashing forward at lightning fast speeds, not intending to lose the last of his family, as he tried to strike Issei with the sword of betrayer, but he was too quick and caught his hand and kicked him in the gut before he could react. Since you have chosen to perish, then please by all means. Issei slammed him to the ground before he could respond, as he stomped his rib cage, breaking some of it, making him cough up blood. The sword of betrayer, an apt sword meant for a filthy betrayer like you, Kiba. I wonder if you would betray your current best friend Kenji. Kiba was getting more furious, as he escaped from Issei's grip and charged at him with his blade once again in speeds akin to God speeds, but it was too slow for someone like Issei. He demonstrated this by grabbing his blade and snatched it from his hand and throwing it in the air, and then following it up by firing another ki blast, destroying it completely. Issei knew Kiba can generate another sword, but it will take time to do so. He used his balance breaker, Glory Drag Trooper, and used the armor to create propulsion armor, pushing him to even faster speeds, with only for Issei to enter into his Super Scion with the intention of crushing him in every manner. He sidestepped Kiba and kicked him in the gut. He soon flew in the air and unleashed a leg stomp that sent him flying to the ground with a thud. He soon turned to Tosca, and fired the ki blast, completely disintegrating her without any mercy, her barrier sacred gear doing nothing to stop the attack. Issei made sure to eliminate her quickly, as a sign of mercy, and she was vaporized in an instant, the pain not even reaching to her before she was killed. Tosca was gone, leaving only nothing behind, with many looking at Issei with shock and horror. Aika, like many others, was afraid of being next. She and Team/Dog were loyal to Grigori, and when it was purged, they decided to go into hiding, with Aika only having limited contact with her mentor Lavinia Rennie. She was downright fearful of Issei, knowing he will come to attack them due to their involvement in the betrayal as well. Turning his attention to Kiba, who was weakened, he looked at him apathetically and spoke. Now one of the Gremry peerage will perish. Kiba stood up and was ready for what was to come. He kicked him in the chin, turning his head back, forcing him to the ground, and rolled in the air and fired another ki blast, which completely destroyed the weakened Kiba, who could only scream in agony and despair, knowing that he was helpless and powerless to do anything about it. A fitting end to a betrayer like you. Issei spoke with a smirk, relishing the death of his former best friend in any manner. The ki blast resulting in a massive explosion, leaving nothing but dust behind for him. No! Kiba! Rias and the other ORC members shouted in despair and anger, seeing one of their own purged. Akino then shouted with anger and fury, "You will regret this, Issei Hayado. The leaders and Kenji will one day find a way to defeat you. I can't wait to watch the despair on your face, as I torture you for my own satisfaction, you damned murderer." Issei was about to respond in kind and make Akino pay, but before he could, Hel teleported in front of him and spoke. "I got what we came here for." Issei turned to see Hel having a smirk on her face, as Issei spoke. "Very well, let's go. I have already had my fair share of fun with them. Seeing their despair and agony, showing how helpless they were, is good enough for me." Hel watched the chaos unfold with an air of detached amusement, her sharp eyes scanning the battlefield. It didn't take long for her to notice the absence of the Citri peerage and several others, including Tosca and Kiba. A small smirk tugged at her lips as she turned to Issei, her voice dripping with sardonic humor. "It seems you have slain some of them before the final curtain call," she said, tilting her head. "Shall we end this farce?" Issei's expression remained stoic, though a faint glint of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. "Of course," Issei replied. "The final judgment remains." He extended his hand toward Hel, who took it without hesitation. With a flick of his free hand, he traced a glowing sigil in the air. In an instant, both vanished in a burst of crimson energy, leaving the battlefield behind. "Wait!" Zenobia and Irena cried out in unison, their weapons raised as they tried to intercept him. But it was already too late. The space where Issei and Hel had stood moments before was now empty. Tears welled up in Zenobia's and Irena's eyes as they fell to their knees, their weapons clattering to the ground. Their cries of anguish echoed across the ruins of Ko Academy, a testament to their failure to stop the man who had once been their ally. The mournful silence was broken by a sudden surge of energy. A blinding pink beam roared toward the remaining defenders, its destructive power undeniable. "Akino!" Rias shouted, her crimson aura flaring as she prepared a defense. "We need to." Her words were cut off as the beam struck the school, detonating with a deafening explosion. The ground shook violently, and a wave of heat and force swept across the area, reducing Ko Academy to a smoldering field of rubble. When the dust settled, the once pristine campus was nothing more than shattered ruins. Only silence remained, save for the distant crackle of flames. Amid the destruction, survivors began to stir. Ria stumbled to her feet, her body battered and her uniform torn. Nearby, Akino groaned in pain as she pushed herself up, her once graceful figure marred by dirt and bruises. "Is everyone alive?" Rias asked weakly, her voice trembling. Her crimson eyes scanned the scene desperately. Most of the group was accounted for, though all bore the marks of the devastating attack. They all nodded, standing one by one. However, their relief was short-lived. As they moved through the wreckage, they found Gasper, unconscious and unresponsive, lying amidst the rubble. His breathing was shallow, and his usually vibrant aura was faint. Asia rushed to his side, tears streaming down her face as she attempted to heal him. "He's alive," she said, her voice breaking, "but he's in a coma. I don't know if he'll wake up." The nearby corpses of Ruruko and Lugaru were nearby, both of whom were killed due to being the closest to the final attack, them also being casualties from the attack. Their bodies were intact, but the wounds were too fatal to cause their survival. They had perished from the final attack courtesy of Issei. Nearby, Zeocidus Gremory was also found unconscious, his once proud figure slumped against the collapsed wall. His condition mirrored Gasper's, alive, but barely clinging to life. Rias stared at her father with a mix of sorrow and fury. "That bastard!" Rias growled in response, seeing the destruction of the entire academy. Nothing was standing, even the old ORC building wasn't spared, completely destroying it to rubble. She looked at the sky, which was not welcoming. Her state was battered and bruised, but not yet quite broken. She was not going to stop till all those that were slain were avenged one day. Kenji immediately helped her up, looking in despair, anguish and helplessness. There was nothing he could do. His father-in-law and brother figure Gasper are in a comatose state, and many of his friends are dead. He had to inform this to the leaders, and immediately contacted them. Far away, Issei and Hel stood atop a cliff overlooking the burning remnants of Ko. Hel's smirk widened as she turned to him. Another blow struck. "How does it feel, Issei?" she asked, her tone playful. Issei's expression was cold, his eyes fixed on the horizon. "It's not enough," he said. "Not until they've lost everything, just as I did." Hel chuckled, her laughter echoing through the night. "Then let's continue. The final judgment isn't finished." The two vanished once more, leaving behind only destruction and the echoes of their judgment. They had got what they wanted, and some additional targets were killed by them. Hel asked Tartarus to leave behind the students that were trapped in the barrier, including Kuna that was unconscious. The leaders had arrived, primarily Odin. Michael and Surzex had made their way to the wreckage alongside several medical teams only to see the carnage that had happened. He rushed to his sister, and seeing his state, called out many people from the medical department, and exclaimed, "Get all of them to the emergency department. Head them straight to the ICU departments in Serafal Memorial Hospital." The medical department nodded, as several beings helped up the survivors of the hospital, with some commenting seeing the destruction of Ko Academy. As an angel spoke, "This is madness. Whoever did this is nothing short of a monster." Another soon spoke in response, "Get the supplies, many are wounded and in need of critical treatment." A devil exclaimed with fright as stretchers were being brought with multiple devils and angels lifting them up and placing them in before taking them to the hospital using a magic circle. Surzex looked at Rias and asked, "What happened here? How many survived Issei's onslaught?" Surzex knew this was Issei's doing from Kenji's words, but he wanted to know who were the survivors from the attack, but given the brutality of the attack, he wondered who managed to make it out alive, only to be met with a tearful response as Rias was crying endlessly. She then exclaimed with a tearful rage, "Oni-sama, he killed Sona and her peerage. Even killed Tosca and Ruruko without any mercy, and he killed 2 of my pieces, Yuto and Lu. Father and Gaspar are unresponsive. I just don't know what to do." Rias could only cry, as Surzex embraced his sister. He clenched his fists to the point of bleeding, knowing that once again Issei was able to get away with the carnage. He could see his brother-in-law and many others battered and critically injured state, and to top it all off he saw his father's state. He moved away from Rias, and could see his father not responding to any first aid treatment. "Issei Hayada! I swear to Satan, I will destroy you once and for all!" Surzex shouted with anger and fury, as the other leaders who were assisting taking the wounded to the hospital all agreeing at this. They all knew that Issei had to be stopped at all costs. Odin managed to take a look at the unconscious students including Kunu. As he spoke, "Lord Surzex, look." Surzex took a look, losing some of his anger, and was surprised and shocked to see the unconscious students along with an unconscious Kunu. Even Michael was surprised by this. Why did Issei not harm these students, since according to them, he clearly intending to destroying the academy? However, they knew that the students will question on what happened to their academy along with the people in the location, as many could see the bystanders gathering. Surzex immediately put an hypnosis spell which he had learned from Azazel and made it around the entire town, putting them all to sleep. "Lord Surzex, we must put a manipulation spell, place a month-long holiday till the academy is returned back to itself," Michael suggested, earning a nod from him, as the memory manipulation spell was done and was placed on all the students and residents of the academy alike. They all had no clue on what had happened due to Issei. "Take them to the hospital, and we need to discuss on what needs to be done next. I have a plan, and Issei must be stopped at all costs." Surzex spoke seriously, earning a nod from everyone else present. "They all take them to the Serafal Memorial Hospital for treatment before it is too late. They couldn't save everyone, but at least they can save the survivors." Issei's house, Sydney, Australia, PM. Issei managed to take a look at the pamphlet, which reminded him of a time when he was just an ordinary human, as he muttered to himself, "How far have I come?" The pamphlet that he was holding was a magic circle in black with the Gremry symbol at the center. He was reminded of a time when Rias's familiar gave him the pamphlet to revive him after his death, which was before he was killed by Rainier. That was another motivation to purge the fallen angels. Issei looked at the balcony of his residence, taking note of the time that has come for him to reach this level. He was just an ordinary human, and he transformed from being a devil, a dragon-devil hybrid, a dragon god-devil hybrid, and now a Scion-Shinjin hybrid with barely any draconic blood inside of him. Honestly, I wonder what is their next plan. Issei thought of a few prospects. Maybe spying on the factions was an option. But he also had to collect the treasure that belonged to Tiamat. He knew today was not a day to head to the familiar forest, given that they have to wait for a full moon if that was meant to happen. Could it be? Issei muttered with horror, as he started to release his aura in anger when he realized that they can use Valerie's power to revive his parents, as one of their plans against him. He had to eliminate Valerie along with her sacred gear, which was Sephiroth Graal, if he had to stop them. Hel immediately rushed in, as she exclaimed, "What happened, Issei? Are we under attack?" Issei realized this and took a deep breath to calm himself down. He then spoke, "No, I just remembered a way that they would come after me." "What is it?" Hel walked forward, gently placing his hand on his shoulder, while trying to calm him down, as she knew that Issei wouldn't just release his key for no reason. As she pushed Issei, "Come on, tell me, Issei." Issei sighed in response. As he spoke, "I have a feeling that they might use Valerie to revive my parents." "I see." Hel responded with a normal yet understanding tone. She knew that it isn't above Odin to use hostages to get his bidding, since he did these actions during the early parts of his reign. So the other leaders doing this shouldn't be surprising to her, since desperation can make people do unthinkable things. They can even poison their minds against him to weaken him, just like RageRevan attempted to do. Or possibly kill them in front of him to try and affect him. Then why don't we strike in first? Hel responded with a blunt tone, as she continued, we head to the location where she is currently and deal with her accordingly. As in right now? Issei responded with a tone of surprise as she continued, yeah, why not? Since your attacks are powerful enough to even destroy sacred gears with their souls inside them, then why not do so with Valerie? Eliminating her was also part of the plan, correct? Yes, I don't mind. Hel then mused, adding on to this, as she pushed her agenda to him, then sense her key and get on with it. If it makes you feel better, I'll join you, sounds good? Issei only smirked in response, and spoke, fine goddess, you got yourself a deal. We will deal with Valerie Teeps right away and take her out of the picture. Excellent. Hel wrapped her arms around Issei, causing him to get surprised, as she continued, but once this is over, and we recruit Tiamat to our cause, I want to head out and roam around Australia. Think of it as a date. No, Issei growled in a warning manner, as she responded with a slightly annoyed tone, come on Issei, I also want to have a date, let's have some fun. Hel spoke with a convincing tone, as Issei could only turn his gaze away, as he could be soon grunting in frustration as she responded, Issei, come on, it will be fun. Issei continued to grunt and eventually started grumble in annoyance, as he closes his eyes. She then gets annoyed, as she growls with slight anger, Issei, cut it out. Issei exclaims after being pushed again, as he continues, one more word about pushing me for this and the answer is no. Hel only gives a smile after this. She knew to once again push her demands onto him. Hel knew that Issei was changing and even listening to what she has to say even more. She wrapped her arms around him, as she exclaimed, thank you Issei. Issei could only grumble in defeat and frustration, giving in to Hel's demands, knowing full well that he couldn't refuse what she had to put up, else he may not only lose the one that makes his food but also the one that is helping him the most. His instincts were starting to get more attracted to her due to Scion's naturally liking women with stronger personalities. But he was annoyed by how much aggressive she can get when she wants something. He sighed in response, after which he spoke, waiting for some time, Hel, we should probably get going. Hel looked at him, and seeing the seriousness of the expression, she then shook her head and responded, fine, let's head out. So any plan, or should we go guns blazing? Guns blazing, the more vampire filth we kill, the better. Now let's go. Issei responded as he gave his hand with a smirk, earning a nod from Hel, as she takes his hand. He places his hand on his forehead and senses for Valerie's presence, as he speaks. This is surprising. Issei responds, as Hel retorts, what happened? Issei turns to her, and speaks, she is not in the vampire kingdom but in the hospital. That is quite the interesting to say the least, meaning we can kill her when she is completely unaware of it. Issei has a wider grin in response. As Hel spoke, this means, we can eliminate her without anyone knowing? Possible, since she would want alone time with Gasper. Slight change of plans, we won't be teleporting straight to her immediately. We'll be waiting outside the office and taking Valerie down when she doesn't expect us. Hel nodded in agreement as they teleported to the Memorial Hospital immediately as they decided to eliminate Valerie before they can cause a problem. Scene change. Serafal Memorial Hospital, Underworld, PM. Many of the loved ones were standing outside the ICU where the victims were present, due to the recent attack that had happened in Ko Academy. They were being administered intensive care with several machines attached to them for their bodies to keep them from dying due to their serious wounds. The only ones standing were Rias and Kenji, who were getting their wounds checked and healed before they will be discharged. Yasaka was one of the few that rushed to the hospital as well, worried that Issei might have harmed her daughter, the only family she had left. But to her surprise, she saw Kunu standing on the ground, not even injured. Mother? Kunu asked, confused. This whole situation confused her a lot, as Yasaka didn't hesitate to embrace her daughter, as she spoke with happiness and relief. Kunu, I am glad nothing happened to you. Mother, Kunu didn't say anything, and melted into her hug, as the two stayed like this for a while before she had split from her. Yasaka checked the injuries on her body, and to her surprise, she had none. She wasn't even grazed, let alone having broken bones or other critical injuries that the other victims had. Several were even killed as she had passed by a funeral outside of the Citri peerage along with Yudo Kiba, Tosca, Lu Garu and Ruruko Nimura. What happened, Kunu? Yasaka asked with a serious yet worried tone, as Kunu responded with a shaky tone. I don't know, I had fallen unconscious before anything could happen, and when I woke up, they were all dead. Yasaka once again held her daughter and calmed her down. Seeing so much death and destruction must have traumatized her to no ends. Being the unharmed survivor would have left a sudden impact on her. Furthermore, she also remembered that human students that don't have a connection to the supernatural were also spared and were surprisingly unharmed, and this included all the students of Ko Academy, meaning this was a well-thought-out plan, and it was stated that only those that had a former connection to Issei were the worst affected. I see, this means they spared you for a reason. Kunu. Yasaka muttered to herself, as she continued, this means, he can be reasoned with. But what do we do? Issei has so much hatred and poison inside his heart for us, mother. He sees us as lowly filths that need to be exterminated. Kunu could only respond with complete sadness. Yasaka didn't deny this. This was true especially when Rias revealed the words to them. She had told them that Issei sees them all as filths that need to be purged in order to restore the beauty of this world. He already purged the fallen angels from existence, seeing them as filthy crows, as he puts forward his actions as instilling justice. The Yukai Queen couldn't help but fear this Issei. This wasn't the man that had put all his effort in saving her from Cao Cao with his former friends and team and had protected her daughter with all his heart. This wasn't the man that had once been an older brother figure to Kunu and had cherished her with all his heart, intending to spend time with the kitsune the next time he would come back. But the day never came. He was kept in Tartarus, and she wasn't aware why he was kept there. She had asked the leaders, but they only told her that he has done a grave crime. He had apparently betrayed their expectations and had been imprisoned in a location meant for literal terrorists and criminals that are at least A rank and above. Until his breakout that caused many more criminals to also escape, who were fortunately recaptured and rearrested. Issei was the only one that wasn't arrested or located. Now he wanted vengeance against all those that have wronged him, seeing himself as a messiah figure that justifies genocide. She wanted to speak to him, but whenever he showed up, he only brought destruction, despair or death, or sometimes a combination of all three aspects. Now the factions are on the edge. He was taking even more lives and becoming far stronger, and she wanted to know his intentions, out of worry for him but also to protect her faction from his assault since she doesn't want her kind to die by his hand. Her Yukai had come a long way, from being malevolent bloodthirsty beings to kind-hearted and good-natured beings. Of course, they had some bad apples as well, but that was something that they could handle, since most of them have been dealt with accordingly. Kunu, we have only one option. Kunu looked at her mother in confusion, as she continued, we have to speak to Issei. It is our only choice at protecting our faction. We need to tell him that we are unaware of what really happened. We want to know what he plans on doing with us. Kunu nodded in agreement, as she continued, Mother, what happened to Gabriel-sama? Gabriel-sama was kept in one of the rooms. I was surprised when she had come here. Yasaka spoke, recounting the day Gabriel had come to the Yukai faction. As she continued, she had already started to become a fallen angel, and we had to keep an eye on her. Kunu nodded in response. She remembered Gabriel was slowly and steadily transforming into a fallen angel, which would take some time, but it was happening, and the Yukai under her were slowing down the transformation as much as they could, with only one wing being transformed into that of a fallen angel. She was going to tell us the truth on what had happened with Issei, but then I got a call about you being in the hospital, and Issei being the one that attacked Ko Academy. That is why I rushed here. Yasaka spoke with dread, remembering when a messenger had barged in with a dreadful message about what had happened. She was glad that nothing happened to Kunu in any manner. Mother, should we head back home? Kunu asked, to which Yasaka responded. The factions have a meeting, but I plan on not attending this one, since I need to speak to Gabriel about what really happened. We will head home, now. Yasaka responded with a smile, as the mother-daughter duo head back home, knowing that they still have hope when it comes to speaking with Issei, since out of all the creatures, the Yukai hasn't been harmed by Issei yet. Outside the hospital, Issei is seen standing above the plane, waiting for the perfect opportunity. He didn't even bother noticing Yasaka and Kunu. He was focusing on detecting Valerie Teeps, and soon he found her. Perfect. Issei spoke, sensing her key in Gasper's hospital room. As he speaks, we found her. Right in Gasper's room. I shouldn't be surprised. She would be visiting her childhood friend. That is what you had informed me, correct? Issei gave a nod, as he soon responded, yeah, those two were pretty close. The half-breed's cross-dressing habit was something that was gained due to spending time with her as well. Frankly, I don't even judge on someone's clothing appearances. But then again, the red-haired bat never truly bothered to fix Gasper's state, and was the reason why he cross-dressed for a long while, putting all her problems on me, like the useless, spoiled whore she is. Issei spoke with contempt and venom, remembering the problem his former master had caused him. He wanted to make an example out of her, but he decided to wait. He wants to destroy her peerage before ultimately killing her for good. And then Surzex is next on his list, along with the rest of the filthy bats. We should get going. She will be leaving the room soon. Hel pointed out, as Issei nodded, as she kept her hand in, and Issei used instant transmission to head to her room. Inside the room where Gasper was sleeping, there were multiple machines that were beeping faintly, with several wires being attached to his body, supplying the necessary nutrients and blood to him, so that he recovers as soon as quickly. There was an oxygen mask planted on his face, which was supplying him the necessary oxygen. Beside her was seated Valerie Teeps. She was stated to be a blonde-haired woman with red eyes. She was seen wearing a full-sleeved red striped dress that covered her body along with maroon track pants. Gasper, why? Valerie spoke with sadness. She remembered him being a victim of Issei Hayado's onslaught. She closed her fists in anger, and was furious at what Issei did to his childhood friend. She then spoke with anger. Issei Hayado, I vow to defeat you at all costs, for the sake of my childhood friend. Valerie's eyes started to glow a bright red in color, her sacred gear Sephiroth growl reacting in response to her fury that she was feeling at what Issei had done. However, before she could continue, someone stood in front of her, shocking her to no bounds. If you want to defeat me, let's do it right now. Issei turned to her, with an evil smirk on her face. Hel also had a smile, turning to Gasper, as she spoke with a cold tone. I must say, him clinging to his bare life is amusing. The ungrateful brat should be happy that he was able to survive. You, Valerie growled in fury, as she immediately summoned several evil dragons to assist her. You won't escape out of here alive. But Issei only charged a powerful ki blast and evaporated all of them without any hesitation. The dragons screaming in pain and agony as they were all wiped out without any mercy or care. No. Valerie spoke with horror, as she tried to escape, but Issei grabbed her by the neck and slammed the damper to the ground, making her cough up in response. Issei soon unleashed a kick stomp that made Valerie scream in pain, as he had aimed at her stomach. He soon grabbed her up, and by the neck into the air, and all Valerie could do is struggle. She tried to use her strength to escape, but she was unable to do anything about it. She looked at Issei with complete fear and terror. I have heard this speech a lot. Same boring speech of me not getting away with what I did, with me regretting my actions, and even me not leaving out of here alive. But here I am, always alive. So tell me, Valerie Teeps, is my justice succeeding or you're failing? 'Cause you can clearly see what is happening, correct? Valerie could only tear up seeing how futile it was to resist Issei at this point. She could see how helpless and powerless she is, in the current situation she was in. Issei then spoke with a cold tone. Goodbye, Valerie. Valerie could only look in horror, as she started to plead for her life. No, Issei, please. A powerful ki blast was sent towards Valerie, vaporizing her into nothingness. Even her gear was completely destroyed as well. Soon an explosion took place near the hospital location, leaving nothing but dust behind. When the dust settled, all that remains was some dust that once belonged to the damper. Issei had slain Valerie Teeps as well. Issei. Issei turned around to Hel, who had called out to him, and pointed towards the damper Gasper, who was constantly twitching with the heart monitor beeping even more, due to the sudden changes in his heart rate. Tears can be seen falling from his eyes. My guess, Gasper knows his childhood friend is gone. The twitching soon stopped, but the tears didn't, as he continued to cry, sensing the fleeting presence of Valerie Teeps. She was gone, killed mercilessly by his former older brother figure. How? Are they that close? Hel asked with a tone of surprise. Seeing this, she felt a small amount of pity for the damper, as Issei continued with spite. Yes, they are Hel. Honestly they are. The filthy half-breed forgot about my contribution to his well-being, sucking up to my older cousin due to my failures. Then again, it shouldn't be surprising since he is half-vampire. Being selfish was in his nature. Issei spoke with disdain and spite, making Hel nod, losing whatever pity she had for him completely. She could see why Issei hated them so much, and even she didn't like on how even Gasper had abandoned him, despite on how much he did for them. Issei walked up to Gasper, and muttered, "Now you know how it feels, suffer while you can, Gasper. Soon I will enact my justice onto you." He headed to Hel, as she kept her hand on his. Issei then used instant transmission, knowing that he was done with his task, which was to hunt down Valerie Teeps along with her sacred gear. Scene change. Meeting room, Underworld, Lilith, PM. The leaders had all gathered here to speak about the latest exploits of Issei Hayato, with some additional people like Seorg Bale who had also joined in to speak about what had happened. He analyzed the recording and found out that Issei was using some sort of key to attack his enemies. The current Bale leader was surprised that Issei managed to gain access to key, since it takes years of practice and mastery to do so. But he knew that Issei had to be stopped, and his discovery was informed to the other leaders. "So I believe you know why I have called you here?" Surzex spoke seriously, as the other leaders were also present. He then continued, "An attack happened in Ko Academy, and the result was the entire Citri peerage's demise coupled with several others being injured. That is something we need to act on. Indeed, he cannot just get away with this." Michael responded angrily, which surprised many since the current leader of the Angels was known to be much more level-headed. Gabriel's departure has affected him in a negative manner, and Seorg also found out on the abilities that Issei was using. Would you shed some light, Seorg? Seorg nodded in response, and explained, Issei is using ki for his battles. The transformations where his hair goes blonde is also a result of ki. Even the blasts he uses were made from his own ki. I don't need to explain ki, since most of you all know about it, but the ki blasts, and even the powerful energy blasts that had taken down Lady Leviathan along with the elders is a result of powerful ki that Issei possesses. I firmly believe that his ki is stronger than the two ki I and the Yukai faction use. Seorg spoke, looking at the leaders with a serious tone, as they all nodded, taking note of his current and true power. They had to come up with something to counter his ki-based attacks which directly come out of one's life force. Now we get to the next topic at hand. RA spoke, pointing out to Kenji, who was looking down in shame knowing he was asked to hide the treasures from them. He then continued, Kenji needs to explain on why he hid this information from us. Drake seemingly hid some treasures from the rest of this world, and because of that Issei was successful on some of his attacks. Kenji was quiet. He had respected Drake's wishes, which was why he kept the treasures a secret from him. He remembered that a few of them are capable of ending the entire supernatural world if needed. Kenji, would you explain to us about your intentions? Surzex spoke with a serious tone, yet there was controlled anger in his tone, knowing that Kenji hid something important from them. Before Kenji could speak, Drake responded, defending his partner. Don't blame Kenji for what he had done. It was I that had asked him to keep it a secret. He was only following my wishes and my requests. I had informed him my reasons on why I didn't want the others to know of this. The leaders looked at the dragon. They remembered that it was due to his help that they were able to seal Trihexa. But even then, Drake, that didn't mean you hid something as important as it is. Issei was able to enter and cause so much damage due to his treasures. Surzex responded, to which Drake responded with an apologetic tone, if Shitsei hadn't stolen them, we wouldn't be facing this problem. They were kept in a special door that only I can access them. My biggest mistake was telling Shitsei about the gold that I had once stored in Wales, otherwise he would have never come. I believe he must have found out about the hidden door, and was strong enough to breach through it. The leaders could sense the grief and anger in Drake's voice, noting that he was aware that Issei was solely responsible for this. They understood that Drake didn't want his treasure taken due to how much value the treasure actually was to him. Shiva then spoke with a calming tone. It's fine, what's done is done, we have to prepare for what comes next. Kenji, please raise your head up. Kenji nodded, as he felt guilty hiding the truth from the leaders. They knew that he was not at fault, and was just caught in the crossfire. Shiva then spoke with worry. And that is not even the worst part. I firmly suspect that Issei and his allies were the responsible for this. But didn't Indra say otherwise, Shiva? Zeus asked with a surprised tone, as Shiva shakes his head and responds, Indra is overconfident. He believes that no one can infiltrate the location and will not let anyone enter that location, but my vision says otherwise. It shows my faction's inevitable fall under Issei, who had relished slaughtering my kin. Your visions aren't 8% true, Shiva-sama. The future can change. It is not set in stone. Serzex retorted in anger. He didn't want Issei to win against the Hindu faction, since that was the strongest faction of today, and the Hindu faction's collapse means the end of all supernatural pantheons. But the events are transpiring. The first thing that happens is Issei gaining immortality, and surviving the effects of Amrita. The next thing that happens is him slaying Sona Sitri and her peerage. Soon enough, the third event will transpire in the next few days. Shiva speaks with fear. This was the first time the god of destruction was afraid. 2 events have already happened, and only the next 5 events are to happen, and then the collapse of Swarglok and Mount Kailash was inevitable. The first image was Issei consuming what seemed to be the divine glass of pure Amrita, and the second was the one where Sona Sitri was bisected in half before being completely purged out of existence. The third image was a burning location with corpses of beings with wings on the ground. It was hard to determine the type of the wings. What event is the third? Shiva looked at Odin, who asked with worry on his face, as he stroked his beard, as Shiva responded. His next goal would be a location where the end result will be multiple corpses with wings on them. I wasn't able to determine because of how much carnage was present, but I fear that he can target 2 locations, 1 if the underworld and 2 is the heaven. One of them will be his next attack. Michael, Serzex and their respective allies were fearful of this development. They were afraid that Issei would target them next. Serzex already had lost 2 of his loved ones thanks to his attack, and was worried that his next attack will be at the same location. He had to stop Issei at all costs. Despite this, Serzex was overconfident that Issei will lose against him. His pride as the current Devil King was affecting his judgment, and hopes of defeating Issei. He will find a way to beat him, and recover Graphia. That is something he promises. Then we guard the 2 locations. That way we have to hold him off. If that comes the case. Michael responded with worry. He didn't want to be the next on his list. However, Serzex had other plans. He then spoke. We will do that. But I have something else planned for him as well. And what is that? Ajuka asked his best friend, to which Serzex spoke. Since he survived Samuel's poison, we have to find on his weakness. Hence I propose an idea. We find a way to extract his blood and see if we can find a weakness. The leaders could see this idea to be a possibility. As Michael responded, that is not a bad idea. Indeed, I was also thinking of another plan. Elmenhild spoke in response. She hated the disrespect and callousness that Issei had shown when she was just joining the factions. She hated the defiance he had shown. And now, she was going to make him regret it. What plan, Elmenhild? Michael asked, to which Elmenhild spoke with an evil grin, her eyes glowing a bright red. As she spoke, I was planning on considering using Valerie's sacred gear to bring back Issei's parents, and turn them against him, so that would weaken him. The leaders were shocked by this plan. Some were even disgusted by this plan of hers, but could see a possibility of using it. However, several were against this. But before a consensus could be made and voting could be done, someone barged in. Lady Elmenhild, I have some bad news. A maid belonging to the Karnstein family barged in. As Elmenhild spoke up, what happened? Issei, he was here and he. The maid trailed off. She had seen the recording of what had happened and had to inform the leaders as soon as possible. Serzex then commanded, what happened? He killed Valerie Teeps. The leaders were shocked and horrified. No place was safe from Issei's attack. Elmenhild could be clenching her fists and gritting her teeth in anger. She had lost her only hope in countering Issei. With the leaders starting to fear Issei even more, he killed Valerie Teeps without any mercy, having an idea that he must have attacked her due to sensing the fact that they can use his parents against him. They had to come up with a new plan, if they have to find a counter against him, and they decided to find his weakness as soon as possible. Scene change. Issei's house, Sydney, Australia, PM. Issei was discussing his next plans with his team, with Ingvild and even Nyx joining in. Ingvild was a bit afraid of Nyx due to what she had done earlier, but Issei responded with the fact that she is now immortal, the same creatures she once hated. Ingvild agreed to this, as Issei spoke up. Now our plan will be simple. I will be using the golden tiger claws coupled with some tracking magic to locate our treasures. I was able to map 4 distinct locations where the treasure could possibly be. These locations were the same locations where the fight that had happened between Drake and Albion took place. I was able to deduce them to be around these locations. Plus, some of the treasure has its connection with the others that I was able to loot. As in? What does this mean? Ingvild asked with confusion, to which Issei spoke. This means, I use key and find the rest of the parts. Issei brought out an armor plating that was huge enough to cover an entire table. It was heavy but nothing for a scion to handle. As he spoke, now witness. He picked up the key from the armor, which was magical, and then tried locating a similar signature at a different location. He then spoke. There it is, located in southern France. That is where I believe we will find the lower portion of it. The rest were surprised by this, as Issei continued to explain. Most artifacts have the signature of Drake due to being used by him at some point in his life. His aura is something I can easily detect using key, and with that most of our job becomes easier. Issei responded, as Ophis spoke with amazement. Amazing, now you can get the treasure? I can, it should be a piece of cake for me. Issei responded, as he soon placed his 2 fingers on his head, and spoke. Sensed it. Now. Issei immediately created a portal using the golden tiger claws. As he spoke, it is best I head alone, since they would sense anyone else if they come to those locations. You sure? Hela asked with concern, to which Issei responded, yes, I will make it quick. Issei went inside, as the others were wondering when he will return from his treasure hunting. They knew he would return safely but were slightly worried for him. Scene change. France AM. Issei managed to land outside what seemed to be grasslands of France. He was sensing the key of the treasure that belonged to Tiamat, as he was aware that this was the location where the battle between Drake and Albion happened. He knew that there are treasures located across all these locations, primarily in France, Spain, and Portugal. He looked around and sensed the key of the treasure, while exclaiming, "Found it!" He fired a key blast aimed at the rock formation, eventually finding the treasure, as he took it with him, and pulled it in the ring which he had gained. It was the remaining armor belonging to Tiamat. He soon leaped in the air and flew off, locating the next piece of the treasure. He once again used his key and found it inside a small warehouse. He fired a key blast at the door, opening it, and eventually found out the location of the next treasure, which was a bunch of beads. These beads were red in color, as he picked them up and placed them in a ring. As he walked outside and headed to the next location, when he sensed the massive amounts of angelic energy heading towards him. Turning his attention to them, he saw several angels rushing towards him with bright spears in their hands. They were all ready to destroy Issei, but he was quicker, as he leaped in the air, cackling, "Since you all have come to me for judgment, I will gladly send you all straight to where you dove filth belong." He gathered energy in his hands and exclaimed. Cane pink energy started to gather and expand. As it increased even further, it soon grew big enough. As he exclaimed, "Ha!" Issei fired the beam through the angels, all of whom were screaming in pain and agony from being annihilated without any mercy. They could only remain helpless since Issei was able to obliterate them effortlessly. Issei stood amidst the chaos. Only dust remains from the attack, as it fell from the energy explosion. He shook his head at the handiwork that was done, as he moved to his next location, that was in Spain. He flew off, and in just a few minutes he reached the location of Spain. There he looked at a forest area, and knew that one of the treasures is buried deep underground. He knew what he had to do and brought out another of the treasures, which was Tunnel Armadillo. The armadillo grew to the size of a vehicle, as Issei entered it, and it started to dig underground and got into the surface of the earth. The armadillo grew to the size of a vehicle, as Issei entered it, and it started to dig underground and got into the surface of the earth. He continued to dig underneath the earth until he found the treasure, where he commanded the treasure to stop. He soon used the golden tiger claws to create another portal and brought out his next treasure, which was Glove of Jisaku. The Glove of Jisaku was described to be a brown oven mitt when that sprouts out red magnet bars when activated. Using the second treasure, he managed to gain the third treasure, which was a gigantic scepter staff that had multiple gemstones on it. Using the second treasure, he managed to gain the third treasure, which was a gigantic scepter staff that had multiple gemstones on it. Issei smirked, knowing this was getting easier by the second. He was aware that the factions may start trailing them as soon as possible. He soon controlled the armadillo to move towards the other location while locating for the next treasure, which should be in Portugal. He could sense them coming near his location and knew that they would get someone like Demeter involved, so he had to head to the next location, which was to move further south into the location due to him sensing the key of the final treasure, while collecting any other treasure that belonged to Tiamat on the way, which were several gems and other items of different metals meant for protection. He looked at the final treasure, which was a form of necklace and ring that was located where it was, as he used the golden tiger claws to create a final portal to the treasure, and used the magnet to pull it closer to him. He had managed to receive all the treasures that belonged to Tiamat according to his knowledge. He placed everything in the armadillo. Guess this means, all treasures are obtained by me. Tiamat, you owe me one. Issei responded, as he placed the two treasures inside the ring, and placed his hand on the armadillo and used instant transmission to get them out of there. He reached Australia and was in the balcony of his house, which attracted the attention of the house residents, excluding some like Nix who stayed inside. When they saw the armadillo and someone opening the entrance to the armadillo, he looked at his team and spoke, I managed to gain all the treasures. The rest were happy by this development. Given that Issei only left for a few hours, he then responded, now I think I will have some dinner. Hell, you got it! I have made something special for this. Hell exclaimed with an excited tone, as Issei smirked and used his ring to bring all the treasures inside it, as he turned the armadillo into a small figure before also placing it in the ring. Wait, so this is... Ingvild muttered in awe as Issei spoke. Yes, Ingvild, it is the power of one of the treasure. The reason I used this bad boy was because I needed to head underground. Ingvild nodded, as Issei soon picked it up and headed inside. He didn't inform them about him slaying the angels since he didn't find it necessary to do so. Those idiots were foolish to confront him, and met their fates in that manner. Thanks for watching this video. You really enjoy this video. Like, subscribe, and comment down below, and turn on that bell notification. Don't forget to support and follow RageRevan for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story, link in the description. See you in the next video. Goodbye.